Our story today begins at a fitness center in Gangnam, Seoul. In a corner of the room, the atmosphere was incredibly lively. Kang Hyuk sat before the camera, his face exuding confidence as he spoke. "A pleasure to meet you, my degenerate legion. This is the strongest gym rat TV with Choi Kang Hyuk." On the table before him was a very tempting spread of honey sauce chicken and Kiss beer. He announced today's mukbang by popular demand from all your enthusiastic comments. He skimmed the comment screen with amusement, is the recent combo of the century honey sauce chicken and Kiss beer. Then he said cheerfully, "Well, then let's get started." He picked up a piece of chicken and took a huge bite. He took a huge bite, then exclaimed at how delicious it was. "Wow, this is seriously good time for a gulp of beer." Kang Hyuk raised his beer and took a satisfying gulp, even though you could tell just by looking at his muscles that Choi Kang Hyuk was a total health fanatic. On the screen, Kang Hyuk's muscular, toned body appeared in full view. He sat there savoring every bite with a satisfied expression, but he wasn't born a gym addict. There was a reason he became a gym rat. Faint memories suddenly flooded back. Images of his weaker past self along with photos of his strenuous training efforts. A flashback. Kang Hyuk with a frail, exhausted body struggling to stand. That's right. There was a time when he couldn't maintain his muscle mass and his body was so weak that even walking was a struggle. In a hospital bed, he was seen collapsed, his breathing shallow. Beside him, a doctor looked extremely tense. He had suffered a serious accident while serving in the Special Forces. He dragged himself slowly down the hospital corridor, each step filled with 1,000 pains. Then he began physical therapy and chiropractic treatments to restore his functions. A flashback shows the young injured soldier Kang Hyuk striving to recover little by little. Afterwards, he took up healthy exercises like yoga weight training and Pilates, and even studied nutrition to create his own meal plans. After that arduous period, Kang Hyuk built the toned physique he has today. At some point, he was dubbed a gym rat, becoming the strongest gym rat TV's Choi Kang Hyuk, the nation's chosen fitness coach. Back at the fitness center, he thought, damn it, muscle loss. But this is so damn good. He was worried about losing all his muscle while filming the mukbang. Kang Hyuk cursed under his breath, "Damn you, Corona." It was all because of the worldwide pandemic. Seoul was deserted. Gyms were closed, their doors plastered with depressing temporary closure notices. Pandemic regulations, restricted hours, and membership cancellations, all because he had to bear the maintenance costs for a gym that had been out of business for a long time. So Kang Hyuk reluctantly became a YouTuber. Kang Hyuk turned on the camera, his gaze heavy while reading the comments, but the profit was not enough to cover the maintenance costs for 5 branches. Comments appeared on the screen. "Kang Hyuk Appa, are you crying? Crying? Is he really crying?" He suddenly lost all his muscles. Someone encouraged him, "Hang in there." The comments were filled with encouragement mixed with a few jokes from viewers. He replied, "It's nothing, something just got in my eye." He seemed unable to accept this reality. "Well then, my degenerate legion, I'll see you all on tomorrow's broadcast." He regained his strong demeanor, waving to the audience before ending the live stream. "Please subscribe and like the video. Thank you, everyone." A line of text appeared on the now dark screen. The moment he finished, he was already overcome with worry. He was already anxious about tomorrow. Kang Hyuk tried to reassure himself, but his voice was weary and heartbreakingly sad. "I just ate 2 calorie bombs, chicken and beer." Looking at the empty food containers before him, he suddenly felt a pang of regret. Although he wanted to work out immediately, the alcohol was putting a strain on his body. He sighed helplessly. "Ha! How did things turn out like this?" He suddenly thought, "I should just rest for today." Then he recalled the doctor's words. The doctor did say I needed to rest. It's stress-induced hair loss. Hearing this, Kang Hyuk's eyes widened in shock as he replied, "What did you say?" The doctor explained, "Your body is naturally healthy, so it doesn't show on the outside. But your body is on the verge of breaking down from stress." He hesitated, so the doctor looked him straight in the eye, his gaze stern. "You need to reduce your work hours from now on. Otherwise—" Kang Hyuk swallowed hard, asking with anxious eyes, "Otherwise what?" The doctor stated bluntly, "You'll lose all your hair." As he spoke, a simulation appeared showing a completely bald version of Kang Hyuk. "Bald," he mumbled, imagining himself with a shiny bald head. "No way if I go bald." Kang Hyuk panicked at the thought of going bald. He imagined people rejecting him. "Sorry, a bald guy is a bit— Hey, your boyfriend just walked by. What are you talking about?" The thought struck Kang Hyuk like a heavy blow to his spirit. His expression filled with despair. "I'll be single for the rest of my life." The doctor's voice echoed in his mind, every word carving into him like a knife. "I'll prescribe medication, but the most important thing is to reduce your stress. You must get proper rest." Remembering this, Kang Hyuk sighed and hung his head, muttering, "Rest, huh? How am I even supposed to do that?" At this moment, all he could do was lament helplessly. "I've only ever been immersed in work and exercise. Now that I suddenly have to rest, I have nothing to do." Kang Hyuk grabbed his phone and started scrolling, then said, "Come to think of it." He began scrolling through his phone frantically. "Not this one. This one's pretty good, though." As he scrolled through the pages of an e-book, childhood memories flooded back. He had forgotten all about them, being so busy with work. He suddenly remembered the martial arts novels he used to love as a kid. An image of a young Kang Hyuk with his grandparents appeared, for Choi Kang Hyuk, who had grown up in the care of his poor grandparents. Those martial arts novels could be easily borrowed from the neighborhood bookstore. That childhood memory was a rather happy one. He felt happy recalling that time, though he thought my grandparents got really angry because I always went there. Kang Hyuk kept scrolling when suddenly a familiar name caught his eye. Oh, this author. As his eyes scanned the book cover, he suddenly paused. Isn't the author Gakuen the one who wrote The Demonic Way's Return and The Heretical Overlord's Desolate War? Those are all works I really loved. But then another title caught his attention. Could this be a new work of his? Kang Hyuk mumbled, "It's a title I'm seeing for the first time." He scrolled to the first page and read aloud, "The Legend of the Shaolin Divine Monk." His eyes skimmed the synopsis, a story about Wu Zhen, the protagonist from the Shaolin Temple, who cultivates and refines his martial arts to forge a new path for warriors. His curiosity piqued, he decided to give it a try. Let's read it. What was inside made Kang Hyuk so curious that he let out an "oh." Every line captivated his mind, making him exclaim with delight, "Wow, this is really interesting." He kept reading and the tension in his body gradually melted away. He realized this is such a great way to relieve stress. It pulled him back to a distant memory. Now that I think about it, how long has it been since I was able to relax so comfortably? The image of his younger self reappeared in his mind, making him long to return to his childhood. Kang Hyuk was slumped over the table, a single thought echoing in his mind, so sleepy. He lay sprawled on the floor, sinking deep into a heavy sleep as if falling into a trance with no escape. Night was falling, but the phone screen suddenly lit up. He slowly opened his eyes as he heard a voice calling, Wu Zhen, wake up." Another voice chimed in, "Wu Zhen, it's time for morning training." Kang Hyuk woke up and immediately shouted in surprise, "Morning training." When he opened his eyes, he looked around in a daze. Everything was unfamiliar, and he suddenly realized he was no longer in his own room. Before him stood a young boy with a shiny, bald head. He was wearing old-fashioned robes. Wu Lu stood before him, saying impatiently, "What are you talking about? We're the last ones. Everyone else has already left. At this rate, we're going to get an earful." Kang Hyuk was startled, his face turning pale as he silently wondered this kid. Then he thought, who is this guy? No more importantly, why is his head so shiny and bald? Wu Lu frowned, looking at him in confusion. Why are you suddenly calling me kid? I'm older and taller than you." Kang Hyuk growled. "You're taller than me." He immediately shot to his feet. 180 centimeters tall, 8 to 10% body fat, 90 kilograms, a standard 3-rep max of 650 kilograms. Named Choi Kang Hyuk. Occupation, a former Special Forces soldier turned fitness coach. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Kid, are your eyes bad or something?" Wu Lu stood beside him looking puzzled. But Kang Hyuk couldn't be bothered with that anymore because he was slowly realizing something. Daring to come into my house and talk nonsense. My house. He looked around. Everything was so unfamiliar. A house. Then exclaimed, "My own." Suddenly, the large young man had shrunk into a tiny boy, and on top of that, his head was completely bald. His jaw dropped as he realized the worst. He felt all over his body, unable to believe it. Kang Hyuk screamed, utterly panicked by the sight. Kang Hyuk, annoyed, frowned and looked around, shouting, "Why am I bald? Where is this? What is this? It looks like some old house I've seen on TV." Then Choi Kang Hyuk suddenly froze, thinking, wait a minute. Come to think of it, that guy called me Wu Zhen. Kang Hyuk frowned, trying to remember. That name sounds so familiar. Way too familiar. That's the main character from the novel I was just reading. At this thought, he felt hopeless. Why am I Vochan? Where is this place? No more than that this body, my muscles. I was just reading a novel and sleeping in my room. Then Kang Hyuk exclaimed in frustration, my goodness. But right after that, he let out a soft sigh of relief. It's a dream, right? He remembered dreaming like this when he was little. Just then, Vo Luat spoke up. What have you been saying all this time? At this rate, we'll be late for morning training, Kang Hyuk in the guise of Vochan replied. I know, sorry, I'm coming right now. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he said, since I know it's a dream, that bald head actually looks kind of cute. That Vo Luat frowned. Let's hurry up before we get scolded, Kang Hyuk shrugged, all right. So Kang Hyuk ran after him, thinking to himself, okay, since it's a dream, I'll enjoy it as Vo-chan. And so at this moment, Kang Hyuk was no longer himself. He had become Vo-chan. As Vo-chan stepped outside, a stern voice rang out, late on the very first day, you need a good scolding. The instructor, with his hands clasped behind his back, bellowed sternly, his voice echoing with power, get in your place now. Pressured by the serious atmosphere, Vo-chan hurriedly bowed his head. This disciple apologizes, but when he looked up, Vo-chan couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. This dream is so realistic. The instructor standing before him looked imposing. A command rang out, begin with the horse stance. Vo-chan narrowed his eyes. Horse stance, you mean a squat. He glanced around at everyone. Everyone was trembling, but they still tried to hold their posture, not daring to make a mistake. On everyone's faces, sweat poured down like rain, a testament to the terrible pressure they were enduring. However, a strange feeling crept into his heart. Wait a minute, what is this? Vo-chan thought worriedly, if they train like this, all their knees will be ruined. On the training ground, the Shaolin disciples lined up neatly. The instructor stood in the middle, his stern gaze sweeping over each face, preparing for the harsh training. Now everyone in position, begin the horse stance. Vo-chan's body tensed upon hearing the command. A strange feeling washed over him, making him mumble as if to confirm horse stance, you mean a squat. The awkward posture of the Shaolin disciples before him made him frown slightly. He looked into the distance and saw everyone struggling to bend their knees, drenched in sweat. Some were hunched over, sighing wearily as if their strength had been completely drained. Everyone's arms and legs were shaking. Suddenly, a sense of unease appeared in his heart as he realized something was wrong. Vo-chan thought, what is this? This is all wrong. While the other disciples struggled on, he just stood silently in the middle of the courtyard, lost in thought. Memories of the past suddenly rushed back, lessons about the human body, the principles of proper training. He once knew Kang Hyuk had started with rehabilitation therapy and correct exercise, so he understood the importance of lower body training better than anyone. Remembering his past, he glanced at the disciples around him who were still training incorrectly, and a sense of indignation rose within him to someone who sometimes saw trainers giving wrong instructions, like focusing only on the upper body, thinking they were ignoring the core of movement. The scene before him was infuriating. He could immediately spot the errors in their posture, something perhaps no one else would notice or judge in this insane exercise he was witnessing. Returning to the present, Vo-chan quietly stepped forward, his sharp eyes scanning, observing every movement of his fellow disciples. His breathing was steady, slow, and firm. No, your legs are too far apart. You have to lower your waist forward naturally, besides the professional pride of a trainer welled up. He couldn't stand by and watch others train incorrectly without speaking up, thinking this is a situation I can't tolerate as a health trainer. The master's voice now carried a decisive tone. He shouted, the lower body is the foundation of martial arts, but instead of agreeing, those around him just looked at Vo-chan with astonishment, frowning, not understanding why such a basic principle was being ignored. If you know that, then why are you doing it like this? The instructor reminded the students as he inspected them, if the lower body cannot maintain its center of gravity, then neither fist techniques nor staff arts can be executed with proper force. His voice rang out, making the atmosphere even more tense. What the hell is he saying to kids who can't even hold the stance properly? However, he thought to himself, is it fortunate or unfortunate that he wasn't the type to ignore incorrect exercise methods? Despite the scrutinizing gazes, Vo-chan stood tall, facing the instructor and gritting his teeth, even if this is. He swallowed hard, forcing out each word, a dream. This dream felt too real, the feeling of muscle strain, the sweat rolling down his temples. It was all too real. He looked at the disciples performing the horse stance incorrectly and spoke up. Hey, you lot, who don't even know the first thing about proper exercise? Those words exploded like a bomb. The disciples immediately stopped. Everyone looked at him with suspicious eyes. All eyes were wide, staring at him in utter amazement. Some even frowned in annoyance. A heavy sigh was heard. Vo-luat said, Vo-chan, what's gotten into you? The senior brother next to him spoke up, his face showing clear confusion, but before he could answer, a voice boomed full of authority and anger. You brat, you dare spout nonsense in the middle of training. Vo-chan turned his head, meeting the sharp eyes of an instructor. His voice thundered. Are you making excuses because the training is hard? How can someone like you be a Shaolin disciple? An invisible pressure weighed down on his shoulders, but Vo-chan stood firm, not backing down an inch. That instructor kept yelling, get into your stance now. A cold wind blew past, but what made Vo-chan shiver was not the cold air, but the power from that shout. He thought, is this a wuxia novel? That's why the power in that shout was so terrifying. He hesitated, but Vo-chan opened his eyes, which were filled with determination, thinking, I have to say what needs to be said. He gritted his teeth, stepped forward. If it's wrong, then I'll say it's wrong. The air once again fell silent. He thought, I can't be subdued by that threat. His gaze was firm, looking straight at the instructor. A great storm was about to break. Vo-chan stood his ground, his eyes unwavering. I can't be subdued by that threat. He suddenly remembered a client from the past asking, can I hit a 500 total on the Big 3 in 3 months? He had said it on YouTube. Then he felt, hey, this is still better than dealing with clueless customers. But then the instructor's stern voice rang out, pulling him back to reality. You are currently a disciple of Shaolin, yet you say Shaolin's training is wrong. A tense atmosphere enveloped the training ground. The surrounding disciples held their breath, looking worriedly at Vo-chan. He just curled his lips slightly. Wow, this dream is so realistic I should speak in a wuxia style to match the concept. He slowly began to explain, his eyes shining with confidence. Yes, if you continue to train with the current method, your knees will be injured and it will hurt even more in old age. Then he calmly continued explaining. A normal joint consists of bone cartilage and synovial fluid, drawing an illustrative diagram in the air. But when the joint is inflamed, the cartilage wears down, causing the bones to rub against each other with every movement. This leads to pain and limited mobility. But the instructor just snorted coldly in rebuttal. That is merely an excuse for the weak. Vo-chan raised an eyebrow, slightly exclaiming in surprise, what? Vo-chan replied with a dignified gaze, that can't be right. Isn't martial arts something the weak learn to improve their bodies? Undaunted by the instructor's severity, he continued to speak, but the master says that the weak cannot train. That is a contradiction. That instructor became flustered, hearing him say that, that the other instructor paused for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. Shaolin's martial arts are different from the martial arts you speak of. We practice them to hone and temper ourselves to achieve the path of the Buddha. Now he sighed, a spark of interest in his eyes. Furthermore, master is from Shaolin. Can the weak not achieve the path of the Buddha? That's not right. The instructor frowned in response. He looked straight at the disciple before him with sharp eyes. It means to intentionally make the body suffer to accumulate spiritual cultivation. The instructor beside him replied calmly, the spirit of a mortal is very weak in difficult situations. It will seek comfort, and weak thoughts will easily arise. Vo-chan was listening intently to this explanation. The instructor continued. Therefore, this is spiritual cultivation through endurance training and experiencing such situations beforehand. He shrugged, a half smile on his face. It seems that kind of spiritual cultivation can only be done when you're young. As soon as the words left his mouth, a low, annoyed voice cut in. What nonsense are you suddenly spouting? Vo-chan remained calm, looking straight at the instructor. It's exactly what you were talking about, master. The instructor said irritably, what? He regulated his breathing, his voice coming out slowly. You said that for spiritual cultivation, it's okay to ruin your knees when you're young, which means that when you're old, you don't need to perform that kind of asceticism after your body is damaged. In that case, aren't you saying that if you suffer just a little when you're young, you can reach the path of the Buddha at any time? The instructor narrowed his eyes but tried to remain calm as he looked at the disciples, whispering behind him. What's this? Another disciple standing nearby suddenly spoke up hesitantly. Yeah, that's right, isn't it? The surrounding disciples began to whisper, their eyes gradually showing surprise as they started to agree with his opinion. He kind of has a point. The instructor froze, not knowing how to respond. He gritted his teeth and growled, that brat. Everyone's gaze simultaneously turned to a martial uncle standing in the distance, his eyes cold. Huh, that martial uncle over there? Wu Zhen pointed directly at the monk's face and shouted, how long have you been practicing asceticism that at your age you still haven't been able to enter the path of Buddhism? Silence enveloped the entire area. A disciple took a deep breath, his face pale. The flustered martial uncle thought, this madman, how dare he speak so recklessly? Is this person the first-generation disciple Hui Jing? That man roared, his face ferocious, killing intent, surging in extreme rage. Ha! The entire training ground instantly became tense. Everyone nearby covered their ears, but Wu Zhen stood his ground, not retreating a single step. His face turned pale. This is a first-generation disciple. All around, everyone was covering their ears. The martial uncle slowly approached. I heard clearly what you said. Martial Uncle Huaitong stepped forward. His voice was calm but full of pressure. According to the second-generation disciples, the martial arts of the Buddhist school are usually for self-cultivation. That is, they are nothing more than a tool to achieve the path of Buddhism. Wu Zhen said nothing, just listening quietly. Author's explanation: Buddhist sect refers to Buddhist society and believers. Martial Uncle Huitang paused for a moment, his gaze sharpening, but our martial arts are different. The entire training ground suddenly became frighteningly silent. Wu Zhen asked him what is different about it. Martial Uncle Huitang curled his lips slightly, his voice echoing as he replied, "Our martial arts are for protecting and saving sentient beings from the evil and demons that harass them." Wu Zhen nodded slightly, his expression one of understanding, as if he had realized something. "So you're saying you train to the point of ruining your knees to protect sentient beings?" Martial Uncle Huitang did not answer hastily. He observed the kid before him with a sharp gaze. This child, he frowned, his voice deepening. He observed the arrogance in Wu Zhen's demeanor and told himself, if I let this go, it will set a bad example for the other children. But as a Buddhist elder, I cannot directly scold a novice who has just arrived at the mountain. Martial Uncle Huitang sighed, his gaze becoming more stern. As he thought, in that case, he looked straight at Wu Zhen and said, if you think the Shaolin way of training is wrong, then prove it yourself. Wu Zhen furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Prove it. How Martial Uncle Huitang clasped his hands behind his back, his voice cold as he said, you said the Shaolin way of training is wrong, which means you know the right way to train. He pointed at the boy's face and said in a powerful voice, then you must win yourself. He said bluntly against someone who has trained the Shaolin way. Hearing him say that, Wu Zhen said in confusion, who is Martial Uncle talking about? An ominous feeling rose in his heart. Then he continued, don't tell me I have to defeat you, Martial Uncle. But Martial Uncle Huitang's answer stunned everyone. Of course, it's only fair to fight against a newly initiated disciple. He turned and called a disciple over Wu Qiang, step forward. A tall and well-built teenager stepped out and answered yes. Martial Uncle Huitang raised an eyebrow. I will give you a chance to prove that what you say is true, he said slowly, starting today for the next 1 week after you improve your strength with the training method you think is right. His gaze suddenly sharpened, turning towards Wu Qiang. You will fight that child. Wu Zhen glanced at Wu Qiang. Just one look is enough to tell that guy is in a different weight class from me. He glanced at Martial Uncle Huitang in bewilderment, and you call this fair? He sighed, shaking his head slightly quietly, observing the person before him honestly pretending to be concerned while using a new disciple like me to target me because he couldn't argue back anymore. His gaze grew colder. He cursed inwardly, this detestable monk. But then a smirk appeared in Martial Uncle Huitang's eyes. After saying all that, he probably won't accept. Wu Zhen took a deep breath, his eyes full of confidence as he replied, all right, then the man was momentarily stunned, huh? Wu Zhen gave a challenging smile and replied in a firm voice, I'll do it. He clenched his fist and thought, how could Choi Kang-hyuk lose to a little brat? Martial Uncle Huitang narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the brat and thinking to himself, just you wait and see after 1 week. After saying that, he turned to leave, leaving behind the words, so it seems you, Wu Zhen, have chosen the punishment wine Amitabha Buddha. Punishment wine is penalty wine. The gentle words echoed, but no one could ignore the meaning behind them. Punishment wine, a penalty wine, an extremely harsh form of Shaolin punishment. He shouted loudly, resume training. No one dared to object to his words. The disciples bowed and replied in unison, yes. The disciples immediately returned to their stances, but couldn't help but glance towards Wu Zhen. Wu Lu whispered softly, Wu Zhen, why did you do that? It's still not too late to apologize to Grand Marshal Uncle Huitang, huh? Receiving no reply, Wu Zhen remained silent, his resolute gaze fixed straight ahead. Another voice called out, Wu Lu, get into position. Wu Lu shuddered and replied, yes. The atmosphere became tense. People started to gossip. What's with that kid? They openly showed their dislike for him. Another person replied, that's right. No one could understand why Wu Zhen was so stubborn. Grand Marshal Uncle Huitang glanced back slightly, catching sight of Wu Zhen still standing motionless in his spot. He said to himself, just you wait and see 7 days later. The scene changes to a space that has suddenly fallen silent, where the disciples are performing their training movements under strict supervision. In the middle of the crowd, Wu Zhen frowned slightly, his eyes filled with doubt as he realized his movements were different from everyone else's. He was engrossed in his training when suddenly a thunderous shout echoed Wu Zhen. Wu Zhen replied with determination, but a stern martial uncle's gaze made him flustered. This is training time. Why are you performing a strange movement? Grand Marshal Uncle already gave me permission. Or does Marshal Uncle have an issue with what Grand Marshal Uncle said? The Grand Marshal Uncle looked at Wu Zhen in surprise. This brat is really something. But then Grand Marshal Uncle Huitang just shook his head helplessly as if accepting the boy's determination. Just let it be. I already promised the kid, he replied, yes, I understand. After the Marshal Uncle left, Wu Zhen breathed a sigh of relief, a feeling of comfort washing over him. Phew. His expression was pensive as he said so. I don't have to train like everyone else anymore. This kind of training is really boring. He looked around and saw the other disciples still diligently practicing their exercises. Training like this will ruin their knees later on. How can you even practice martial arts like this? A martial uncle watched from a distance, shaking his head in dismay. All right, I'll just pretend I didn't see anything behind him. Wu Zhen seemed lost in his own world training. Like this will injure their tendons. Oh, I can't watch anymore. They'll die if they all train like this at this. The martial uncle struggled to control his expression, uttering Amitabha Buddha. After about 2 hours of training, the disciples were allowed to rest and recover. Everyone trained for about 2 hours and then rested to recover. Wu Lu approached Wu Zhen, inviting him to eat. Let's go eat. Wu Zhen. Wu Zhen nodded and went with everyone towards the dining hall. All right, let's go. However, when he saw the meal being served, Wu Zhen couldn't help but be surprised and disappointed, but another problem arose. Wu Zhen looked at the simple dishes on the table, the tension and disappointment clear on his face. There were only 2 simple dishes of rice and vegetables, he thought in dismay. Is this what we eat after intense training? Wu Zhen hesitated to eat, he thought. Is this really the menu at the Shaolin Temple? He wondered, why is it all just vegetables? He began to feel annoyed, but then again, eating vegetarian in a temple was understandable. Another disciple invited everyone to begin eating. Let's eat, everyone. Wu Zhen looked down at his portion, feeling unsatisfied. However, he was not yet used to this, so his surprise was only natural at the table. All the disciples were serious, only he looked at it tiredly and thought, how can anyone live without protein? Looking at the food, he mumbled, and there's so little of it too. He sniffed the dish in front of him, finding the smell unappetizing, Smelling this, he wrinkled his nose, and this food doesn't even smell right. I can't eat this. Disappointment was written all over Wu Zhen's face as he stared at the plate of vegetables in front of him. It can't be like this, vegetables. Where's the meat? He sighed, realizing he had to accept this reality no matter what you say. Vegetables are just vegetables. I guess I have to eat to get some nutrients. Otherwise, how can I survive? But this is so frustrating. His long-suppressed emotions suddenly burst forth, his shoulders trembling with every tense heartbeat. Wu Zhen turned to the other disciples, questioning this meager diet. He shouted indignantly, Hey, why does everyone here eat so poorly? Isn't this child abuse? An older martial uncle stood up, displeased with Wu Zhen's attitude, and yelled, Who's making noise during the meal? Wu Zhen tried to explain, but fatigue and hunger made him lose his patience. We trained so hard this morning and used up so much energy. How are we supposed to live on such a simple meal? The martial uncle approached, his voice growing stern. What's all this disturbance about? Everyone else is eating the same thing. Another martial uncle shouted. You've been getting on my nerves since this morning. You know that. The martial uncle shot to his feet, gritting his teeth and saying, I'll have to punish you myself. Wu Zhen realized he had overreacted and tried to control his emotions. He thought it seems they're already used to eating like this. My reaction was a bit too intense. He thought angrily, training so hard without any nutritious food or drink, you might as well just die. He decided he would not let this situation continue, gritting his teeth as he thought, I absolutely cannot endure this. If things go on like this, how can I possibly survive in this Shaolin temple? Suddenly, a calm voice from the doorway made him freeze. Ha ha. Abruptly, all the martial uncles turned toward the sound of the laughter. The martial uncle's face turned pale, flustered as he realized who it was. Everyone turned and recognized Martial Uncle Hien Van, the one in charge of the Shaolin Temple's kitchen. Hien Van walked in with a gentle smile as if understanding Vo Chan's fatigue. I was just passing by and heard the commotion, so I came in to see what was happening. Vo Chan looked up, a hint of shame on his face. It was Martial Uncle Hien Van. I need more protein. I wonder if the kitchen has any chicken breast, Martial Uncle. He kindly asked the boy, It seems you are tired after training, which is why you are unhappy, isn't it? If there is little food left, I will have someone bring you more. Vo Chan blushed, lowered his head to the table, and mumbled a reply. Yes, the food is enough, sir. So the man asked him if it is enough. Then why are you making such a fuss? In his heart, he silently assessed the child. These children are still young, you just need to listen to them carefully. Amidst the confused stares of the other disciples, Vo Chan looked up and asked him, I need more protein. I wonder if the kitchen has any chicken breast, Martial Uncle. Both Martial Uncle Hien Van and the other martial uncles were agape with anger, not expecting him to say such a thing. What the hell? What is he talking about? Vo Luat, surprised, grabbed his arm and asked Vo Chan, What is wrong with you today? Are you in your right mind? Vo Chan angrily shouted, I need more nutrients in my meals. In the middle of his passionate speech, Vo Chan suddenly froze, then cried out in surprise. He accidentally met Vo Chan's furious gaze as the boy began to speak, This body, what will become of mine? Looking straight into those eyes, Vo Chan was startled. How strange. Vochan remembered an image of his past self exhausted after training. When he sat down and looked at the food before him sitting at the dining table here, the smell of food wafted up. If this is a dream, it is too real. Does that mean this is reality? He secretly glanced around, his eyes full of apprehension, so this is the present. Vochan observed his surroundings and then suddenly realized, I am a Shaolin monk now, so the things I said earlier were truly not in line with what the Buddha taught. Realizing this, he quickly bowed his head to apologize to him. I am sorry, martial uncle. I was a bit tired after training, so I said things I should not have. This is all my fault. Seeing his expression, Martial Uncle Hienvan smiled kindly. He thought this kid must have been so exhausted from training that he started talking nonsense. Just then, Vochan called out Martial Uncle. Vochan struggled to make this strange request. Could you please give me more beans? Martial Uncle Hienvan glanced at him briefly, his eyes full of hesitation. Time passed, and Vochan realized that nothing had changed at all. And Vochan had become a different person in the end. Vochan had to accept the reality that he was in Shaolin and getting more protein was essential. The next day, Vochan was studying with the other disciples. Bored, he balanced a brush on his nose. Oh. At the front, the martial uncles were lecturing the disciples on the Dharma, blah, 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 Buddha. He thought with boredom after training. Now we have to study Buddhist principles like this. The martial uncles said, blah, blah, hap. He wondered to himself, I do not understand how people live here. Finally, he began to accept the situation. I guess I have to accept the reality that I am in this novel. Now at the front, the martial uncle was intently reading the sutras, Paramita Amitabha down here. He was thinking of a plan. Now I just need to find a way back to the real world. Then he was startled by a thought. But on second thought, is it possible that I can only escape when this story ends? Then he realized once again, this is going to be difficult for me. He remembered the character Vochan from the story he had read. As the author described, Vochan was a martial arts genius. He became accomplished at the Shaolin Temple. He thought again, but no matter what, the 9 great sects are not lacking in other talents. Thinking of that, he exclaimed in surprise, oh! Without noticing, ink had spilled onto the table at some point, making him cry out in shock. Damn it, Hearing the noise, the other disciples turned to look at him with annoyed expressions. He realized this is not good. They all turned their backs on him. I am completely ostracized by them now. The memories of the mischief he had caused in the monastery suddenly flooded his mind. It makes sense I caused all this trouble myself. However, he had remembered a way. The only way now is to defeat all of them in duels and make them acknowledge my strength. In a private room, a martial uncle was surprised by what Martial Uncle Hienvan said. He exclaimed, that kid said that. Martial Uncle Hienvan replied, that's right, say what you will, that kid certainly has character. The martial uncle found him strange, but that goes completely against the Buddha's precepts. Martial Uncle Hienvan calmly replied, so what do you intend to do with that child? Martial Uncle Tu Tang finally spoke up in response. All right, for now just let the kid do what he wants, but in 1 week there will be a sparring match among the monks. At that time, Vo Kung will teach that brat a lesson. On the way, Martial Uncle Hienvan smiled cheerfully and said, all right, I understand your methods now, but no matter what, Vo-chan is still just a child. You do not need to be too strict with him. Then he remembered something and turned to Martial Uncle Tu Tang. However, the one facing that brat this time is Vo Kung, right? Is that the child who... He hesitated, then continued. He is the most outstanding among the children who entered Shaolin this year, isn't he? As this was mentioned, the image of disciples lining up in front of the monastery for the Shaolin Temple's annual selection process appeared in his mind. Every year, the Shaolin Temple opens its doors to select new disciples. Of course, becoming a Shaolin disciple is one thing. Whether one can endure the arduous training schedule is another. The image from that time flooded back. He thought after learning a few martial arts, if they still do not improve, they must leave the mountain and roam the Jianghu to train further. Of course, only the most capable can stay in Shaolin to be trained as future pillars. Looking at each disciple in the monastery, all of them came from outstanding backgrounds, which made him secretly admire them. Therefore, if a new disciple catches the attention of the elders, that disciple must have superior aptitude, and of course Vo Kung is the most outstanding among the new initiates. Even so, Martial Uncle Tu Tang still had complete faith in the one he chose and spoke confidently. I believe in Vo Kung. Thinking of Vo-chan, he became even more certain he will be able to teach that brat a lesson. Facing each other, both sides were ready to fight. One side stepped forward, their aura overflowing. The one on the other side advanced determination, filling his eyes with every step. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Martial Uncle Tu Tang stood in the middle and said, as promised, 1 week has passed. Martial Uncle Tu Tang narrowed his eyes and stared at Vo-chan. Meanwhile, the boy was still smiling as if provoking him. A loud, clear voice cut through the air. "Both of you prepare to fight!" Voluat looked at Vochan with a puzzled expression, then asked Vochan, "What are you doing?" Vochan stretched his muscles and loosened his tendons in preparation for the fight, his body flexible, ready to face any challenge ahead. Then he replied, I am stretching." Voluat asked in surprise, "What is that?" Vochan realized he was in a martial arts world. "Ah, that's right. I have to speak like they do in martial arts novels," so he exclaimed, "the tendon-lengthening art." So Vochan explained the benefits of stretching and its function. Stretching is to prevent the body from being caught off guard before activity. It is a warm-up exercise to relax the muscles and ligaments beforehand. There are many different poses and warm-up methods to increase muscle flexibility and expand the range of motion of the joints. Because of these benefits, Vochan suggested to Voluat, "You should try it too, brother." Voluat was surprised by the strange movement and that Vochan was addressing him. Me." Vochan replied, "That's right." Before long, Voluat was dragged in by Vochan, also imitating the stretching movements in the courtyard. The disciples were whispering amongst themselves. One of them asked, "What are they doing?" The other shook his head and replied, "I do not know either." Then they exclaimed, "That posture is so bizarre." Ignoring the laughing and talking disciples, they continued to practice. Voluat spoke up. "I just have to straighten my leg like this." Vochan replied with an excited smile, "That is right, you are doing great, brother." In his heart, Vochan praised him. He is still young, so he is really obedient. While they were practicing on this side, both of them looked up to the other side when someone shouted, "Chain fist!" The person's loud shout attracted everyone's attention. Look at that fist. Vochan was unleashing a series of powerful strikes with resounding thuds, demonstrating his formidable strength and fighting skills. The observers could not help but admire his mastery. Another disciple looked at him with admiration. "Senior brother Vochan is so skilled his fists are making popping sounds." Vochan grew tense as he considered tactics to deal with his opponent. A thought flashed in his mind, and he began to search for a way to win this match, telling me to defeat that guy in 1 week. Vochan suddenly gritted his teeth. "How can I take him down?" Suddenly, Vochan remembered something. "Ah, that's right." He affirmed to himself, "If I use that, it will work." He stood before Vochan with confidence. Marshal Uncle Tu Tang assessed him. "Vochan, this child does not seem to be making excuses because he hates training." This reminded him of last night when he passed by and saw Vochan training diligently. He thought although he is disobedient at that moment, Voluat asked Vochan, who was focused on hitting a tree, despite being puzzled by this action, "Vochan, why are you punching that tree?" Hearing this question, Marshal Uncle Tu Tang thought it seems he wants to train alone. Right then and there, Vochan explained that this was part of his training to prepare for a big upcoming match. "I'm training to subdue Brother Vochan with just one move." Hearing Vochan's words, Voluat didn't understand, but then replied, Is that so?" Before Marshal Uncle Tu Tang left, he heard Voluat ask, "But why does he keep hitting that tree?" Marshal Uncle Tu Tang immediately scowled and turned to walk away. Thinking about the incident he saw last night, Marshal Uncle Tu Tang nodded. He glanced at Vochan, his eyes filled with assessment. Vochan might be able to change that kid's misguided thoughts. Noticing his Marshal Uncle's gaze, Vochan blushed shyly. "Marshal Uncle is looking at me. Marshal Uncle is looking at me." But at this moment, a thought surfaced in Vochan's mind. "I'm sorry, Marshal Uncle, but I will crush him to move forward." Suddenly, he heard a shout. Vochan was warming up with immense enthusiasm. He stood straight, stretching his shoulders full of power and vigor. While Vochan was warming up, Marshal Uncle Tu Tang stared intently at him, so he asked the uncle, "Can we start now?" Hearing this question, he recognized Vochan's confidence and felt somewhat annoyed. How dare this kid act so cocky? Vochan's forehead wrinkled in anger as he could no longer control his rage. Marshal Uncle Tu Tang gave a decisive command, "You two step forward." Vochan, with a blazing spirit, stepped forward determined. "I will really open your eyes." On the opposite side, Vochan glared at his advancing opponent as Marshal Uncle Tu Tang announced the match. He stood in a ready stance, his eyes filled with determination. The person on the other side began to mutter, "For the past 3 months, Vochan has trained relentlessly to perfect his continuous fist skill. His fists, clenched muscles tensed, ready for the upcoming match. I have trained so hard on the continuous fist for these past 3 months." Marshal Uncle Tu Tang announced begin. As those 2 short words rang out, Vochan immediately rushed toward his opponent. Vochan seemed surprised as he suddenly charged forward at a dizzying speed. While he was still stunned, Vochan was already right in front of his face, making it impossible for him to dodge in time. His face showed clear contempt. Vo Kung took a defensive stance while shouting, "What do you think you're doing?" He thought in a panic, charging in all of a sudden. At this moment, Vo Kung attacked with a powerful fist, lunging forward with such speed that his opponent couldn't keep up. However, Vo Chan's continuous fist was powerful and relentless, making it difficult for his opponent to defend against. Vo Kung couldn't hide the astonished look on his face. Watching the scene unfold, the surrounding disciples couldn't help but let their jaws drop. And even Martial Uncle Tu Tang's expression changed when he realized Vo Chan was attacking, and Vo Kung couldn't evade this relentless assault. The astonished disciples whispered among themselves so fast he can't even avoid the continuous fist. Vo Kung gritted his teeth, focusing his spirit to counterattack. Without hesitation, he spun around, changed his stance, and poured all his strength into a counter move, his concentration evident on his face as he shouted, "Take this, I can't use my martial arts on this child." He remembered back when he was Choi Kang-hyuk, the martial arts he had learned could take an opponent's life. Remembering every attack that had forced Choi Kang-hyuk to kill his opponent, he knew he needed a technique suitable for this kind of match. And now Vo Chan was using one of Choi Kang-hyuk's techniques. He thought precisely a technique that a child like Vo Chan could withstand. Vo Chan didn't let the opportunity slip. He quickly rushed in and applied an incredibly effective arm lock. His opponent couldn't react in time to his speed and masterful technique, locking him in tightly. A sharp pain shot up his arm, and Vo Kung screamed at the top of his lungs as he was held in the lock, unable to move. The agony was clearly written on his face. Vo Chan calmly calculated how long he could maintain the upper hand in the match. In that decisive moment, he had found his opponent's weakness and exploited it to gain an advantage. After the match began, the amount of time I have to subdue Vo Kung. Vo Chan was tightly gripping Vo Kung's arm as he estimated is exactly 1 second. Without giving his opponent a chance to resist, Vo Chan forcefully twisted his arm. A cry of agony rang out, shaking the entire arena. The scene in the stands turned chaotic. No one could believe that a talented disciple like Vo Kung was in this situation. They shouted in frustration, "What is going on?" Another person said through gritted teeth, "Get out of it." Another one urged, "Can't a disciple of the Shaolin Temple endure even this much?" Meanwhile, on the other side, some cried out pitifully, "Senior brother Vo Kung." They couldn't believe it. "Impossible," another disciple replied. "Could it be that senior brother Vo Kung?" Seeing Vo Kung being pinned down right there, this disciple realized with a shocked expression, could it be that he has already been subdued? On the fighting stage, Vo Kung gritted his teeth and endured. Aching pain spread throughout his locked arm. This can't be happening. What kind of trick did he use on me? Some of the second-generation disciples quickly shouted, trying to instruct Vo Kung on how to escape the lock. They believed that if he could channel strength into his legs and twist his body correctly, he could break free. The second-generation disciples yelled, "Junior brother Vo Kung, put strength into your legs." Another said, "Twist your body and get out quick." But their advice seemed useless. The more experienced ones understood well that in this position, Vo Kung was at an extreme disadvantage, and they were offering useless advice. However, on the stage, Vo Kung remained completely still. They also knew that even without knowing the specific arm-breaking technique with at least 10 years of martial arts training, the pain was overwhelming. They knew just how much pain this position would inflict on an opponent's arm. Vo Kung couldn't take it anymore, and his screams of pain echoed across the arena. Vo Chan maintained the tight lock, calmly reminding his opponent, "Hey, if you continue to resist, your arm could be seriously injured. Resisting will get your arm broken. You should surrender." The people around watched Vo Kung with concern, but Vo Chan maintained control, giving his opponent no chance to fight back. The martial uncle shouted, "Hey, get up now. Just who do you think your opponent is?" Vo Chan gently reminded him as Vo Kung stopped resisting, "If I apply a little more force, the bone will break. You can feel it too, can't you? If my hand slips just a bit, you'll be crippled for life." Vo Chan quickly urged him, "Hurry up and say it, surrender now." He still said, "Junior brother Vo Kung." Vo Kung finally couldn't bear it any longer. He screamed in pain, admitting his defeat. Despite the pain, Vo Kung remained stubborn, refusing to admit defeat. This made him even more annoyed, and the nearby martial uncles were also disappointed in Vo Kung. In that very moment, Vo Chan let go. I've let go, I'm sorry, it was my fault." Outside the fighting ring, the martial uncles were also discussing the match. One martial uncle voiced his concern after witnessing this tense battle, Martial Uncle Tu Tin. Martial Uncle Tu Tang's face darkened. Beside him, the other martial uncles anxiously asked, "What should we do about this, the morning match between Vo Chan and Vo Kung?" Vo Chan gently helped Vo Kung up, helping him get back on his feet. Vo Kung sat up in pain, muttering to himself, why do they make kids fight each other anyway? Finally, the match came to an end and the winner was decided. The air went silent as everyone was stunned by this result. The winner is Vo Chan. From ancient times, the continuous fist has been a part of the Baji Quan martial arts, which uses fists, elbows, and shoulders as its main weapons. The punches of someone using that technique are like fiery explosions capable of overwhelming an opponent with rapid close-range speed, making it an incredibly powerful martial art. When speaking of those techniques, one must mention Vo Kung. Everyone in the monastery knew that Vo Kung was the most proficient user of the continuous fist among the young monks. He was exceptional when using this ultimate technique. Even the second-generation disciples acknowledged how magnificent it was when they watched his continuous fist. Yet this morning, that once proud continuous fist, Vo Chan, a newly initiated young monk, was using a different technique to attack Vo Kung, leaving his opponent completely suppressed. Vo Kung couldn't counter a single move, his face a mask of defeat and shock at this bizarre technique. He had been defeated by some freakish young monk using a strange technique. He neutralized Vo Kung's powerful hands, defeating him so miserably that he couldn't even resist a single blow. Pain spread throughout his body as Vo Kung sat up abruptly, groaning non-stop. He sat down on the floor and began to sob, uncontrollably, choked sounds escaping him. Despicable hearing this. Vo Chan immediately asked, what did you say? Despicable. Vo Kung gritted his teeth and replied, you charged in the moment it started. He said in astonishment, you didn't use the continuous fist, but some weird technique? Vo Kung was confronting Vo Chan full of anger and resentment. He shouted as tears continued to stream down his face, if we had fought using the same martial art, I would have won. Vo Chan, however, tried to placate him. All right. I know our little flower Vo Kung is very, very skilled. Surrounded by spectators and disciples of the Shaolin Temple, Vo Kung yelled back, it's not Flower Vo Kung, it's Vo Kung Vo. Chan replied cheerfully, oh, is that right? The martial uncles and Tu Tin stood in the crowd making observations and commenting on the match between Vo Chan and Vo Kung. What Vo Kung said actually has a point. The tense argument about Wu Zhen made Wu Gong turn to look at them what was going on. Suddenly, the martial uncles approached with eyes full of anger. A Shaolin sparring match must naturally use Shaolin martial arts. You have violated that rule. Wu Zhen frowned and looked at them in confusion. He thought, what is this? What kind of ridiculous reason are they trying to force? With a decisive movement, Wu Zhen stood up, his voice filled with determination as he questioned them. Then why didn't he use the continuous fist technique? With an iron will, he resolved to seek justice for himself. If we used the continuous fist technique, we would just be trading blows continuously, he realized. Are they trying to blame me? He reasoned with them, if so, we both would have been seriously injured. So I just used suppression by targeting his center of gravity, a basic discipline in sparring and contests of strength. Looking at Wu Gong crying pitifully with his face in his hands, Wu Zhen said, although I made him cry, I suppressed him completely, without injuring him at this point. His indignation flared, and an uncle shouted, you are still being stubborn. You did not use Shaolin martial arts for the match, right or wrong. Another martial uncle immediately retorted, the ones being stubborn here, are you martial uncles? Wu Zhen was surprised, what hearing that the others fell silent without rebuttal. In the suffocating atmosphere, the martial uncles' faces were all pensive. Shaolin's continuous fist had been defeated so easily, and they were furious that it was by a strange technique from a new disciple who had not been formally trained. The martial uncle's fist clenched tightly, powerful blue veins bulging, making anyone who saw it shudder. Even so, he had to admit it, although he didn't want to in the end. Wu Gong had lost. I'm really just trying to force the issue. This martial uncle turned away, gritting his teeth as the disciples' eyes were all fixed on them. If this continues, doubts about Shaolin's martial arts will surely arise. The martial uncle looked down at the chattering disciples and thought, in the worst-case scenario, I'm afraid all the disciples from this batch will leave Shaolin. All eyes were on him. What will Martial Uncle Hui Jing do? But what surprised them was the smile on Martial Uncle Hui Jing's lips. The martial uncle is smiling. What could he be thinking? He smiled brightly and called Wu Zhen over Wu Zhen. The boy quickly replied, yes, Martial Uncle Hui Jing. Standing before the disciples and Wu Zhen in a solemn atmosphere, Martial Uncle Hui Jing asked with a thoughtful gaze, is it true you used that technique to suppress Wu Gong without injuring him? Wu Zhen answered honestly and firmly, affirming his technique did not harm his opponent. Yes, that is correct. Hearing this, he quickly praised him. In that case, it is not so different from the principles of Shaolin. Therefore, in today's match, Wu Zhen, the victory is truly yours. His declaration left the disciples stunned. Martial Uncle Hui Jing. Even Wu Zhen himself was startled. He acknowledged it so easily, he realized. But However, martial uncle Hui Jing reminded him your technique this time was more effective than the continuous fist perhaps against opponents on the level of common street thugs. Wu Jun wondered curiously. Common street thugs behind Wu Jun Wugong was noticeably in so much pain that he was biting his finger to suppress the agony of his defeat. Finally, martial uncle Hui Jing said, ultimately, the reason we at Shaolin practice martial arts is to subdue the demons and cruel villains who cultivate them. The next morning at the Shaolin Temple, martial uncle Hui Jing announced, I will personally show you the essence of our Shaolin martial arts. Martial uncle Hui Jing rolled up his sleeves, revealing his bulging muscles as his voice rang out, this is the true power of Shaolin against cruel demons. He ordered the disciples bring the hammer here. Receiving the order, a disciple replied, yes, sir. The disciples carried a large boulder together, their muscles and sinews bulging from the effort. The large boulder finally hit the ground with a loud thud. Wu Jun heard the disciples whispering behind him. I heard the martial uncle once shattered that with his bare fist. The other said, I can't believe we get to see the martial uncle's skills firsthand. Witnessing this, Wu Jun exclaimed in amazement. Wow. Martial uncle Hui Jing approached the large boulder and instructed him, watch closely. This is the martial art you are all practicing. His sturdy hand touched the boulder, the true power of the continuous fist. He took a deep breath. His fierce gaze was locked onto the target before him. His fist shot towards the boulder with astonishing power. Waves of blue veins bulged on his sturdy fist. Martial uncle Hui Jing demonstrated the powerful martial arts of Shaolin by shattering a large boulder with a punch. And just like that, the boulder shattered into countless pieces. The surrounding disciples were stunned and filled with admiration for their martial uncle's overwhelming power. Behind him, the disciples' voices rose in admiration. Did you see that? Did you see that the boulder bigger than a man was shattered? Martial uncle Hui Jing is truly incredible. This is the power of the continuous fist. After delivering the punch, martial uncle Hui Jing glanced at Wu Jun. Humph. The disciples asked each other, if we also train diligently, we can do that too, right? Wu Jun was still frozen on the spot, his jaw agape in utter shock. He couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. He looked at martial uncle Hui Jing with such excitement his face turned red. That's it, he acknowledged. This is what they call martial arts. At this moment, a definition of martial arts formed in his mind, a single palm strike that could pierce a great mountain, a single sword swing that could fell hundreds of enemies, a single punch, and the enemy would simply explode and be blown away. The question arose, blown away. Thinking of this, Wu Jun had a realization. Realizing this, Wu Jun called out that martial uncle Hui Jing, he began, isn't that called a suppression technique? A suppression technique, something used to subdue an opponent. At first he was a little confused, but then he replied, that's right. Wu Jun turned his eyes to the boulder, which was now completely shattered. Debris was scattered all over the ground, and a faint smell of smoke lingered in the air. Hearing this, martial uncle Hui Jing looked down at his feet. The other martial uncles and disciples also watched intently with curiosity. They realized he's right, isn't he? No one said a word, and a strange silence fell over the training ground. The next morning, a powerful voice rang out, so according to what you said, Hui Jing. This person stroked his chin and said thoughtfully that child Wu Jun suppressed Wu Gong in a single move. He was Hui Chung, the master of the Arhat Hall in charge of education, and Hui Jing's master. Facing him was martial uncle Hui Jing, who nodded. That is correct, Master Hui Chung replied. Oh. Martial uncle Hui Jing lowered his head and spoke with shame. He is not just an ordinary child. Yes, he is stubborn during morning practice, but among the young monks, he practices the continuous fist formula the most diligently. However, he hesitated. It's just... Was he practicing the continuous fist just to find a way to break it? How could you be so careless? Hui Chung's words struck at the heart of Hui Jing's worries, and he replied with concern written all over his face. Yes, that is correct. He hesitated and said, what if? He is a spy from an evil sect or the demonic cult. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed in thought. If that child, he recalled the image of Wu Jun getting angry while studying Buddhist scripture he thought is a spy. He remembered Wu Jun growling to himself, Namo Amitabha Buddha Namo. What the hell am I even saying? Martial Uncle Tu Tin wore a thoughtful expression as he discussed the special boy Vo Chan, wondering if the child was a spy. Tua Tan frowned, his worry evident. No, that cannot be. Spies usually do not do things that attract the attention of others. Martial Uncle Tu Tin asked him back, but they could also use that point to do the opposite. Tuatan calmly analyzed, do not worry, that child is just a novice disciple. Just observe him for a while and we will know if he is a special child or a spy. Thanks to Tuatan's confident voice, the atmosphere became less tense. However, he remained pensive, his sharp eyes seeming to consider something. After some consideration, Tu Tan said, on second thought, maybe that child belongs to the Vo clan. He spoke a hint of contemplation in his eyes. The Vo clan considers martial arts its family legacy. Martial Uncle Tu Tin beside him nodded in agreement. Thinking of Vo Chan's movements that afternoon, he thought indeed there is no way he could have created those strange exercises himself. Thinking that martial Uncle Tu Tin replied it could also be a training method Vo Chan learned from his own family. Tu Tan, with a contemplative look, sighed and said, well, to a child, the greatest person is always their father. Perhaps the child wants to prove that his father's teaching method is superior to our 1,000-year-old Shaolin. This conversation would be very confusing if Vo Chan heard it. He would surely find their dialogue utterly ridiculous. Tu Tan muttered, gazing into the distance. Moreover, that child won so overwhelmingly that he's become complacent. What is the best way to handle this? Frowning with worry, Tu Tan set the teapot down on the table. Very well. Tu Tan made a firm decision and said, let us just assign him to Pop Kwong. Martial Uncle Tu Tin was also surprised by this decision. He asked, Sir, isn't Pop Kwong a member of the Discipline Hall? The author explains the Discipline Hall is responsible for the rules of Shaolin. Seeing Martial Uncle Tu Tin's concern, Tu Tan reassured him, do not worry. Pop Kwong has volunteered to join the Arhat Hall. Tu Tin calmly replied, as if everything was already arranged, is that so? If it is Pop Kwong, then it must be a good idea. As night fell, the narrow path within the Shaolin temple stretched out under the dim moonlight. The second-generation disciples walked and talked. It has been a tough day today now. Let us go back to our rooms for a good sleep. A disciple in that group was strolling when he suddenly stopped. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise at the scene before him. That person suddenly turned around saying flusteredly, let us go another way. Seeing this worried look, another disciple asked, why the sudden change? Another person whispered in a low, slightly worried voice, is there something up ahead? Could it be a ghost? All eyes were fixed on a figure ahead. A disciple next to him asked curiously, why is that person here? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. A lone figure stood firm, his body as solid as a rock. Mad Dog Pop Kwong. Ah, no, senior brother Pop Kwong. It is really senior brother Pop Kwong. Another disciple watched tensely. What is he doing here? A cold voice cut through the silent air. You all practice in the training grounds every night, so why are you here? A disciple quickly explained. Can you not see junior brother? He is practicing the horse stance. The faces of those around showed clear confusion, meaning why is he practicing the horse stance in a place like this instead of going to the training grounds? Someone nearby spoke up. Tisk, it is so obvious. Does it not mean do not rest, keep training? Another disciple shook his head and exclaimed, wow, that is truly insane. They burst out laughing as if this was a common occurrence. Senior brother Pop Kwong's insanity is not a recent thing. You are not a novice disciple. What is so strange about it? Another disciple chuckled softly. That is true, the nickname the Madman is not just for show. The whole group shuddered slightly at the mention of that fearsome nickname. Instead of the Madman, isn't Dharma Dog more fitting? The disciple laughed boastfully. The mad dog of the Discipline Hall, Dharma Dog, he really ended up in a fitting place. Suddenly a voice struck this person's ear like a thunderclap. Another disciple interjected, Tisk, Tisk, your news is so slow, senior brother Pop Kwong will be in the Arhat Hall starting tomorrow. That disciple shouted in alarm. Wasn't senior brother Pop Kwong confirmed for the Discipline Hall? The person looked in panic at the one who had just spoken and said, I even heard he was going to be the next head of the Discipline Hall, so why? This person suddenly realized at that moment, does this mean we have to live with that mad dog again? Everyone in the Shaolin Temple knew this about Pop Kwong. Among the second-generation disciples, Pop Kwong was quite influential. The disciples suffered under his oppression. He always caused misery for his junior brothers since they were third-generation disciples to uphold Shaolin's discipline. The disciple shook his head wearily and said gloomily he said he would return to the Discipline Hall after joining all the halls and institutes to learn Shaolin's rules. Hearing that the other disciple exclaimed as expected of senior brother the Madman, the person next to him also affirmed truly a man who lives and dies by the law. So they still held this admiration for him. They said, Tisk. So even though he is scary, he is also a respectable senior brother. According to the rumors in the Shaolin Monastery, the guardian of the law, Pop Kwong, he strives to set an example for others. Pop Kwong always studies diligently because he believes that if he cannot do it himself, he cannot tell others to comply. Everyone in the training yard was laughing and talking happily. Only Pop Kwong was training tirelessly. They said that obviously he also spent more time on basic training than the other junior brothers. After training relentlessly, his knees had gone through brutal training. They spoke of the brutality of Pop Kwong's training to the point that if he did not use internal energy, he would feel pain even when walking. His knees were in a state of complete ruin. That did not distract him, yet Pop Kwong did not care. Everyone in the monastery secretly remarked on Pop Kwong's relentless hard work, because he believed that basic training was both an ascetic practice and a form of training, so the suffering was also a part of his cultivation. Now, Pop Kwong revealed a firm abdomen with rippling muscles, and he had just finished practicing the horse stance for over 1 hour at this moment. Pop Kwong muttered the familiar name Vo-chan. The boy's face appeared in his mind. According to what martial uncle Hien Tan said, Pop Kwong thought about Vo-chan's face. In Pop Kwong's imagination, he said he is a troublesome child, and also a future talent of the Arhat Hall. He told himself that I will definitely teach that child what the spirit of Shaolin is. At dusk, the disciples gathered. The disciples in the training grounds could not believe who appeared before their eyes. Senior brother Pop Kwong's muscular upper body was revealed, exuding strength and resilience from all around the disciples. The name everyone respected echoed Fap. Senior brother Pop Kwong, they exclaimed in surprise. What brings you here, senior brother? On the other side, Vo Luat was talking to Vo Chan. He also turned around at the noise from the front there. Senior brother Pop Kwong told them, from today on, I will be with you. Disciples next to Vo Chan was Vo Luat, who was smiling and greeting him. Hehe, you are not late today. Vo Chan heard the whispers from the other disciples. Is that true? Senior brother Pop Kwong laughed heartily. He said, yes, let us get along well. From now on, this man is Pop Kwong, formerly of the Discipline Hall, now of the Arhat Hall, nicknamed the Madman. Vo Chan himself was surprised when he witnessed this muscular body with his own eyes and exclaimed, wow, that body. He did not think this person was a monk, but instead he looks like a soldier. However, what caught Vo Chan's eye was the fearful, apprehensive expression of the second-generation disciples, accompanied by hushed whispers. Why did it have to be here? This is big trouble. Another senior brother worriedly reminded, shh, he will hear you. Then Vo Chan glanced to his right where his peers were. They kept whispering to each other. However, compared to the second-generation disciples, they were more curious. Who is that I do not know? Either another person who knew trembled and said, why is senior brother Pop Kwong here? However, Vo Luat in the crowd did not know who that was. After observing the situation around him, Vo Chan himself understood a part of this senior uncle. Seeing that scene, Vo Chan was able to grasp the situation. He realized, oh, so that is how it is. He also figured out who that person was. The newcomer was the discipline monitor for the second-generation disciples. In the training grounds, Pop Kwong's loud and strong voice rang out, begin the morning training, but Vo Chan paid no mind. Tisk, it is not my business anyway. The disciples warmed up in the training grounds while Vo Chan gritted his teeth, enduring each wave of pain. At this moment, Pop Kwong thought to punish someone. You must first know the exact problem. He drew a lesson. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated. Senior brother Pop Kwong stopped right at Vo Chan's spot because one must understand the nature of the problem to treat its root cause. He frowned with a humph. Seeing Vo Chan's posture, he commented, feet spread wider than the shoulders, back kept straight, while the hips are lowered backward and the toes point forward. Looking at that posture, senior uncle Pop Kwong unconsciously mimicked it. Is it like this? He repeated the movement continuously, inhaling steadily with each move and exhaling when standing up. What is this? There is nothing different at all. After a period of diligently practicing this movement, beads of sweat rolled down his face. He thought, I still feel the same pain as when I do the horse stance. Is this just a petty trick to avoid training? He rested his hands on his hips, looking at Vo Chan. I really need to teach you a lesson. However, his train of thought was interrupted when Vo Chan spoke up to correct him. You are not doing it right. Surprised by the remark, senior brother Pop Kwong was stunned. What Vo Chan spoke without hesitation. Your form is wrong. Without getting angry, Pop Kwong asked Vo Chan, where is it wrong? Vo Chan began to say, it's... Before speaking, Vo Chan thought to himself, I have to correct everything from A to Z. Looking down at Pop Kwong's bulging muscles, Vo Chan found it truly strange. He did not know why he was mimicking his posture, but every time he bent his knees, he could hear a sound coming from the joints. Vo Chan kept pondering this train of thought. It's screaming that his knees are ruined as a trainer. I can't ignore it, he thought. Pop Kwong was now showing an impatient expression. He thought, come to think of it, this person is the discipline monitor here. Wouldn't it be beneficial to get him on my side? After thinking, Vo Chan revealed a cunning expression, having just come up with a good idea. Then I can live comfortably if I win over someone with influence. This is taking too long. He asked him, what's the problem? Vo Chan quickly reminded him, startling him, training like you do with bad knees is actually poison. He requested, if you trust me, try changing your posture. Vo Chan was surprised. What? Hearing Vo-chan's words, he bent his knees. "This is a sitting posture!" Vo-chan happily exclaimed, "Very good. What a flexible body indeed." Seeing them doing the movement over here, other disciples curiously asked each other, "What are they doing?" Another disciple replied, "I don't know." Fap Kwong maintained the pose just like that. Vo-chan stood beside him and explained, "This is called stretching." "Ah, no, it's a muscle relaxation technique. The current posture is soothing the muscles around the knees." Seeing Pop Kwong's tense and focused expression while practicing, Vo-chan became more excited and said, "If you warm up first, the movements will be even smoother, which can reduce the burden on your knees." Fap Kwong replied, That's true." He continued to explain the movement to him. "Listen, do this movement for one set of 30 seconds. Ah, no, just repeat it 3 times. Hearing this strange phrase, he asked him, "What's a set?" He now realized they didn't understand this word, so he replied, "It's just nonsense." Looking at the movement Vo-chan instructed like a coach that was one time just now next, Pop Kwong was puzzled when he heard him say that. He crouched down and said, "Are you feeling better now, senior brother?" He groaned in pain outside. The disciples looked at the two of them strangely. Pop Kwong was in so much pain that he gritted his teeth. He felt that even with a light massage, it still hurt. He was in so much pain he wanted to scream, Pop Kwong seemed to want to give up because of the pain. He thought, "If I keep overtraining like this, my knees will just get ruined." He remained in pain without any relief, accompanied by the sound of grinding teeth. After a while, the pain subsided, and Pop Kwong realized at first it hurt, as if he was being beaten. But after a moment, he felt the pain lessen and a strangely pleasant sensation. He placed his hand on his thigh muscle, then let out an uncontrollable exclamation. "Well then." Vo-chan snapped his fingers cheerfully. "Let's continue with the second time we left off." He urged him, "Hurry up and stand up." Pop Kwong asked in surprise, "Huh, what right now?" Vo-chan moved behind him and urged, "Training time waits for no one." He also agreed, all right. After hearing that, Pop Kwong rolled his eyes. This kid Vo-chan, looking at Vo-chan's amused smile, Pop Kwong was puzzled. What kind of child is he, after all? The first-generation disciples of the Shaolin Temple watched Vo-chan intently, seeing him push Pop Kwong's back in the distance. Vo-chan said, "Let's try again." Pop Kwong replied happily, "All right." Martial Uncle Tu Tin was suddenly alarmed. "What is that Pop Kwong doing over there?" The other martial uncles replied, puzzled, "We don't know either." Inside the Shaolin Temple's training area, Vo-chan and Pop Kwong were standing in the middle of the courtyard. The whole yard was now filled only with his voice. If you often have knee pain, you should train this way. The other disciples watched from a distance with extremely curious expressions. Pop Kwong, often called Pop the Fanatic, the one obsessed with rules, fanatical about regulations, nicknamed the Mad Dog. Even the second-generation disciples were afraid of him. The second-generation disciples, who had been relentlessly tormented by Pop Kwong since they entered the sect, understood his fanatical beliefs and fearsomeness better than anyone. But the scene before them made them unable to believe their eyes, yet now Pop Kwong was happily practicing strange exercises, and what was even more surprising was that he was doing it alongside that weird new disciple. Vo-chan slowly guided each movement while Pop Kwong seriously followed his face. Showing clear concentration, a moment later he wiped his sweat and said, "We will rest for a bit and then repeat it 15 more times." Pop Kwong nodded. I understand." But then he pointed out, "Senior brother Pop Kwong, just now you almost sank into a kneeling position, didn't you?" Pop Kwong frowned, recalling the movement, then nodded slightly. "Yes, you did say earlier that it was a posture I shouldn't do." Vo-chan agreed, "That's right, because the condition of your knees is very bad right now." He gestured with his hand and kindly adjusted Pop Kwong's posture. "You should bend your legs a little to reduce the pressure on your knees. Squat down about 30 degrees. Pop Kwong tried to adjust his posture as instructed. He said, "Oh, just bending a little, this feels better." Vo-chan smiled, then began to summarize the steps. He said, "So let me summarize the exercises in order." Pop Kwong exhaled and replied, He crossed his arms, counted each step clearly, and then demonstrated the movement. 1, slowly lower your body into a squat, bending your knees at the same time. Then he continued the movements 2, while lowering your body absolutely. Do not use strength from your knees. Only use strength from your thighs and glutes. He continued counting 3 similarly. When standing up, also only use strength from your thighs and glutes. Pop Kwong tried the movement again, this time following the instructions correctly. Vo-chan immediately praised him. "You're doing great. How do your muscles feel?" After a few repetitions, he felt his body become lighter. The knee pain seemed to have significantly decreased. He replied, "Pretty good." Vo-chan nodded in satisfaction. "Good, now let's rest for a bit." As soon as he finished speaking, Pop Kwong moved his knees slightly and realized something surprising. "Tisk, the pain is really gone." Vo-chan said with satisfaction, You have completed 3 sets. No 3 repetitions. So next we'll move on to the calves. He winked with confidence, thinking, haha, this is the experience of a professional fitness trainer. He then remembered the clients from his world before transmigration, silently thinking members with a military-like appearance like this contrary to their seemingly hot-tempered exterior. He remembered Choi Kang-hyuk when guiding them. He realized they are often easily won over by kind people, remembering how Choi Kang-hyuk would encourage them with phrases like, among all our members, your form is the best, or whoa, I have nothing left to teach you. Returning to this world, what surprised Vo-chan the most was Fop Kwang's learning speed. Amazing as expected, you've trained before, so you grasped the movements very quickly. Pop Kwang burst out laughing, proud of his quick adaptation. Ha 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 ha, of course I've been a Shaolin disciple for 18 years. The other second-generation disciples were still stunned by Pop Kwang's change. One whispered worriedly, the mad dog has. He finally gone truly mad? Another said, ahem, at this rate, senior brother's mind. But they didn't notice Marshal Uncle Tu Tin behind them. Behind them, Marshal Uncle Tu Tin's face darkened. He clasped his hands and chanted a prayer. Oh, my heart, but he still tried to restrain himself while turning the prayer beads in his hand. Namo Amitabha Buddha. But in the end, he couldn't stand this intense shock. Tu Tin finally couldn't endure the fierce blow-up. He decided to temporarily ignore the two of them. At mealtime, Vo-chan announced, come on, let's go get breakfast, you've worked hard. Fop Kwang was listening intently to Vo-chan's instructions. What I've shown you. You should do it when you train your lower body. It's best to do it before training. Vo-chan subconsciously sized this person up. Although Fop Kwang seemed hypnotized and followed Vo-chan, he wasn't completely out of control during that time. He replied, I understand. After observing Fop Kwang had a positive assessment, he just wanted to experience the techniques Vo-chan taught for himself to make a judgment, and this was Fop Kwang's conclusion after being guided in training, stretching, and massage by a first-class fitness trainer. Fop Kwang, with renewed enthusiasm for training, what amazing techniques. Recalling the movements Vo-chan had shown him, he thought to himself, those are undeniably effective exercises, and the tendon balancing technique along with the acupressure method are also amazing. The persistent pain in my knee is almost gone today, and the muscles in the areas I worked on feel clearly stretched. Fop Kwang curiously asked Vo-chan, are these techniques passed down in your family? Vo-chan didn't expect him to ask this what. Seeing Vo-chan standing there dumbfounded, Fop Kwang said, seeing such amazing results, it doesn't seem like an ordinary family. Vo-chan hadn't answered, but Fop Kwang was speculating. Those techniques have been passed down from generation to generation in your family, right? Vo-chan smiled slyly upon hearing him say that, oh, so you've misunderstood it like that. Vo-chan recalled his actions since transmigrating into the body of a Shaolin Temple disciple here, and judged himself thinking back, I have been acting a bit unusually. It's a good thing I was wondering how to deal with this. What a relief. However, Vo-chan laughed and replied, yes, these are techniques I learned from my family, ho ho ho. Fop Kwang burst out laughing, what truly amazing techniques. However, he suddenly stopped. He sighed and looked at the boy with kind eyes, saying what I wanted to praise was only regarding the healing aspect after all. Our 1,000-year-old Shaolin martial arts training methods are still number one. I understand your heart is with your family, but I think you should also incorporate Shaolin's exercises. Vo-chan was hesitant upon hearing him say that. Vo-chan clasped his hands and replied to him, all right. I will remember that. Suddenly from behind Vo, Luat ran up and whispered to him, Vo-chan, are you finished? Vo-chan turned around before leaving. He didn't forget to say to the other man, all done, so can I go now? Fop Kwang stood there and replied, all right, you've worked hard. Fop Kwang accidentally overheard their conversation. Vo-chan asked Vo-luat if you're hungry. Why didn't you go eat first? Vo-luat replied, hey, I wanted to go with you. Vo-chan burst out laughing with joy. Let's go eat now. Vo-luat followed and replied, okay. Suddenly, Fop Kwang noticed a gaze from behind that seemed to want to swallow him whole. Master Tu Tin cleared his throat, ahem. Fop Kwang was startled and stepped back. He said hastily, Master Tu Tin, I have been rude. Master Tu Tin clasped his hands behind his back and questioned him. Fop Kwang, you knew, and yet you still did that. He began to voice his thoughts. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles. I felt I needed to experience it firsthand. Master Tu Tin sighed and tentatively accepted it. So after experiencing it, what do you think? Fop Kwang cast his gaze towards the two young disciples laughing and talking ahead, and assessed them from what I can feel over there, Vo-luat curiously asked Vo-chan. So what did you and senior brother talk about earlier? Vo-chan chuckled and replied, it was nothing, that kid Vo-chan. After a moment of thought, he turned his head and told Master Tu Tin, Perhaps he's not from a martial arts family, but a family of healers, the master asked puzzledly. A family of healers. Master Tu Tin was puzzled by this answer and asked again, "Why do you think so?" Fop Kwong thought for a moment, then replied, I think I should talk about this first. Fop Kwong revealed the truth. Actually, my knee is quite severely injured from overtraining, Master Tu. Tin was alarmed to hear that. He said in shock, Why have you hidden this until now?" Fop Kwong then explained his reason for hiding it from Master Tu Tin. "I didn't want to worry the temple elders, and more importantly, I couldn't let my junior brothers see my weakness. However, it was something that not even the junior brothers who have been with me for over 10 years have noticed. It's been really tough. You've worked hard today, senior brother. See you juniors tomorrow." He thought of his sincere disciples and said, "If you keep training like that, your knee will only get worse." What warmed my heart the most was what Vo Chan said. It's amazing that the kid Vo Chan noticed my knee's condition immediately from the start. Hearing this, Master Tu Tin also began to understand the situation. Then could it be? Fop Kwong confirmed, yes, all the movements I just practiced with Vo Chan were exercises designed to relieve the pressure on my knee. Master Tu Tin looked greatly troubled and said with difficulty that Child's family might be a clan of healers specializing in treating martial artists, of course. Not what should we do? Such a talented child doesn't want to train in the Shaolin method for that reason. Fop Kwong immediately reassured him, "Master, don't worry. I will guide Vo Chan onto the right path." Hearing this, Master Tu Tin asked you. Fop Kwong laughed confidently and said, "Children tend to listen to adults they are close with. Instead of forcing him, I will befriend Vo Chan and gradually integrate him into the Shaolin training methods." Seeing Fop Kwong's confident expression, Master Tu Tin said with concern, "As you said, we shouldn't rush, but take it slowly." Finally, Master Tu Tin entrusted him with the task. "Fop Kwong, I trust you." The scene shifts to the morning training session. He let out a gloomy groan full of fatigue and pain. His face turned pale as Vo Chan realized after breakfast we study Buddhist scriptures. I can never get used to this schedule. Seeing this dread, Vo Chan with his pale face nodded to himself. I know he sighed wearily in his thoughts, perhaps because I'm still young. I get sleepy after eating my goodness. In the study hall, Master Tu Tin stood before the platform. He said, "It seems all of you have mastered the stances of the continuous fist, so we will move on to the next exercise." Master Tu Tin began to impart this lesson. True martial arts require a harmonious combination of internal energy and external techniques to unleash their full power. Then he announced, "From today onwards, we will prepare to cultivate that internal energy." Two demonstrators stepped forward. Looking at Vo Chan and Vo Luat, he said kindly, "You two also sit cross-legged like Fop Kin and Fop Kong." Vo Chan thought in confusion, "Sit cross-legged, what is that?" So Vo Chan paid attention to the master's posture. Seeing the master sitting over there, Vo Chan then remembered, that's right. Finally, Vo Chan understood. I remember now that posture as the masters demonstrated by sitting down. Master Tu Tin began to instruct first, close your eyes and focus on your breath. The master followed Tu Tin's words, inhaling slowly through the nose as deeply as possible. Master Tu Tin instructed on this movement, you must inhale until the breath passes through your nose and throat. He carefully instructed when to stop, he said, until you feel it has reached your Dantian Wo. Vo Chan excitedly watched this movement and exclaimed, "Whoa!" Vo Chan was now on cloud 9, he thought joyfully. Finally, the day I dreamed of learning real martial arts has come suddenly. This cross-legged posture looks pretty cool. Vo Chan quickly bent down and sat. Master Tu Tin spoke up. "If you have observed enough, then let's begin practicing," he thought with determination. "For so long, I've only practiced mundane things, bored to tears. Now I finally get to learn true martial arts." The young novices looked at each other with excitement clear on their faces. It wasn't just Vo Chan who was eager and expectant after arduously training in basic exercises and mastering the stances of the continuous fist. Finally getting to learn real martial arts couldn't help but create a new sense of excitement for the young novices. Vo Chan had regained his inspiration for studying Buddhism. The children thought that if they could learn the true 1,000-year-old martial arts of Shaolin, they too could shatter things like Master Tu Tin had once demonstrated. Master Tu Tin was watching the disciples, then reminded them, "Focus on my voice." The current scene was filled only with the sound of the disciples' breathing. However, Vo Chan seemed hesitant about something. A strange sensation spread through his body, causing Vo Chan to furrow his brow in concentration. Wait a minute, this exercise too, there's something strange about it. Vo Chan, with his eyes half open, observed everyone around him and thought to himself, wait a minute, there's something wrong with this exercise. Let's forget about the breathing method for a second. Meanwhile, the masters were still diligently teaching wrong posture focus, while on the other hand, the disciples were clueless. Where am I? Who am I? Vo-chan immediately realized this is different from the cultivation methods in novels. Aren't they going to teach any internal energy cultivation methods or oral formulas? What about Tai Chi, the 5 elements, the 8 trigrams, those kinds of Eastern philosophies? At this moment, he was a bit confused, but oh well, there must be a reason for it. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Vo-chan gradually focused all his energy on meditation, even though he who had previously complained constantly about Shaolin's training methods was now diligently following the instructions. Because this was the time for cultivating internal energy, and he was in a state of extreme excitement. With an excited expression, Vo-chan immediately imagined a miraculous technique, the kind of power that allows one to split mountains and fly high into the sky. The source of transcendent power is internal energy. Vo-chan's heart burned with determination as he thought the essence of wuxia novels' internal energy cultivation methods being taught at the Shaolin Temple. The internal energy I've only read about in novels, now I can use it myself. Suddenly, a sharp voice echoed, startling Vo-chan from his train of thought. "Open your eyes and watch." Hearing this, he immediately cast a curious gaze forward. Master Tu Tang directly explained, the breathing technique you have just learned is the most basic method to feel and accumulate qi in the body. To utilize internal energy cultivation methods, you must first be able to feel qi. He continued to explain, therefore, you must regularly practice this breathing technique in your spare time and strive to feel the qi. Understand? Vo-chan on one hand was filled with excitement as if he understood. But when he began to circulate his energy, his spirit was completely crushed, he thought in disappointment. So they're not teaching the internal energy methods right away, but starting with a simple breathing technique. Vo-chan suddenly felt tired, so to cultivate internal energy, I have to feel qi first. Just then, a technique manual was suddenly handed to Vo-chan, causing him to wonder aloud, huh? The other disciples were also simultaneously given a similar booklet by the masters. Vo-chan wondered, what is this? Master Tu Tang did not hesitate long. He quickly answered in the book that the second-generation disciples are distributing. There are diagrams of the human body's pressure points. He spoke up and asked, the book is thinner than I thought. Pressure points. The master explained, you don't need to memorize the entire book, but remember the main pressure points. They are used to circulate qi and can also be used as a means to subdue an opponent. Vo-chan held the book in his hands, his face filled with excitement, and he said with a smile, oh, pressure points. In his mind, he pondered deeply. Acupoints are the pathways through which a person's qi flows within the body. Not only qi, but internal energy also passes through them, so understanding them is essential before practicing martial arts. Martial Uncle Tu Tang called a monk forward as an example and said, now I will slowly introduce the names and locations of the acupoints. Stepping forward, he quickly clasped his hands respectfully and replied, yes. After getting his consent, he explained, these are the Tonghui and Kuchai points located here on the head. Vo-chan looked at the cultivation method in the book, thinking the pathways through which the flow of qi passes. I will memorize them all today. That evening, as Vo-chan was strolling around, he immediately made a plan. Now I'll go practice the breathing method to accumulate qi and familiarize myself with the acupoints. Once I've mastered the breathing method, I'll learn Shaolin's introductory cultivation method, the Buddha's heart technique. Then he hesitated, so I just need to memorize the breathing method and practice it right away, right? Suddenly he noticed a familiar figure. That person is. That. He quickly figured it out. Senior brother Pop Kwong, who was training diligently, immediately noticed his presence and said, oh, Vo-chan. Vo-chan asked doubtfully, what are you doing at this hour? Fap Kwong, in a hoarse stance, chuckled, ha ha ha, thanks to the training method you showed me, my knees hurt less, so I'm training some more. He quickly covered his ears, gritting his teeth as his joints creaked. I showed you a training method to relieve your knee pain, not to train more. The man said excitedly, come on, the more iron is forged, the harder it gets. Look at my arm, these beautiful muscles have been trained for 18 years. Vo-chan thought with dissatisfaction, what muscles? It's just skin and bones. How can you get muscles from eating only vegetables? He took the initiative to advise iron only becomes hard when forged moderately. If forged too much, it breaks. The human body is the same, senior brother. Vo-chan suddenly frowned and suggested, excuse me, but could you sit down for a moment? Senior brother Fap Kwong hesitated for a moment, then replied, okay. He began to kneel down proactively, examining the man's legs. I will massage, perform acupressure on you, senior brother. This time it will hurt a bit. Vo-chan deftly used his hands to seriously perform acupressure. A sharp pain like an electric shock made Fop Kwang frown. He comforted him, if it hurts, just say so, it's okay. He carefully observed the man's legs without looking away, and a few thoughts flashed through his mind. Touching this injured knee reminds me of the past. He quickly delved into his memories, remembering the time when he was Choi Kang-hyuk before entering this current world back when he served in the Special Forces. While on a mission, Choi Kang-hyuk was taking heavy steps up a steep slope. His Special Forces team was carrying out an order, hastily striding up a certain mountain. I tried to train with an injured body, and as a result, my body only became more injured, because he was utterly exhausted on top of the dull pain aching inside. Choi Kang-hyuk couldn't stand firm and fell backward. Despite working so hard, his long-term service went up in smoke. His teammates rushed to carry the heavily injured Choi Kang-hyuk down the mountain. In the end, I was forced to be discharged. After Kang-hyuk was discharged, his face was always covered in a gloomy shadow, and he gradually lost his will to live. At that time, I was truly depressed all day long. Kang-hyuk's eyes were lifeless as he sat listlessly in a downpour. He started to stare intently at the ground, seeing his own disheartened reflection in a puddle of rainwater. He frowned with concern. Looking at my senior brother is like seeing myself back then. He raised his eyes to look at Fop Kwang's face. Vochan frowned and reminded him, when your body is injured, you are the only one who suffers. No one will take responsibility for you, so please cherish your body, senior brother Fop Kwang. Hearing this, the man remained silent, unable to say a word. Suddenly, Fop Kwang called out, "Vochan." He quickly replied, "Yes, senior brother." But inside, Vochan was thinking anxiously, did I sound too preachy? But the man cheerfully patted his head and said, I don't know what you went through in the secular world, but Shaolin will not abandon a disciple just because their body is injured. Fop Kwang's face showed confidence full of promise for what was to come. Shaolin will not abandon any disciple. Vochan was stunned, remaining completely silent. Suddenly, he smiled emotionally and exclaimed, Vochan replied happily, "If you say so, senior brother, then I have to believe you." Fop Kwang burst out laughing, "Ha ha ha. Then from tomorrow on, trust me in Shaolin's training methods." He quickly pressed an acupoint in protest, and the man suddenly screamed in pain. That was the first tragic scream heard from Fop Kwang in the 18 years since he joined Shaolin. After the treatment was finished, Fop Kwang panted with relief. He coughed and asked, "Cough, cough, sorry for taking up your time. Where were you headed?" Vochan calmly replied, I was planning to go back to my room to practice the breathing method I learned today." Fop Kwang was a bit puzzled. "The breathing method? Haven't you already sensed qi through your family's internal cultivation method? As a descendant of a family of healers, there's no way you can't feel the flow of qi." He was inwardly startled. Vochan gave a strained laugh and scratched his head quickly, changing the subject. For family reasons I haven't learned it yet." The man immediately said, I see." He then realized, that's right. I'm pretending to be from a family of healers. Get a grip." Fop Kwang coughed loudly. "So you want to practice the breathing method here?" He answered cautiously here. In the dark of night, Fop Kwang said, "Yeah, I was also planning to circulate my qi and regulate my breath before heading back." He stammered, "Is that so?" The man took the initiative to invite him. "Why don't you practice with me while I circulate my qi?" Suddenly, Fop Kwang pointed at him and said confidently, "Who knows, when I'm circulating my qi next to you, you might be able to sense qi more easily, so why don't you give it a try?" Vochan felt as if he had been enlightened, then realized, okay, that makes sense. He thought, right now, even if I try to sense qi, I don't know what it feels like. But if I'm right next to someone who is using qi, I might be able to get some idea, right? Then he jumped up. "Let's give it a try." "I'm ready, senior brother." Fop Kwang laughed heartily and said, "Ha ha ha, then I'll start circulating my qi now. Focus." Fop Kwang said loudly, "Observe carefully and learn if you can. I hope it will be helpful to you." Fop Kwang took a deep breath. Vochan watched intently, letting out a few sounds. The man sat cross-legged and focused his spirit. He quickly realized, so this is circulating qi. It feels like the air around has changed. As Fop Kwang circulated his qi, he noticed and realized, I must take this opportunity to find the difference between myself and senior brother Fop Kwang. Vochan was immediately surprised when he saw the phenomenon. What is that? I just saw something. I didn't see it when I was practicing by myself." Could that be? Vochan's sharp eyes detected the internal energy swirling and filling Fop Kwang's entire body, the qi that everyone talks about. He quickly absorbed the experience from his senior while meditating, gradually gathering the accumulated qi in his body, breathing out from his mouth. Next, Vochan gathered all the impure qi in his body and expelled it. He continued to slowly feel the qi from heaven and earth, breathing in as deeply as possible. He gradually became aware of the flow of qi, taking a deep breath, drawing every stream of qi into his body. Sensing Fap Kwang actively absorbing spiritual energy, he also focused with all his might on drawing in the pure spiritual energy of nature, guiding it to his dantian, the center of his body. Deep in his heart, Vo-chan held on to one purpose. I must find the difference between me and senior brother Fap Kwang. Entangled in chaotic thoughts, he lost focus for a moment. Breathing posture absorbing internal power failed. Again from the breath in, storing internal power, visualizing. Vo-chan tried to pour all his focus into his true essence, the flow of internal power. He did his utmost to search for his true qi. Success, I can feel the internal power. Vo-chan suddenly hesitated a little, but feeling the tiny pellet of internal energy, he complained inwardly, is it only this small as a millet seed? Vo-chan then told himself, no, just being able to feel it is a miracle. Even such a tiny bit of internal power is already a great success. Vo-chan was inwardly dissatisfied for a moment, but quickly comforted himself, no. He thought excitedly, even a tiny fraction of a percent is enough to be called some internal power. So success is success, right? Fap Kwang's eyes widened when he saw Vo-chan immediately snap out of his meditation with a joyful mood. He froze, inwardly shocked. Has he already started to feel internal power? Martial Uncle Tu Tin and Master Hien Tan were right. This child will become the pillar of Shaolin for 1,000 years. He quickly observed and analyzed the source of internal energy within him. I have now somewhat grasped the feeling of sensing internal power and the method of storing it to a passable degree. He began to close his eyes tightly, breathing in deeply. His respiration had also become more familiar, more stable. Vo-chan instantly noticed something was wrong. He quickly opened one eye slightly. But why does it feel colder than before? Fap Kwang stood before him with his hands on his hips, saying cheerfully, oh, so you've finally woken up. Seeing that the sky was pitch black, Vo-chan shouted in alarm, is it this late already? He immediately stood up, bowed his head, and said, I am sorry I did not realize it was so late. F.A. Chang, instead of making things difficult for Wu Zhen, said, all right, hurry up, the bell is about to ring, quickly return to the rest quarters. Wu Zhen stammered, unable to get the words out. Meanwhile, F.A. Chiang gradually noticed something about this child. He clasped his hands together respectfully and replied gratefully, thank you for your guidance, senior brother F.A. Chiang. Witnessing the wisp of energy floating out from Wu Zhen, he praised generously. To reach this realm on your first time sensing internal energy is truly incredible. Suddenly, F.A. Chiang laughed heartily and replied, now you can also practice Shaolin's introductory mind art, the Buddha's heart art. Wu Zhen was suddenly doubtful. Even though I have sensed my internal energy, don't I need to have memorized all the acupressure points for the mind art? F.A. Chiang's expression hardened as he questioned seriously. You are a son from a family of healers. How could you not know the acupressure points? Startled by his slip of the tongue, Wu Zhen quickly clarified. That is right. I was just kidding. I got distracted again. Fa Chiang burst out laughing, then turned and waved goodbye. A nearby disciple chimed in, you are talking nonsense again. It is late. Hurry inside. Wu Zhen replied solemnly, yes, senior brother. He gritted his teeth, thinking resentfully to himself, damn it, what the hell is this background setting about being from a medical family? A moment later, he secretly resolved to memorize all the acupressure points before dawn. The next morning, when practice time began, the disciples had all gathered. The training ground was filled with lively chatter and laughter. Suddenly, Martial Uncle Tu Tang spoke sternly. Those who have cultivated internal energy and memorized all the acupressure points step forward. Wu Zhen sighed, a tear rolling down his cheek, silently thinking, thank goodness I finally managed to memorize all the acupressure points. He stepped forward, his heart filled with joy. The feeling of standing out in the front row was truly wonderful. Other disciples who had finished cultivating their internal energy and mastering the acupressure points also stepped forward one by one, forming a neat row. Martial Uncle Tu Tang asked, did everyone step forward? Wu Zhen hesitated slightly and frowned. What is happening? The martial uncle continued, those who have sensed their internal energy and memorized all the acupressure points. Wu Zhen looked left and right in astonishment. Is sensing internal energy that easy? There are so many of them. Without hesitation, Martial Uncle Tu Tang continued to teach. In that case, I will teach you all the next step. The disciples shouted in unison. Yes, Wu Zhen was flustered, a troubling thought arising in his mind. Wu Zhen is supposed to be a genius. I know it so. How can this be? The martial uncle held up a book, saying, this is the fundamental mind art, the foundation of all Shaolin mind arts, the Buddha's heart art. This book holds its secrets. He opened the book and said calmly, "Now, since this is the introductory stage, it is not overly complex. I will teach you from the simplest concepts one step at a time." The other disciples looked at the row of students receiving direct instruction from the martial uncle and couldn't help but marvel, "Wow, that is amazing." They whispered, "To master internal energy and memorize all the acupressure points in just one day, that is truly astonishing." A moment later, 3 disciples, including Wu Jun, quickly returned to their places, and someone exclaimed, "Ah, they are back." Wu Lu marveled to himself, "Junior brother Wu Jun, how did you manage to do all that in just one day that is so fast?" Wu Jun replied humbly, "It is only the introductory stage, so it was not too complicated." He immediately launched into a long explanation for Wu Lu, leaving him dumbfounded with confusion. First, you have to circulate your internal energy to absorb it through your breath, following different sequences. And the more advanced it gets, the easier it is to get injured if you hit the wrong acupressure point. Wu Jun then realized his explanation was too confusing and suddenly asked, "Did you understand any of what I just said?" Brother Wu Lu had no choice but to give a strained laugh and answer nonchalantly, "Nope." Wu Jun immediately encouraged him, "You will be able to do it too, just focus on your breathing." Wu Lu replied with renewed spirits, "Okay, hehe." Wu Jun continuously memorized the acupressure points and their sequences, engraving them deep in his mind. The Buddha's heart art, Shaolin's introductory martial art. He sat cross-legged with his right hand over his left, his thumbs touching to form a circle. Wu Jun thought with satisfaction, "My internal energy is clearly growing faster now. It probably just went from 4 decimal places down to 3. Feeling the positive progress in his dantian, Wu Jun felt a surge of excitement and thought enthusiastically, "In any case, I am actually cultivating the internal arts. From a wuxia novel, I am getting stronger. Damn it, this is so much fun." He declared proudly, "Pfft, this is what you call martial arts. This is what being a protagonist feels like." Wu Jun's training process went smoothly as he practiced circulating his energy and regulating his breath with discipline until it became second nature. Suddenly, Wu Lu's loud shout startled him. "Wu Jun, look at this." As Wu Jun turned his head, his words caught in his throat. "Wu Lu, why are you just getting back now?" He was only holding on to one of the legs. The head and arms were being dragged along the ground. The sight of Wu Lu dragging a person was horrifying, and Wu Lu himself was panting from exhaustion. Wu Jun frowned, his face filled with sheer horror. He quickly assessed the situation, and then asked, "What is with that corpse?" Wu Lu answered breathlessly, "It is not a corpse, it is a senior brother." Hearing that, Wu Jun's face paled instantly. "Did you kill him?" He quickly retorted, "No, it is senior brother Wu Jing. He is a senior who joined before me." Wu Jun looked at the unconscious Wu Jing and asked doubtfully, But why were you dragging him back like that?" Wu Lu answered sheepishly, Hey, he was too heavy, so I could not carry him." Wu Jun was stunned. What he continued to explain, it would have been manageable if he could move a bit on his own, but he is completely unconscious, so I could not. He urgently ran closer. "Wu Lu, wait." Wu Jun knelt, focusing his gaze intently on him. He immediately frowned upon seeing the situation. Wu Jun focused his gaze on the marks on Wu Jing's body. "These dirt stains are from when you dragged him back." Wu Jun's gaze shifted to another spot. There was a wound on his abdomen, after which Wu Jun confidently asserted, "And as for these other marks, anyone can tell what they are." He surmised these look like marks from a beating. Wu Lu asked, "A beating?" Wu Jun affirmed, "That is right, there are footprints too, and he is covered in bruises." Wu Lu quickly realized, "Whoa, you are right." For a moment, Wu Jun realized, but thinking about it, that name sounds familiar. Rummaging through his memories, he immediately recalled a very familiar name, Wu Jing. He remembered that unlike the other children, he was tall and scrawny with a gaunt appearance. Wu Jing would often huddle in a corner, his cheeks were sunken, making him look like a grasshopper. He immediately understood that this was the image the original Wu Jun had briefly seen and remembered of him, but the memory he himself had just recalled was completely different. Wu Jun sank deep into his tangled thoughts. "I do not recognize his face, only the name is familiar. Wu Jing. I have definitely heard that name somewhere." He shook his head, trying hard to come up with an answer. I do not know, that is not what is important now." A confused Wu Lu asked again, Why would senior brother Wu Jing get beaten up like this?" Wu Jun looked up and said, "I have no idea you want to know why." Hearing this, Wu Lu asked uncertainly, "What Wu Jun you know?" Wu Jun answered helplessly, "I do not know either, but if he was beaten this badly, I can probably guess." He smirked and said confidently, "But the person who would know the most is definitely this guy." A slightly shaken Wu Lu asked, who?" Wu Jun said patiently, "This person is your senior brother, is not he? So it would be the person who entered the sect before that senior brother. Still not understanding, Wu Lu muttered, "Huh." He vaguely guessed, "What I remember now I once fought with." At the same moment, realization dawned on Wu Lu. The culprit immediately cried out as Wu Lu made his move. Beads of sweat formed on Wu Tung's forehead as he asked, "Is something wrong?" Both Wu Zhen and Wu Lu turned to look at him, remaining silent. Sensing that something was amiss, Wu Tung's face darkened and he fell silent, not knowing what to say. A moment later, he exclaimed, "What?" Wu Lu turned his head, his gaze suspicious. Senior brother Wu Kung, could it have been senior brother Wu Kung? Wu Zhen immediately shot back, "That crybaby has the guts to beat someone to this state. Impossible." He quickly explained, "Wu Lu, did not you say it yourself? Senior brother Wu Kung is the one who joined the earliest among us, which means he must know what was happening before we got here." Hearing that, Wu Lu's eyes lit up. "Wow, Wu Zhen, you are so smart. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go ask him now." Suddenly, both of them fell silent, fixing their gazes on Wu Kung. He became a little frightened by their direct stares and asked, "What is it?" Vo Luat reflexively let go of the hand that was supporting one of Vo Qin's legs. Instantly, Wu Jing lost his support and collapsed onto the ground, letting out a cry, "Ah!" Realizing he had accidentally let go, Wu Lu said awkwardly, "Ah." Witnessing the incident, both Wu Zhen and Wu Kung were rendered speechless. After a moment, Wu Tung misunderstood and said, "So you have finished him off." Wu Kung suddenly scowled and retorted, "Why should I waste my precious training time hanging around with a bunch of brats like you?" Wu Zhen was not pleased to see this. This guy, what is with his attitude? He took the initiative to confront him. "Are not you a senior brother? A junior brother is beaten to this state, and you still value your training more." Wu Kung frowned and shouted, "Hey, are not you my junior brother? Are you not going to listen to me?" Wu Zhen replied directly, "Oh, so do you want to become a senior brother who gets beaten to a pulp by his junior brother?" He immediately tried to justify himself that time I was just careless. Vo Chan replied with a sneer, "Yes, of course." Then he teased senior brother Vo Kung is crying after being beaten by his junior brother. Unable to control his anger, Vo Kung lashed out, you little brat." Vo Chan reacted nimbly, not only easily dodging his attack, but also lunging forward to counter. Vo Kung was stunned and said, "I'm impossible." He immediately grabbed the hem of Vo Kung's robe. With an agile movement, he pushed Vo Kung backward. He couldn't fight back in time, only managing a few dry coughs. Cough, cough. Vo Chan used one arm to pin him down like a crab's claw, instantly subduing Vo Kung. He pressed his whole body against him, tightening his grip, causing Vo Kung to breathe with difficulty, vaguely thinking this guy used that weird move again. He taunted you. Lost again, senior brother Vo Kung. Vo Chan provoked him. 100 battles would be no different. Don't you understand why you lose? Vo Kung weakly retorted, unable to resist. He applied more force with his hands and challenged, "How about this?" Vo Chan suddenly replied, "Tell me why that guy ended up like this, and I'll tell you why you always lose." After saying that, he released his hold on Vo Kung. He took the opportunity to break free from Vo Chan, taking a long step back to ensure a safe distance. Vo Kung hesitated and said, "This guy has some nerve." Vo Chan thought to himself, "The reason I resent him is because of this. It's the frustration from the previous loss." He had somewhat underestimated Vo Kung's attitude. Someone as arrogant as him defeated by a move he had never seen before. He panted heavily, stammering in his throat. Could it be you? Vo Chan quickly figured it out. He was both curious to know the reason and endlessly frustrated. He asked bluntly, "Now, can you tell me why Vo Qin ended up like this?" Vo Kung explained, "The reason, what else could it be? He was picked on by Vo Tai's group." That arrogant bastard, hearing this, he was filled with questions. Who is Vo Tai? He answered, he is the only son of the West Guard Escort Agency, a prestigious family affiliated with the Shaolin sect. He explained that Vo Qin's father was the chief defender of the Taepuk Escort Agency. He continued to explain Grandmaster Tu Tin wanted to accept Vo Tai as an entry-level disciple, but when he went there, he discovered Vo Qin's talent, so he brought them both back here. Vo Kung then gave the reason. The problem is that Vo Tai guy relies on his father being the boss, looks down on Vo Qin's background, and started picking fights with him. Vo Chan spoke up indignantly. Is he crazy? A Shaolin disciple doing something like that? He replied helplessly, "What can be done? Vo Qin's father works for Vo Tai's family." Vo Kung said powerlessly, how could he dare to report it? Vo Chan pressed his lips together angrily. If this were a normal school, it would be easier to handle. Thinking of this injustice, he couldn't help but shout in reproach. But this is the Shaolin Temple, a place of discipline and rules. So what did you do? You're the head senior brother. Vo Kung looked frightened and answered awkwardly, why would I get involved? Vo Chan explained with dissatisfaction, aren't you the strongest one here? You should have stepped in to protect him. Vo Kung angrily retorted, there are 3 of them. I'm not even sure I can beat one, let alone 3, he shouted bluntly. What nonsense are you talking about? He clearly said you were the strongest. Suddenly, both of them fell silent, turning towards Vo Luat. Vo Kung suddenly said hesitantly, cough, cough, perhaps in junior brother Vo Keen's eyes. I am like that. From what I can see, it's true that group actually trains very carelessly. Vo Chan asked helplessly, what do you mean they train carelessly? He thought to himself, great. He quickly clarified, didn't I just say they are from prestigious families? Vo Chan was stunned and immediately realized, He secretly deduced about Vo Tai's group the martial arts of a prestigious family must of course have basic training related to Shaolin. So they have already learned the basic Shaolin martial arts. That's why they train so carelessly here. So that's how it is. A bunch of problem students who even got a head start. Vo Chan pondered, searching through his memories. I wonder if they were the guys who were in the yard with me the other day. Vo Kin from the ground suddenly shivered and unconsciously made a sound that drew everyone's attention. Vo Kin let out a sorrowful sound. He sat up on the ground, touched his forehead, and asked with difficulty, where is this? Suddenly, he noticed the situation in front of him, In front of him were three figures glaring at him with fierce auras. Vo Kin instinctively moved a few steps away, pressing his body against the wall and shouted, please don't hit me! Vo Chan gently comforted him. Don't worry, I've heard a bit about your situation from Vo Kung. He sighed inwardly. He's been beaten and bullied to the point where he's afraid of people. Witnessing Vo Kin's thin, shivering body, he thought with pity, how can there be bullying in the Shaolin Temple? It's because senior brother Vo Kin's father works for their family. Vo Chan was suddenly at a loss, not knowing what to do, so even if he wanted to ask Grandmaster Tu Tin for help, he couldn't. What should I do now? He kept wrestling with the thought, this is truly a difficult problem. Suddenly an idea flashed in Vo Chan's mind. He quickly proposed, senior brother Vo Kin, I think I have a way to help you. Do you want to hear it? Vo Kin replied awkwardly, a solution, he said with certainty. It's very simple. Vo Chan laughed, his eyes flashing with determination. They dare to use their father's positions to bully and threaten you. Report the whole thing to Grandmaster Tu Tin. Vo Kin was stunned upon hearing this, his mouth agape, unable to react. He quickly voiced his panicked thought, are you kidding me? They won't spare my father. Then calmly replied, that's even simpler. As long as you become a core disciple, everything will be resolved. Vo Kin suddenly understood. His heart leaped. A disciple who gets to stay and train at the sect's main mountain. He secretly reasoned usually disciples from prestigious families are outer disciples. No matter how powerful the Westguard escort agency is, they wouldn't dare to touch a core disciple of Shaolin, but not just anyone can become a core disciple. What was the hidden meaning in Vo Chan's words? Vo Kin suddenly shouted, What? It seemed that everyone understood the hidden meaning in Vo Chan's words, except for one person, the clueless Vo Luat, who didn't understand. Vo Chan took the initiative to persuade him. Just think about it. How would those disciples from prestigious families dare to threaten a core disciple of Shaolin in your family? At the same time, he considered a possible outcome, of course. There's a chance things won't go as planned. However, he was sure of one thing, but recalling Fop Kwang's reliable promise in his mind, Shaolin will never abandon any of its disciples, he decided to take a gamble. I want to see if what senior brother Fop Kwang said is true. Vo Chan extended his hand towards Vo Kin, his voice reassuring Grandmaster Tu Tin, and Shaolin will definitely not let that prestigious family get away with it. So do you want to give it a try? Vo Chan stared straight ahead, holding out a hand as he spoke fiercely. Why are you trembling so much, brother? Are you not confident about becoming a core disciple? Vo Kin shuddered violently, unable to hide the panic on his face, stammering, that. Seeing his fear, Vo Chan frowned and coldly reminded him, do you want your father to continue working for the kind of person who despises you if you give up? Your father will have to keep toiling under Vo Tai. Those words made Vo Kin turn pale, cold sweat pouring down his face in utter terror, but Vo Chan did not let go and continued to urge him on. Speak up, Being questioned like this only frightened him more, and he hurriedly squeezed his eyes shut. Suddenly, he reached out and unexpectedly grabbed Vo Chan's hand, stammering, I will try my best. Though drenched in sweat, he vowed with determination, I will definitely try my best, seeing his resolve. Vo Chan couldn't hide his satisfaction and quickly praised him. Good, a wise decision. Right after that, Vo Chan turned in another direction, his voice deepening. Then I will move on to the second plan. Everyone around was surprised with confused looks on their faces, not keeping them waiting. Vo Chan began to explain, before becoming core disciples, we can't keep enduring this humiliation. Hearing this, Vo Kin was startled and asked hesitantly, then what should we do? Hearing Vo Kin's question, Vo Chan stated his intention without hesitation. It's very simple. We will defeat that Vo Tai. 3 days later, during the afternoon free period, everyone was chatting cheerfully. Suddenly, a figure from a dark corner asked Vo Tai, "Is Vo Keen coming today?" Hearing this, someone else quickly answered, "Of course he is." The speaker, none other than Vo Tai, son of the West Wind Escort Agency's chief, spoke smugly to his cronies. "If Vo Kin doesn't show up, I'll tell his clan what he's been up to here." The two cronies standing before him looked just as delighted, one of them adding, "It's been a while since we got to stretch our limbs." Huh? Hearing this, Vo Hui Vo Tai's #1 lackey smugly retorted, "What do you mean a while? It's only been 2 days." At that moment, Vo Huan, Vo Tai's second lackey, shot back at Vo Hui. "We fight every day. A 2-day break is a long time." Vo Hui then nodded in agreement. "Yeah, you've got a point." Suddenly, Vo Huan turned to Vo Hui curiously. "Hey, hasn't that Vo Kin been hanging out with some strange guys lately?" Upon hearing this, he immediately knew who Vo Huan meant and replied without delay. "Oh, you mean that crazy Vo Chan and that idiot Vo Luat. And there's also Vo Kung. Why is that big brute who acts so tough hanging with them? Who knows, maybe they'll all show up today." Elsewhere, Vo Chan was calm and composed, completely unaware that Vo Tai's group was heatedly discussing him. Meanwhile, Vo Tai's two lackeys continued their gloating chat. "All the better. More people to beat up." One said the two were perfectly in sync. As soon as he finished, the other eagerly added, "I've been wanting to give that crazy Vo Chan a good thrashing myself." Hearing his two lackeys, Vo Tai was equally excited. "That's right, that guy is so insolent, daring to snatch our Grand Marshal Uncle's light-passing bead. I bet they didn't expect this, did they?" Hearing this, Vo Hui couldn't hide his excitement, laughing sinisterly as he told the other two, "I can't stand that Vo Kung's holier-than-thou attitude." Vo Huan was just as eager, quickly recalling Vo Kung's face and bursting into a mocking laugh. "Remember how miserably he was crying last time? How could I forget? I thought he'd quit, but he's still hanging around. Heh, this time I'll make him cry until his eyes are swollen," while the three of them were absorbed in mocking Vo Chan's group. A figure slowly approached from the distance and called out, "Hey, Vo Kung! They're calling you a show-off. What do you say to that?" Without keeping the speaker waiting, a voice quickly retorted, "Humph! How dare they look at me like that?" Vo Tai, sitting in a corner, was startled by those words and turned towards the sound. Just then, another voice filled with surprise said, "That guy, he actually brought them all here." "Hisk, not running away! What nonsense is that?" Next to the sarcastic voice, Vo Chan's group was approaching confidently. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Seeing Vo Chan's group approach, Vo Hui couldn't help but mock them, snorting with laughter and covering his mouth as he coughed. "Ahem! Ahem! Why should we run away?" Vo Huan next to him was just as bad, laughing loudly while pointing at them tauntingly. "Hey, you big oaf, you must feel real confident after beating one fool, but you have no idea what you're up against." Seeing them mock his friend, Vo Chan turned to Vo Kung and provoked him. "Did you hear them, brother Big Oaf?" Unlike Vo Chan's calm demeanor, Vo Kung was now furious. His face twisted and his fists clenched, but he managed to retain a shred of composure and retorted, "Listen carefully. I'm going to make you eat your words." Hearing this, Vo Huan lost his composure and stepped forward confidently. "Fine, I'll be your opponent." Vo Tai also stood up contemptuously. Seeing this, Vo Kung quickly called his match. Then the other one is mine. Vo Chan, not to be outdone, quickly interjected, "All right, your opponent is me, you punk, Vo Tai." "That guy is for Vo Kin to handle himself." As Vo Chan said this, he glanced back at Vo Kin, who, unlike the confident Vo Chan and Vo Kung, was utterly terrified and stammering. At that moment, a bewildered voice cried out, "Huh, what?" Despite Vo Kin's fear, Vo Chan gently reminded him, "Brother, you haven't forgotten what I taught you, have you?" Upon hearing this, he nodded fearfully. Vo Chan calmly reassured him. "Then don't worry." Hearing these words, Vo Kin's resolve wavered slightly, and he couldn't help but wonder, can I really win against him? Before he could escape his thoughts, a figure slowly approached his voice, dripping with sarcasm. "Oh my, our dear Vo Kin has friends now. How envious I am." On the other side, it was no different. Vo Huan approached Vo Kung with pure disdain. "Come here, you big crybaby." Vo Kung remained silent upon hearing that. Then Vo Hui stepped up, equally aggressive. "I'll make sure you never dare to be so arrogant again." But unlike Vo Kung's silence, Vo Chan shot back instantly. "Go ahead and try." Meanwhile, Vo Tai had stepped in front of Vo Kin and called his name. Vo Kin. Vo Kin's entire body trembled upon hearing the call. Vo Tai looked like a demon at that moment, his eyes flashing as he spoke in a cold voice. Are you planning to fight me?" His aura was so imposing it could easily crush Vo Kin. Seeing that familiar smile made Vo Kin tremble in fear and back away, thinking in terror, So scary, I don't dare." Seeing this, the other couldn't help but threaten Vo Kin, "You dare hit me? Do you know what your father will have to suffer?" As he spoke, his sheer presence could have devoured Vo Kin without lifting a finger. After hearing those threats, Vokin's entire body shook uncontrollably, his eyes welling up with tears as he gritted his teeth in fury. A moment later, an image of his father appeared in his mind, stirring his emotions. Not only that, but the image of Vo-chan reminding him also surfaced. There is only one way to stop your father from suffering under that guy. Vo-chan's cold gaze and sharp voice made everything clear. Teach them a lesson, and you, brother, become a core disciple. Snapping out of his reverie, Vo-kin shut his eyes tightly with resolve. They. Less than a second later, he swung his fist towards Vo-tai and yelled, "Don't you bully my father seeing this?" A stunned Vo-tai quickly stumbled backward. Fortunately, he managed to dodge the attack in his panic, his expression of disbelief so great that he cried out, "Wah, what?" right after he swung his fist back at Vo-kin to counterattack. This punk actually dares to make a move. The incoming fist was swiftly caught by a hand. The incoming fist was swiftly blocked by a hand. Elsewhere, Vo-kung nonchalantly blocked Vo-huan's attack, and raging him, he snarled, "You dare stop me for a big oaf, you've actually got some power." But Vo-kung gave him no chance to be smug, slowly tightening his grip on his fist. His entire body trembled in fear before that power, this strength. He then noticed Vo-kung's strange demeanor, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wait a second, that Vo-kung guy. Vo-kung stood tall before him, completely unwavering. Filling his mind with questions, his presence was entirely different than before. The memory of his first encounter with Vo-chan's group surfaced in his mind, causing him to roar in anger. What then the scene of Vo-kung first meeting them played out, he was shouting furiously. "Why should I interfere in your affairs?" Hearing this, Vo-chan had questioned back. "Is your senior brother too busy recruiting disciples to manage the others, or are you just scared of them hitting a nerve?" Vo-kung had quickly retorted. "Who's scared?" Upon hearing those words, Vo-chan immediately spoke up. "So Vo-kung has joined us. Then let's continue the conversation we left off." Hearing this, he became indignant, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "You presumptuous bastard, wait, what unfinished conversation?" Seeing Vo-kung's clueless and confused expression, Vo-chan quickly explained, "It's about why you always lose." Hearing this, Vo-kung couldn't hold back his curiosity. "That's right, so what is the reason?" Vo-chan didn't hesitate to explain in detail. For him, your continuous fist technique is indeed very fast and powerful, but to be blunt, that's all there is to it. Hearing that Vo-kung looked unconvinced, retorting with his own reasoning being fast and strong is enough, isn't it? Hearing that, he just smiled smugly, getting into a fighting stance. "You'll understand once you experience it for yourself. Now I'm going to attack you with the first form of the continuous fist. Dodge it." Hearing these words, Vo-kung was extremely alarmed and without a moment's hesitation got into a defensive stance. The attack was launched, and Vo-kung managed to dodge it easily. Seeing this, Vo-chan couldn't help but praise him. "Very good, you dodged it." Although he didn't land the hit, Vo-chan was very cheerful. He smiled as he prompted Vo-kung, "All right, then next I'll attack with the second form, keep dodging." Vo-kung had only just dodged one attack, sweat still dripping down his face, but he was already growing arrogant. What I thought it was something incredible turns out it's this easy to dodge. Without giving Vo-kung any more time to be arrogant, Vo-chan pulled his fist back, intending to continue the attack. "Second form, here I come." Seeing this, Vo-kung furrowed his brows and thought to himself, dodging it in such a simple way is... Before Vo-kung could react, Vo-chan swiftly kicked forward with a bored expression, but the follow-up was a low kick. Vo-kung's piercing scream echoed in the silence. "Ah!" He rolled on the ground, clutching his leg in pain as he questioned Vo-chan. "Ouch, what was that? Why did you trick me?" Hearing this, Vo-chan calmly explained, "If I already know what you're going to do, who would just stand still and let you hit them?" He subtly reminded him, "You have to deceive your opponent like that for it to be effective." After hearing this, Vo-kung was somewhat enlightened and stopped his wailing and groaning. Right after that, Vo-chan began to instruct Vo-kung on how to attack more effectively. "Understand, your fists are indeed very fast and powerful, I'll give you that, but..." He quickly moved behind Vo-kung to dodge, not forgetting to add, "I only need to see your stance before you throw a punch to know what you're going to do." After hearing those words, Vo-kung gradually understood their meaning and asked for clarification. "Ah, so you mean it has to be so fast I can't react? Isn't being fast and strong enough?" Vo-chan nodded confidently. You're not wrong to say that, but that will only be true when you become the greatest under the heavens." Like the main character in the prequels, Tun Gao Jiang Ho Ma Dao Huang Tru Yen and Ma Dao Ba Huang, the #1 figure of the demonic path, hailed as the greatest saber under the heavens, possessing an inconceivable saber technique that is impossible to block, even if you know it's coming. In other words, if you are not the greatest under the heavens, then that is not true. His gaze then shifted elsewhere, a knowing smile flashing on his face. Therefore, before you reach that realm, you must use tricks just like playing rock, paper, scissors. You have to guess what your opponent will throw, understand? After saying this, he looked at Vokung seriously. Vokung remained silent, implicitly understanding the meaning of those words hanging on to everyone. Returning to the present, a piercing scream rang out. "What is that all you've got?" In extreme pain, Vokung said faintly, "Hey, from now on I'm going to attack you with the first form of the continuous fist." Vokung declared smugly, his large fist raised his voice full of excitement. "Get ready to block this." In a scene from the past, Vokung was still lost in thought, trying to contemplate what he had just heard. Beside him, Vochan chattered on endlessly. "Before you reach the realm of attacking as fast as lightning, impossible to block, even if you see it coming, you must learn to use tricks like these. Do you understand a little better now?" Despite Vochan's incessant talking, Vokung remained silent, his pensive gaze fixed on nothing in particular, thinking to himself, "I've never thought of that using tricks is cowardly. But he has a point. Why does a fight have to be decided righteously?" After contemplating and fully understanding these new philosophies, Vokung suddenly turned back his face full of agreement. He nodded at what Vochan had just said. "It seems you're right. All right, I guess I've learned something. Let me give you a piece of advice." Hearing this, Vochan was confused. A skeptical look appeared on his face. "Advice?" Vokung replied while explaining, "You said you're going to fight Votai's group, right? If you underestimate them, you'll be in danger." Hearing this, he said nothing, just stared at Vokung and thought to himself, "What are you talking about?" Right after, Vochan quickly questioned him, "Didn't you just say I was stronger than them? I've already defeated you too." Hearing this, Vokung became defensive. He quickly made an excuse with a confident tone, "I wasn't using my full strength then." Vochan could only reply helplessly, "Not this again." Vokung then pointed confidently to himself, "If this were a real fight and not a spar, I would use my family's martial arts. And of course the internal energy I've cultivated for so long." As he spoke, a mysterious blue aura enveloped him. Seeing this, Vochan said nothing, just staring at him intently. The scene changes to another location. At this moment, Vokung was standing in front of a wall, one hand on his hip, and the other rubbing his head, looking very calm. This spot should do. Despite Vokung's nonchalance, Vochan was very annoyed and quickly complained, "Why did you bring me to this desolate place just to show off your martial arts?" Hearing him say this, Vokung became flustered and just replied dismissively to get it over with, "I don't want others to see when I use my family's martial arts." Hearing that, Vochan just nodded, then asked Voluat for help. "I see. In that case, Voluat, please keep watch for a moment." Voluat just gave a sinister laugh and replied with a grunt, In contrast to Vochan's slightly disdainful look, Vokung was very confident, thinking to himself, you're in for a surprise." Just then, Vochan interrupted Vokung's moment of confidence. "All right, then show me what you've got." Hearing that, he quickly closed his eyes and replied very well. As soon as he spoke, he thought to himself, "This will make him see me in a new light, won't it?" At this thought, Vokung's eyes shut tightly, and not only that, but his whole body began to emit a mysterious light. Suddenly, Vokung's eyes snapped wide open. The very next second, he unleashed an incredibly powerful barrage of attacks, an assault so strong it created a shockwave. Vokung's large, solid fist was also enveloped in that light, making it even more powerful. From the sidelines, Vochan, having witnessed everything, was so shocked his jaw dropped. He couldn't help but let out a sound, "Oh." Vochan's astonishment didn't end there. Vokung's kick carried an extreme power completely different from what he had seen before. A silent, admiring thought appeared in Vochan's mind. This is completely different from when he only used the continuous fist. Both his power and speed are excellent, probably on par with a Tier 3 boxer. Vochan's eyes were glued to Vokung's every move, unable to look away. His face was filled with speechless amazement, and he could only think to himself, although its power isn't as terrifying as I imagined. Considering his age, he's a real monster. Meanwhile, Vokung was still engrossed in his attacks, completely unaware of Vochan's astonished expression. After the kicks came the punches. Everything was beyond imagination, making Vochan marvel to himself. Every punch, every kick makes the wind whistle, so this is why he said I would be in danger. When I fight Votai's gang, will they also use their full strength against me? Just thinking about it, an image of Votai and his two cronies with their vile smiles appeared in Vochan's mind. Suddenly, Vokung stepped forward and threw a punch right in front of Vochan's face, causing him to recoil instinctively. "So how's my full power?" Upon hearing Vokung ask this, Although beads of sweat from astonishment and a hint of fear had appeared on him, Vochan didn't flinch from the punch, but instead praised him smugly. Truly, that's really impressive. After the praise, he recalled the rumors he'd heard, so the rumor that he's the strongest among the young monks is true. Vocung remained in his initial state, a smug look on his face as he held the glowing fist in front of Vochan. Vochan couldn't help but think, but it seems he still can't control his internal energy skillfully, can he, at this level? I can still handle this. After the flashback ended, the present Vochan was already in a stance ready to fight at any moment. Seeing him just standing there motionless, that guy Vo Hui couldn't help but call out to him, "What are you standing there spacing out for? If you're not going to make a move." As he said this, his earlier smug expression vanished, replaced by a serious look. "Then I'm coming to you." The moment he finished speaking, he dashed towards Vochan without any hesitation, as if he would lose the first move to Vochan if he didn't attack. He rushed forward, fist at the ready, his words filled with excitement. "I'll attack first." Seeing this, Vochan just stood still, a hint of smugness on his face, as he thought, looking at Vocung and him, "I understand now, to use internal energy, you must follow the established forms and stances." The fist was now swung close to Vochan, but he just stared intently at it with his thoughts. Besides, compared to Vocung, this punch was nothing more than child's play. As this thought came to him, he swiftly dodged to one side to avoid the attack, a disdainful smile on his face. He then recalled Vocung's punch and silently compared it in his mind. After all, the martial art they use is just the continuous fist. In other words, your movements are too easy to predict. Thinking of this, he looked back at the punch he just dodged with disdain. Vo Hui, seeing Vochan dodge the attack so easily without expending any effort, was so angry he ground his teeth, his mind filled with disbelief and questions. What? He dodged that move. As he thought this, it was as if he'd shifted into reverse, frantically leaping back a few steps, as if Vochan would eat him alive if he stayed a second longer. As he retreated, he thought about how Vochan had defeated Vocung. It seems he didn't beat Vocung just by luck. But before he had any more time to think about it, Vochan launched himself toward Vo Hui like a rocket. Vochan was so nimble that even seeing him was extremely difficult. As he closed in, Vochan spoke with satisfaction. "My turn, continuous coil strike." Upon seeing this, Vo Hui was so terrified that he repeatedly begged, "Oh, don't come over here." Immediately after that, he raised both hands to cover his head in a panic. Vochan couldn't help but laugh when he saw this, and as he swung his fist, he said, "Oh, covering your face, are you?" But instead of the pain he expected in his face, Vochan suddenly spoke with a taunting tone, "Then I'll just hit your stomach," and with that he punched him hard in the abdomen with all his strength, showing no mercy. At this moment, Vo Hui was in so much pain that his face turned pale and he could only groan in despair. But he was still persistent in trying to counterattack Vochan, mustering all his strength to raise both hands high for an easier attack accompanied by a determined scream. Vochan was not at all flustered. He simply dropped into a crouch and then kicked out hard at Vo Hui's leg. Following that kick, he stumbled forward completely off guard, only managing to cry out. A figure then appeared, reflected in his pupils. Without giving him a chance to resist or say anything more, Vochan appeared before his eyes, furious, raising his fist high as he shouted, "You bastard!" Less than 1 second later, a surge of power struck the ground, creating a pillar of energy. But fortunately, Vochan had no intention of hurting Vo Hui. He only wanted to warn him, so the attack landed on the ground just a few millimeters from Vo Hui's face. After Vo Hui came back to his senses, he was so terrified he could only stammer in fear, "HHek." Suddenly, the sound of crying came from afar, causing Vochan to pause for a moment. A voice immediately cut through the crying. Hey, why are you suddenly crying?" Hearing that the other guy threatened, "I'm gonna tell my father, sob." Vochan stood to one side, scratching his head in an impatient manner. Then he looked in one direction with a disgusted expression, acting like, "This makes me look like the bad guy after bullying Vo Kin like that. What kind of show are you putting on now?" Suddenly, as if realizing something, he became terrified. That's right, what about the others? Over here, Vo Kung had also quickly taken down his opponent without suffering any injuries. Vo Kung gritted his teeth and raised his fist in anger. You couldn't even block one move. Vochan, seeing this from the side, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. It seems I was worried for nothing. After noticing that there were no problems on Vo Kung's side, he remembered Vo Kung is finished. But what about Vo Kin? It's unclear what Vochan saw, but his calm expression shifted to one of extreme terror. His eyebrows knitted tightly, his face covered in a cold sweat. Wait a minute, what is going on? Before Vochan's eyes was the sight of Vo Kin frantically punching Vo Tai in the face, looking as if he had lost all reason. Seeing this, he yelled out his name, Vo Kin. The very next second, he lunged forward in a panic, shouting to stop him. "Stop it! That guy has already lost Vo-Kin." Suddenly, Vo-Chan's hand froze Vo-Kin. At this moment, thoughts swirled in his mind. Vo-Kin looking at him like this, I suddenly remember Vo-Kin, that sounds familiar. It turns out he's... The moment Vo-Chan saw Vo-Tai's face, a horrifying sight immediately met his eyes, leaving him stunned. The enemy's face was smeared with blood, his hands stained with fresh crimson. Vo-Chan turned to look at Vo-Kin, and his expression was also extremely strange. There was not a trace of fear, but instead a burning hatred, a furious resentment. Vo-Chan couldn't help but think his eyes flashed with a crazed light, his face stained with blood. This sudden change made Vo-Chan stop and try to compose himself. A cold chill ran down his spine, forcing him to pause for about 2 seconds to regain his calm. At that moment, an image of a certain book appeared in Vo-Chan's mind. A character from the debut work of Jin Yong, the author of The Smiling Proud Wanderer, Demonic Sovereign's Ghostly Return Record 1. One of the most deranged characters. The villain who loved his master more than anyone else, the blood monk Vo-Kin. Vo-Kin's current enraged appearance was just like that villain from the book, forcing Vo-Chan to make the connection. In another vision, Vo-Chan remembered when he was still in the real world before he transmigrated into the book. He was engrossed, focused on his book. It was a novel he had loved as a child. It's been so long, I can't remember everything. But the impressive illustration of one character remained deeply etched in my mind. Thinking of this, he recalled the image of a crazed character described in that book. He was screaming that everyone was evil. That guy's face was crazed. Not only that, but his aura seemed as if it could easily devour everyone around him, and he gave himself the right to use blood to cleanse the world of its sins. Returning to the present after seeing Vo-Kin's crazed appearance, Vo-Chan was stunned. For a long while, the scene Vo-Chan was witnessing reminded him of the madness and terror of the character Vo-Kin from the novel. Looking at what he had indirectly caused, Vo-Chan couldn't help but blame himself. What in the world have I awakened? At this point, Vo-Chan's entire body was trembling so much that he didn't know what to do next. Lost in his own thoughts, I only wanted to help him become a bit more confident at first. But what is with that terrifying look? Looking at Vo-Kin's frenzy as he beat Vo-Tai made him fearful. No, now is not the time to think about that. If I let this go on, that Vo-Tai guy will actually die. As soon as the thought finished, not waiting for things to go too far, Vo-Chan rushed to intervene, but he didn't forget to call Vo-Luat for help. Vo-Luat, brother, quick help me. Hearing him call Vo-Luat, quickly responded all right, then ran towards Vo-Kin. Not letting Vo-Kin continue his rampage, they quickly moved to stop him. Calm down. Vo-Kin seeing someone trying to stop him, Vo-Kin became even more frantic, repeatedly screaming, "Move! That guy dared to bully my father." Vo-Chan quickly reassured him, "It's over now." Vo-Kin calmed down a bit and stammered, "My father." Vo-Kin's hands were now stained with fresh blood, clenched tightly in rage. After successfully stopping Vo-Kin, he looked at the faintly breathing Vo-Tai lying before him and couldn't help but thank the heavens he almost actually killed someone. What is this strength? Suddenly, resentful sobs came from Vo-Kin's direction. Seeing this, he could only stand and watch silently. The very next second, Vo-Kin collapsed to his knees and burst out crying, causing Vo-Luat and Vo-Chan to only look on in silence. Seeing this sight made him secretly rejoice in his heart. It seems he hasn't become the blood monk yet. Thinking of this, Vo-Chan again remembered the crazed image of the blood monk. If I remember correctly, the blood monk character was only described as a lunatic, with no mention of the reason why he went mad. Could it be that from constantly enduring bullying and injustice, he surpassed his limit? Thinking of this, the fearless and crazed face of the blood monk became even more vivid in Vo-Chan's mind. Suddenly, a voice of immense authority boomed from the distance. Stop hearing it caused all three of them, Vo-Luat, Vo-Kin, and Vo-Chan, to freeze. Vo-Chan slowly turned his head toward the source of the sound with a terrified expression. The moment he saw who was approaching, he couldn't help but say 2 words to himself, "I'm done for." The person approaching with blazing anger was Martial Uncle Pop Kwong. As he came closer, he demanded they explain. This situation requires a clear explanation. Seeing Vo-Tai and his group lying bruised on the ground, Pop Kwong immediately questioned him. "Speak." Now Vo-Chan. Seeing Vo-Tai lying bruised on the ground made him lose his composure as he questioned what in the world happened here. He then turned to Vo-Kung, "And you as well, Vo-Kung." Upon hearing Phop Kwong call his name, Vo-Kung was so startled that he stammered, "Well." Seeing them stuttering like that, Phop Kwong yelled, "What are you still hesitating for? Why don't you explain?" After seeing that aura, Vo-Chan just furrowed his brow and said nothing. Seeing everyone remain silent, he called out their names, Vo-Chan, Vo-Kung, Vo-Luat, Vo-Kin. Hearing this, the boy became extremely agitated, the veins on his face now clearly showing. After regaining his composure for a moment, he said nothing and simply walked over to Vo Qin, placing a hand on his shoulder. Phap Quang saw this and didn't understand what he planned to do next. At this point, he lost his patience and ordered, "Tell me right now." Just as he finished speaking, something suddenly made him freeze. His eyes widened in an astonished stare at that moment. Vo Chan, seeing this, spoke very calmly, "Martial uncle, please take a look at Vo Qin." Before Phap Quang's eyes was the battered body of Vo Qin, covered in countless scrapes and wounds, shocking him so much that his words stuttered. What is this?" His face darkened at that moment. After a moment of silence, he ordered them explain now. Vo Chan calmly explained everything to Phap Quang. The wounds on Vo Qin's body were from being tormented by that other group for the past 2 months. Without a trace of fear, he looked directly at Phap Quang and continued, "Today they were planning to beat Vo Qin again, so we intervened to stop them." Hearing this, his face darkened and a gloomy aura surrounded him. "What you said." As he spoke, his expression turned to rage, the veins on his face showing again as he glanced behind him and questioned, "Is it true?" He then commanded Vo Hui Vo Huan, "Raise your heads." Following the order, the two quickly raised their trembling heads. Phap Quang questioned them with an aura that felt like it could crush Vo Hui and Vo Huan. "Is everything?" Vo Chan said, "True. If you dare to lie, I will." While he was interrogating Vo Hui and Vo Huan, a group of people ran over from the distance shouting, Martial Uncle Phap Quang, what is all this commotion?" Seeing people approaching, Vo Hui and Vo Huan immediately played the victim, their bodies trembling as they made aggrieved noises. With tears welling in their eyes, they looked incredibly pitiful sob. Looking at Vo Tai rendered everyone speechless. They could only mumble awkwardly this situation. Everything was now utterly chaotic, leaving everyone confused about what was going on. What in the world has happened? Phap Quang offered no explanation. He suddenly called out to Vo Qin, who was standing behind Vo Qin. Hearing Phap Quang call his name made the boy jump without waiting for a reply. Phap Quang continued angrily, "Tell me with your own mouth." Hearing this, Vo Qin stammered with tears welling in his eyes, Well, it's like this." Seeing Vo Qin's fearful expression, Vo Chan stepped forward, placed a hand on his shoulder, and encouraged him. "It's okay, senior brother Vo Qin, just tell the truth." Martial Uncle Phap Quang is a fair person. Upon hearing Vo Chan say these words, Phap Quang just stood aside in silence. Looking at Vo Chan's reassuring hand on his shoulder, "Don't be afraid," only made Vo Qin's tears fall even harder. The very next second, he could no longer hold back his tears as they streamed down his face, and he let out continuous aggrieved sobs. At that moment, Vo Qin could no longer hold back his pent-up feelings and burst out crying like a child, admitting everything. "What junior brother Vo Chan said is all true. For the past 2 months, I have been beaten by Vo Tai, Vo Hui, and Vo Huan." Sobbing uncontrollably, Vo Qin recounted everything he had endured, although his words were somewhat incoherent due to his emotions. The other disciples standing to the side saw this, and could only look away, while Vo Luat and Vo Chan also watched everything unfold in silence. But the main message was successfully conveyed to Phap Quang. Seeing him remain silent, Vo Chan stepped forward and said, "Senior brother once said that no matter the circumstances, we must never abandon our fellow disciples. Vo Qin is also a Shaolin disciple. We have to protect him." After hearing these words, Phap Quang remained silent. A moment later, he was about to defend the ill-mannered group, but they were also disciples of Shaolin. Hearing this, Vo Chan couldn't contain his anger and retorted, "I ask you, are those who threaten a child with their parents' livelihood considered disciples of Shaolin? Is that the spirit of Shaolin?" As soon as those words were out, the two immediately clashed with their auras. Not another word was spoken between them. Suddenly, a voice drifted from the distance. "You are right, my child." Hearing this voice, both of them turned in the same direction in astonishment. A man then walked over with a composed demeanor, "But that is assuming what you and Vo Qin have said is the truth, and to verify it, I will conduct an investigation." He stared intently at Vo Chan and said with a serious look, "If what you all say is true, they will be expelled from Shaolin." It turned out he was Hien Than, the hall master of the Arhat Hall. After realizing the newcomer was the Arhat Hall master, Vo Chan conceded a bit. "I trust in your fair and just investigation, Martial Uncle." At this, the man raised his hand to stop Vo Chan from speaking further, however. "Regardless of whether they are expelled from Shaolin, this incident cannot be ignored. Our Shaolin martial arts prioritize restraint. Yet you were so ruthless toward such young children." As he spoke, his face showed hints of anger. At this point, his face revealed a hint of anger, his sharp gaze fixed on Vo Tai, lying sprawled on the ground. Then he asked Vo Chan, wasn't that going a bit too far? Vo Qin was now extremely remorseful, with tears streaming down his face. He stammered, "I'm sorry, it was me." Unable to stand by, Vo-chan bravely stepped forward to take all the blame upon himself. It was me hearing these two words left Vo-kin completely stunned. Hearing this, Vo-kin was taken aback. It was me who struck. I couldn't control myself when I saw senior brother Vo-kin being bullied. It is all my fault. I am the one who did it, hearing him take the blame. Vo-kin couldn't believe what was happening. He looked toward Vo-chan, conflicted. What? Vo-chan, ignoring Vo-kin's surprise, focused on his own thoughts after all. I was the one who started this. If I abandon Vo-kin now and let him take all the blame, what if he goes berserk again thinking of this? He remembered the image of Vo-kin losing control earlier, so instead, I have to watch over him. I can't let him become a blood monk. Who knows, he might become our greatest comrade. Thinking this made Vo-chan even more determined. The scene changes to a forest as dusk falls. Suddenly, a familiar voice is heard. This is the Penitent's Cave, a place to practice meditation, do you understand? Vo-chan, for the next 7 days you must stay here and cultivate. You are forbidden from contacting anyone. You may only face that wall and meditate to cultivate your mind. Upon hearing these words from Pop Kwong, Vo-chan could only answer obediently, yes, sir. Suddenly, Pop Kwong stopped and spoke. We have arrived. Hearing that, the boy curiously glanced at his surroundings. Before them was a small, dark cave. Pop Kwong stared intently at it, his eyes showing a mix of caution and curiosity. Then he spoke, that is the cave for your punishment. He had long since departed, leaving Vo-chan alone in the silent cave. Pop Kwong's instructions echoed in his mind. You will go there and face the stone wall, sit in meditation and reflect on your actions. All personal activities must take place inside. You are not permitted to leave at the scheduled time. A martial brother will bring you water and grain spirit pills to consume. Now go into the penitent's cave. Yes, I understand. Vo-chan then entered the cave and sat down quietly to meditate. He exhaled a long breath as if releasing all the fatigue from his body and spirit, and then whispered softly, "Pew." But his mind wouldn't quiet down, racing with endless thoughts, if my guess is right. Then all of author Jia Jing's works are connected in the same universe. I've transmigrated into Shaolin records, but I can meet the protagonist of Demon Lord's Return. His expression tensed at this thought. So I already knew that Demon Lord's Return and Hegemon of War were set in the same martial arts world during the same era. In that case, I can predict some of what will happen next. As he thought this, an image of 2 books appeared in his mind. Come to think of it, since this is the same martial arts world, both works are bound to be connected. The image of 2 related books kept flashing in his mind, forcing him to think further. But the difference is, one story is about the righteous faction of the martial world, and the other is about the demonic cult. So I might meet characters from that story while roaming the Jianghu later on. I knew that in Hegemon of War, the author made the protagonist of Shaolin records appear. Thinking of this, an image of another book made him realize something. Therefore, I might meet other characters from Hegemon of War. First, everything I do in this Shaolin record story could affect the characters in that other work. It's true I've interfered too much in the story, causing unpredictable changes, but now that I know the main characters of these works, if I can influence them to either help or hinder them, where will the plot lead? At that moment, Vo-chan snapped back to reality, his face etched with a bit of worry. Right now, I'm still quite weak. I wonder if the protagonist of this work will have any fateful encounters later on. From what I remember reading, the main character has almost no special encounters that I need to pay attention to. Thinking this, he opened his eyes with a serious expression. I read this novel a long time ago, many years back, so thinking about it reminds me of myself. Before I was transmigrated into the book, I only remember the major events, but I can't recall any of the details. If I don't have any fateful encounters, how can I increase my strength quickly? If I can't improve my power, will my life in this novel just end peacefully like this? As he thought this, the image of the book before his eyes shattered into pieces. Moreover, according to the plot of the novel Hegemonic War Emperor, Wu Jing will become the blood monk and wreak havoc on the martial world, so how should I solve this problem? Thinking this, an image of Wu Zhen and Wu Jing chatting happily appeared before his eyes. In the final battle with the Blood Monk, I had many epiphanies. I became much stronger then and defeated the Blood Monk in that fight. At this moment, the image that appeared was of the Blood Monk and Wu Zhen fighting intensely. But if I interfere with Wu Jing and cause him to disappear or change, then the final climactic confrontation won't happen. In that case, will I be unable to achieve enlightenment? As he thought this, the image of the battle from just a moment ago lost the figure of the Blood Monk. After breaking free from those thoughts, he silently cursed in his mind, this is just too complicated. How should I plan things out reasonably now? Suddenly, a large figure appeared outside the cave entrance. It turned out the person standing outside was none other than Fa Qiang. He stood still, silently observing Wu Zhen's actions. After seeing that there was nothing unusual about the boy, Fa Qiang thought to himself that kid is really just focusing on repenting and not doing anything strange. To have such concentration at just over 10 years old is truly rare. Combined with the martial arts talent that boy showed before, he is truly a prodigy of our Shaolin. As he thought this, an image of Wu Zhen learning martial arts appeared in his mind. In the future, that kid might become a core figure in both Shaolin and the Central Plains martial world. Earlier, a tired sigh was heard. Oh. The one who had just sighed was Hui Cheng. He spoke with a weary tone. Everything is my fault. The Grand Marshal uncle, standing to one side, couldn't help but speak up after seeing his demeanor. Those matters arose because you were unable to handle them well. You did not manage things properly, which is why so many troublesome issues occurred. Upon hearing this, Hui Cheng quickly refuted it. It's not my fault. So what are the results of the investigation into how everything happened? Seeing this, the Grand Marshal uncle interjected about that. After that unforeseeable incident, I interrogated all the Shaolin disciples. Everything matched up. They all said the same thing without any discrepancies. It is true that Wu Jing was frequently beaten and bullied. As he said this, an image of people gossiping about Wu Jing being bullied appeared. Hui Cheng then continued, this is truly a disgrace to Shaolin. It's also because I didn't supervise those boys closely now. The atmosphere in Shaolin seems quite heavy. Those disciples are all very frightened now. While the two were still talking, Fa Qiang appeared. Disciple Fa Qiang pays his respects to martial uncle. Seeing that it was Fa Qiang, Hui Cheng spoke, come in. As soon as he entered, Fa Qiang got straight to the point. Martial uncle, you've realized everything, haven't you? Hui Cheng replied seriously, that's right. I've had people investigate it. The Grand Marshal uncle, who had been listening to them talk, also chimed in. So Fa Qiang is here for that matter as well. At this point, Hui Cheng voiced his thoughts. Indeed, just by looking at Wu Jing's hands and face, we could understand everything. As he spoke, an image appeared of Wu Jing's whole body trembling with his hands covered in blood. The ones who did this to Wu Jing were Wu Tai and his gang. But in that fight, Wu Jing beat Wu Tai so badly he couldn't even stand up. Upon hearing that, a voice quickly expressed its confusion. Yes, this disciple also doesn't understand how Wu Jing suddenly became so strong, but fortunately at that moment Wu Zhen rushed in and stopped everything before it got out of control. Another voice replied, true. Indeed, this incident is difficult to handle. We now need to resolve it in a way that both Wu Jing and Wu Tai are convinced. As he said this, images of an arrogant Wu Tai and Wu Zhen appeared again, and then there's Wu Zhen. That kid is now in the repentance cave. Although he deserves credit for intervening, he was also the one who started the whole bloody affair. Of course, it's also thanks to him that nothing dangerous happened to Wu Tai. If not for him, I dare not imagine the consequences. Hearing this, everyone in the room fell silent. No one said a word. Suddenly, Fa Qiang spoke up, breaking the silence regarding this incident. This disciple has something more to say. Hearing him, Hui Cheng quickly ordered, go on and say it. Fa Qiang then quickly took some responsibility. This incident can be said to be due to the negligence of superiors like myself rather than a loss of control or those boys overstepping their bounds. Instead of blaming those kids, we need to rectify the rules of Shaolin so that such things do not happen again in the future. After hearing those words, Hui Cheng couldn't help but ask probingly, so do you have a way to set everything right as you wish? Without making him wait, Fa Qiang immediately stated his thoughts and solution according to this disciple's speculation. This incident happened partly because they have too much free time. Therefore, we need to increase their training. Time. Hearing this, Hui Cheng couldn't believe what he just heard and asked again, that much training isn't enough. But Fa Qiang remained calm about what he said and explained further, not yet martial uncle, because they still have a lot of idle time to play. They are able to form cliques and bully their fellow disciples like this. To prevent this, we need to make them train more. Then they will be too tired and won't have time to cause trouble. As he said this, he suddenly clenched his fists. After speaking, he turned to Hui Cheng to ask for his opinion. What do you think of this martial uncle? After being asked, he stroked his face and pondered, He then entrusted the entire responsibility to Fa Qiang. Then I will assign this to you and Huiting. After this incident, I probably have things to do in the next few days. However, he did not forget to remind Fa Qiang how to handle Wu Tai. For now, we must punish Wu Tai severely so that he doesn't repeat that bullying, and we need to keep a close eye on Wu Jing so he doesn't go crazy like before. Take them all to the disciplinary hall. Yes, I will do my best to re-educate the children so they can follow the righteous path. After the flashback ended, Fa Qiang was still standing in front of the cave entrance observing Wu Zhen's situation. Looking inside, he still saw the boy sitting obediently in meditation, which made Fa Qiang praise him inwardly. More than a shikken has passed, and that kid is still wall-gazing like that. That's truly a level of patience few can match. Now I don't need to supervise him anymore. Thinking this, he turned to leave. I will return tomorrow to see if that kid can still be so patient with that. His figure swiftly left the place without a sound, leaving only a faint blur from his movement technique as he left. Fa Qiang silently encouraged Wu Zhen in his heart. It's good that you're meditating here like this. I will handle everything outside and settle it all. By now, Fa Qiang's figure was already far away. Inside the cave, Wu Zhen had now noticed Fa Qiang's departure. A cunning smile appeared on his lips, so Martial Uncle has left. It seems my past years in the military really helped me with meditation, although it's still a bit difficult for me to focus on sensing the qi to perceive my surroundings. It's fine, I'm sure I'll improve later saying this. He glanced towards the cave entrance, unable to hide the excitement in his heart. The next second, he lay down on the ground and heaved a sigh of relief. Now, what am I supposed to do all day in this repentance cave? Even if I try to train, just eating fasting pills and drinking water won't be enough nutrition to recover. As he said this, a look of weariness appeared on his face as he asked himself a question. Now that I think about it, I wonder when the last time I ate meat was. After saying that, he remembered the time before he transmigrated into the book when he was still Choi Kang-hyuk, still eating and drinking lavishly without a care in the world. That's right, I was eating fried chicken at the gym before. That was the last time I had meat. Remembering the feeling of eating that fried chicken now feels so blissful, the crispy sound and the delicious fragrant meat melting in my mouth. Oh, just thinking about it makes me hungry again. I need meat to eat. As soon as he finished speaking, his stomach rumbled continuously. But how can I find meat here? As he spoke, visions of delicious pieces of meat appeared everywhere before his eyes. Suddenly, he shot up and exclaimed, "That's right! I can go hunting in this forest. There's bound to be some." As he spoke, his eyes couldn't hide his craving, and drool trickled down the corners of his mouth, looking extremely sinister. Somewhere, a little girl was panting as she ran forward. Beside her, the image of a white rabbit darting forward like a flash appeared. In front of that white rabbit was a rope meant to trap it, while the little girl behind stood motionless without any reaction. With a snap, the rabbit's leg was ensnared by the rope. Seeing this, the little girl could only hide behind a bush, looking terrified and not daring to make a sound. The person who appeared before the rabbit was none other than Wu Zhen, who smiled sinisterly at the plump prey before him and said, "My meat." As he cried out for his meat, Wu Zhen's eyes lit up like headlights, and he drooled, unable to hide his intense craving. The little girl, hiding to the side and witnessing everything, could only stare silently in that direction. In a place not far from the Shaolin Temple, Lydian County, the Shaolin disciples had been dispatched to gather information, and every one of them was tense. They questioned one person after another, and the local people told them everything that had been happening. Finally, they arrived at the manor of the Western Escort Agency, where the quiet surroundings still exuded a solemn aura. One of the two guards, upon seeing the Shaolin disciples, asked, "Are all of you coming in?" The leader in the yellow robe replied coldly, "Yes, this is the Western Escort Agency." Without hesitation, he pushed aside the curtain and stepped inside, his steps slow yet firm, then introduced himself. "This humble monk is Huiji, Deputy Chief of the Shaolin External Affairs Hall." At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from inside, his face full of warmth and his voice both welcoming and respectful. "Please come in. I am Chu Bing, the chief of this escort agency." He was indeed Chu Bing, the agency chief and Wu Tai's father. "It is a great honor to receive an eminent monk at our humble agency." As he spoke, he noticed something amiss, and paused, his eyes fixed on the familiar figure standing behind Huiji. As for Wu Tai, he was so terrified that he kept his eyes shut tight, not daring to look up. Seeing his son so bruised and terrified, Chu Bing erupted in anger, his voice filled with rage and concern. "Why is my son in such a state? Explain this to me right now." Despite the man's burgeoning rage, Huiji and his disciples stood tall and unafraid, their gazes fixed upon him as firm as rocks in a storm. Upon seeing his frightened son, Chu Bing demanded, "Why has my son come to this state? Could you please explain it to me?" Despite the fierce anger welling inside him, Huiji and his disciples remained calm and defiant. He then spoke in a solemn tone, "Chu Bing, chief of the Western Escort Agency." In less than 1 second, his gentle demeanor vanished, replaced by fury, as he shouted at Chu Bing, "Wu Tai is facing these consequences because of his own misdeeds. Instead of cultivating his character, he used his strength to bully the weak and cause trouble within Shaolin," he said, pointing a finger at Wu Tai. Upon hearing these accusations against his son, Chu Bing's world seemed to shatter in an instant, and he stammered in disbelief, What? But Huiji didn't stop there, continuing, "Moreover, after our inquiries throughout Lichin County." Not stopping there, he angrily pointed directly at Chu Bing and confronted him. We have discovered evidence that the Western escort agency has been oppressing the common people for its own gain. Hearing this, Chu Bing was so terrified he was at a loss for words. What? At this moment, the fury in Huaiji's heart blazed even hotter, his trembling hand clenching the prayer beads as he continued his questioning. A clan under the protection of Shaolin, yet you commit such monstrous deeds. He then shouted a command to the disciples behind him. Cripple the martial arts of everyone here. Upon hearing the order, the disciples moved, not forgetting to utter the 4 words Amitabha Buddha. Witnessing their imposing aura, Chu Bing stumbled back a few steps in fear, then commanded, "Stop them. What are you waiting for?" Hearing this, his subordinates quickly drew their weapons, replying, "Yes, yes." At that, the two sides clashed in a fierce brawl with neither giving any ground. But after only a few basic fist forms from the Shaolin disciples, the subordinates were all knocked back. A golden stream of chi materialized in the palms of their hands. With a single palm strike, all of Chu Bing's subordinates had their martial abilities shattered, sending them reeling and crying out in agony. Afterwards, the air was filled with nothing but their agonizing screams. At this point, everything was settled with everyone lying on the ground, groaning helplessly. My internal energy. An authoritative voice commanded all the assets they have amassed through dishonest means shall be returned to the people. Hearing this, Chu Bing, still on the ground, gritted his teeth in hatred. The onlookers began to whisper among themselves, "The Western escort agency is done for now. This is major news." Suddenly, he turned to the crowd and spoke cautiously. "Excuse me, is there a patron here by the name of Fang Jian?" Seeing him walk towards them, the people fell silent with fear. At that moment, a man stepped out from the back. This humble one is Fang Jian. May I ask what is the matter?" Suddenly, Fang Jian's vision darkened, and with a look of disbelief, he stammered, Great master." Huiji was now kneeling remorsefully before him. "Please forgive this humble monk, Patron Fang Jian. The truth is the child who was bullied by Wu Tai was your son, Wu Jing." Hearing this, Fang Jian lost his composure, and fearing a mistake, he quickly asked again, "You say my son was bullied?" Faced with the question, Huiji could only remain silent. He then accepted full responsibility. "It was this humble monk's negligence that I failed to fully protect the child. I cannot fully atone for this error, but Shaolin will take responsibility for resolving the aftermath." Huiji and the Shaolin disciples arranged for Fang Jian to work as a courier at another Shaolin relay station, which, unlike the Western escort agency, was a legitimate and honest establishment. Meanwhile, Wu Zhen was staring intently at what lay before him with a strange expression. Looking at the mess of ropes and branches scattered on the ground, he couldn't help but wonder in frustration, what is this shoddy rabbit trap? He crouched down and thoughtfully examined the things before him. It looks a little like the trap I made yesterday, but it's completely different. The layout is crude and utterly clumsy. Is someone trying to imitate me impossible? Who else could be on this mountain besides me? At that thought, he turned and scanned his surroundings cautiously. Suddenly, a figure appeared in his sight. Wait a minute, I think I heard something. The very next second, Wu Zhen swiftly moved towards the source of the sound, which was precisely where the girl had been hiding. She suddenly jumped up and turned to run, catching Wu Zhen by surprise. A runner! Saying that, he immediately gave chase to the girl. Stop, right there. The girl glanced over her shoulder as she ran and was surprised when she no longer saw any trace of Wu Zhen did he give up the chase. But before she had another moment to think, Wu Zhen had already appeared nimbly right behind her. He then reached out his hand toward the girl and shouted, "Got you." Just then, a loud thud echoed, accompanied by a scream. Wu Zhen could now see everything clearly, and his expression turned to shock. He was on top of a girl, which made him feel awkward. A girl. The girl was so terrified that tears were streaming down her face as she repeatedly apologized. Sob. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Seeing this, Wu Zhen couldn't help but wonder, such a pretty girl, why is she all alone in this deserted mountain forest? Seeing the fear and trembling on her face, he immediately let her go. My mistake, hey, let's eat something first, okay? Sometime later, the girl had calmed down considerably and was chewing her food with gusto. He couldn't resist teasing her. You really know how to eat. How long have you been starving anyway? Did you imitate my rabbit trap because you were hungry? Hearing this, she answered without hesitation. Yes, then she paused and stared at Wu Zhen, asking, "But aren't you a young monk? Is it all right for you to be eating roasted meat?" Faced with her question, Wu Zhen could only smile sheepishly and mumble his way out of it. Well, something came up, so just never mind." Hearing this, the girl simply looked at him in silence. Suddenly, Wu Zhen spoke up again, "But why did you come here? This is Shaolin Temple's territory, and judging by your clothes, you look like a young lady from a rich family." Hearing this, she froze. Her expression turned sad and hesitant about that. She couldn't help but remember being abandoned, always crying and pleading with those in front of her. "Father, don't leave me behind, Nanny. Why does everyone despise me?" Everyone ignored her existence, and not only that, they gave her looks of disdain, causing her to question herself. Is it because I am useless, or is my very existence a mistake? Seeing the girl's pained expression, Wu Zhen sensed the awkwardness and thought to himself, "It looks like she has her own secret hardships. I should just change the topic." He then immediately switched the topic to his own affairs, asking for her help, by the way. "Could you do me a favor? Please keep my rabbit hunting a secret." Hearing this, she didn't understand and asked, Why is that? Will a young monk be punished for eating meat?" Vo Chan froze upon hearing this and stiffly explained, "Well, that is part of the reason, but there is another reason, too." Suddenly, Vo Chan spoke up. "I will help you return home." As soon as she heard she could go home, the girl's sad expression vanished, replaced by excitement. What really? How? Vo Chan heard this and continued, "Soon, a master who wears nothing will come here." In contrast to Vo Chan's casualness, the girl was a bit skeptical after hearing this, a master who wears nothing. He paid no attention to her and just said nonchalantly, "Yes, he holds a position in Shaolin, so he can surely help you." Seeing Vo Chan's confident look, she couldn't help but ask, "How do you know he will come here?" Hearing this, Vo Chan simply smiled and replied calmly, "I can sense his presence. Just stay still in front of the cave entrance." After those words of advice, Fap Kwong then appeared just as Vo Chan had said he would. Suddenly, a soft voice came from the side. Please help me." Hearing that voice, Fap Kwong stopped and turned to look toward where the sound came from. Fap Kwong saw that the person in front of him was a young girl and couldn't help but be suspicious. Why is an outsider here? But he still didn't forget to ask gently, Little miss, are you lost?" Fap Kwong shyly said to her, "Well, then let me take you home." She, on the other hand, was only thinking about what Vo Chan had said earlier. He really is wearing nothing. Suddenly, Fap Kwong seemed to realize something. Then he pointed toward the distant cave and asked insistently, "It seems, did you happen to see a young boy in that cave over there?" Although the cave was very far away, Vo Chan, who was sitting inside, heard everything. A cold chill ran down his spine, and he couldn't help but grumble, why all of a sudden? After being asked that question, the girl looked intently at Fap Kwong. A moment later, she burst out laughing, having understood everything. So that's the reason why. Then she cheerfully denied what Fap Kwong had just said. "No, sir, I wouldn't dare go near the cave. I have never seen anyone go in or out." Seeing her act like that, Fap Kwong just looked at her silently. Then he turned to look toward the cave in the distance again. It is indeed Vo Chan so diligently practicing wall gazing. I'll just head down the mountain today. After this thought, he turned to the girl with a cheerful smile. "Then follow me, I will take you home." Hearing that, she nodded in agreement, "Yes, sir." At this point, Fap Kwong spoke up and asked, "What is your name?" After being asked, she obediently replied, "Yes, I am. My name is Lu Tuyet Hoa, thank you, master. If we meet again, I will surely repay this kindness." Over in the cave, Vo Chan heard the footsteps of Fap Kwong and the girl as they left. His face could not hide his delight. She's finally gone. The next moment, he immediately stretched out on the ground in exhaustion. Why do I feel so tired? And it seems I forgot to ask for her name. At this thought, he stopped worrying about it. Never mind, perhaps we will meet again. The scene changes to another place as a voice calls out, "Is Vo Kin there?" Hearing someone call for him. Vo Kin was terrified, but still had to reply, "This disciple greets you, senior brother. Did you call for me, senior brother?" Fap Kwong now approached with a serious expression. "You have been working hard. I have something to tell you concerning your father." A voice came from the distance. "Vo Kin, are you there?" Hearing someone call him, Vo Kin immediately answered, "Yes, martial uncle, this disciple greets you." The one who approached was Fap Kwong. "I have something to tell you. It's about your father." Fap Kwong told Vo Kin everything that had happened in Li Suyen County. That the Tai Puang escort agency, run by the parents of that Vo Tai, had been dismantled, and Shaolin had found a new job for Vo Kin's father. Hearing this, Vo Kin's face darkened, but he remained silent. Fap Kwong then looked at Vo Kin and continued. "Therefore, you should put aside worldly matters and focus wholeheartedly on your training to soon become a mountain-guarding disciple." Facing Fap Kwong's imposing presence, Vo Kin could only bow his head obediently, his whole body trembling as he replied, "This little monk. This little monk will definitely try his best." After he spoke, tears streamed down his face like a river. "I will definitely become a mountain-guarding disciple." Hearing Vo Kin's words, Fap Kwong gently patted his head. Indeed, what Vo Chan said was right. Shaolin will not abandon any of its disciples. All right, then. Meanwhile, on the fourth day, during my time in the Special Forces, I underwent survival training, which naturally included foraging for food, so hunting was not too difficult, as he thought this Vo Chan was seen holding a rabbit. However, the last time I roasted meat for that little girl, I overlooked one thing. That is, if I openly build a fire for hunting like that, I will be discovered. Since then, I decided to process my prey in a different nearby cave to avoid leaving traces, so instead of building a fire outside, Vochan brought it into the cave. And it had to be processed cleanly. He was extremely careful with it. Since I can't skin it, I have to minimize any traces, so I have to coat the animal in clay and roast it, then peel off the clay and fur to eat. Thinking this, he showed a reluctant expression. Although it's not very delicious, it provides protein. Moreover, this is the first time I've eaten meat since coming to Shaolin, so I feel quite satisfied. He then picked up the food and ate with relish. The scene changes to the 5th day. At this moment, Vochan was meditating as if nothing was amiss. I wake up before the Shaolin Temple's morning bell, meditating in front of the cliff. You ask if I'm diligently practicing wall gazing. No, it's that I can sense someone's aura approaching. Just then, outside the cave, the familiar figure of Pop Kwong appeared quietly observing him. Pop Kwong was surprised to see Vochan still obediently meditating. Although I anticipated it, I didn't expect him to wake up so early to meditate. He then stepped inside quietly, thinking to himself, or perhaps he stayed up all night repenting. A moment later, he reached out to take back the boy's food and water. But he also remembered to place fresh food in the same spot. Seeing Vochan's lack of reaction, he couldn't help but praise him inwardly. Ha, a mind unshaken amidst a world of constant change. Very good, Vochan. After placing the food and water back in the same spot, he quickly withdrew his hand. Vochan, upon seeing this, merely cast a gentle glance toward Pop Kwong. He reached for the food while cursing in his heart. Making a child eat such meager food every day, that's really too much. I eat a grain cake and drink spring water once a day. The grain cake is a type of ration made from nuts and honey used as a meal substitute during cultivation. For the rest, I supplement my energy by hunting every day. Vochan would skillfully go into the forest to catch rabbits for food, to the point he had to exclaim, "It seems I'm getting used to this life." Time passed until the 6th day. Continuous sounds were coming from inside the cave. Once I've had enough protein and energy, I have to work my body. Thinking this, he immediately began doing push-ups, 6, 7, 10. I warm up with the most intense physical exercises I can perform here. While continuously exercising, I discovered something he then immersed himself in, training again 3, 4, 5. My breathing technique during exercise is quite similar to the tuna breathing method. At that moment, his whole body was enveloped in an extremely powerful golden aura. Therefore, I tried to combine internal arts with physical conditioning, creating my own training method. At this thought, his training posture became even more strenuous. As a result, my body felt significantly lighter and refreshed. His diligent training continuously generated powerful golden auras. There's not enough time at that moment. I had no idea that what I was doing was the process of cultivation practice. By now, it was late at night. The moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the entire forest. Footsteps slowly approached, and then a voice called out, "Vochan." Finally, the 7th day arrived, marking the end of the wall gazing. The person standing behind Vochan was Pop Kwong. He quickly urged him, "The wall gazing is over, you can get up now." Hearing this, he asked naively, "So I'm allowed to speak now?" Pop Kwong simply replied coldly, "That's right." Then he immediately urged him, "It's almost time for morning practice. Let's get to the training ground." Hearing this, he replied obediently, "Yes, senior brother." The two of them left the cave with Pop Kwong leading and Vochan following silently behind. In the silence, he suddenly looked at Pop Kwong and asked, "What about that other matter?" Pop Kwong immediately understood. "You mean about Vokin?" Seeing that Pop Kwong understood, he nodded yes. At this, Pop Kwong no longer held back. He frowned seriously and then recounted everything. After investigating Votai's clan, we discovered that the Tae Puk gang had committed numerous crimes. Therefore, we crippled the martial arts of all its members and disbanded the gang. As for Vokin's father, I found a new job for him. Hearing this, Vochan silently gazed at the tall figure before him. After telling Vochan everything, Pop Kwong also remembered to remind him, and from now on, the training intensity will increase. Vochan was a little surprised to hear this. Is that so? Seeing Vochan's reaction, Pop Kwong continued, "For the past 7 days, I've kept my promise not to interfere with your practice, but to be fair to the other disciples from now on, you must also train using Shaolin's methods." Upon hearing this, he clenched his fists in annoyance, thinking to himself what he still hasn't given up on that idea. After regaining his composure, he quickly asked Pop Kwong, "Is it enough to just increase the training intensity? I will challenge myself with more difficult exercises." The sky was just beginning to show streaks of light. A voice spoke, "Then we shall see." Before them was the Arhat Hall training ground. When Vo Luat saw he had returned, he was so happy he nearly tackled him. "Vochan." Vo-chan quickly asked how everyone was. Is everyone okay? Vo-luat replied as he lunged toward him. I'm dead tired. Vo-chan then asked, is the training very tough? Standing behind Vo-keen heard this and scratched his head in embarrassment, replying, I almost gave up in contrast to Vo-keen's weakness. Vo-kung was completely nonchalant. That was nothing more than a mosquito bite to me. Suddenly, a voice rang out, stop causing Vo-keen to jump in fright. A large figure appeared with a stern voice. Morning practice begins. Now everyone get into position. He was surprised when he saw the large bags on the ground. Everyone seemed to be quite used to the drill. They all lined up neatly to receive them. Seeing everyone struggle to put them on, Vo-chan immediately realized what they were, sandbags. The stern voice rang out again. Disciples who have received your sandbags, quickly return to your positions. Hearing this, Vo-chan understood and thought, so that's why the training intensity increased. The sandbags he mentioned are the sanang. The firm voice then shouted again, assume the horse stance. Vo-chan's return did not affect the exercise. It only made the morning practice even more grueling. Everyone was struggling to complete their training. The doubled training intensity made the young monks pour sweat and tears. Everyone's body was trembling and their faces flushed red with effort. Meanwhile, Vo-chan was using the sandbags for free weight training like dumbbells, creating his own exercises. Seeing him do it with such ease, everyone around stared in utter amazement. Although his entire body was trembling, he did not give up. In fact, he was even complaining in his mind, these sandbags have poor balance and grip. But whatever, it's better than nothing. At this thought, he became even more motivated than before, and his gaze grew firmer. The people standing behind couldn't help but gossip after seeing Vo-chan's frenzied yet peculiar training style. That kid Vo-chan is training differently on his own again. Doesn't he notice the tense atmosphere here? The person next to him quickly chimed in after hearing that. That's right. Suddenly, Pap Kwong appeared with a somber look. As soon as everyone saw that it was Pap Kwong approaching, they quickly spoke up. Oh, senior brother, Pap Kwong is finally here. Are you going to teach that brat a lesson, senior brother? We finally get to see him get scolded. Pap Kwong became furious upon seeing Vo-chan's strange training posture. His teeth were clenched tightly and the veins on his body bulged visibly. He couldn't help but curse him inwardly. I clearly said the training intensity would increase, yet this guy is casually training so comfortably. Suddenly, Pap Kwong froze for a moment. Looking at Vo-chan's training posture and intensity, Pap Kwong realized something. Is his sweat twice as much as the other kids? Could it be that the exercise he's doing is even harder than the enhanced one? Thinking this, Pap Kwong quickly dismissed his own thoughts. No, now is not the time to worry about that. This heavy and sharp aura of qi could it be? Qi circulation. Pap Kwong had finally realized what was unusual about Vo-chan's body after he returned. Qi circulation is a method of circulating qi after accumulating enough internal energy in the body and becoming familiar with controlling it. It helps the user surpass the body's normal limits and unleash extraordinary power. That power can be so immense it could easily crush a large mountain. The rock-shattering power that Martial Uncle Tu Tin once demonstrated was precisely qi circulation. Not only that, but a person who has mastered qi circulation can fly or glide with ease. Additionally, it is used for flying and moving at high speeds. However, not everyone can easily comprehend qi circulation. A martial artist must go through countless trials and understand the flow of qi and breathing methods to be able to master it. Just thinking about this, Pap Kwong couldn't believe what he was seeing. He secretly doubted Vo-chan's ability. That's how it's supposed to be. Over here, Vo-chan still hadn't noticed that Pap Kwong had been standing behind watching him for a long time. He was just focused on his training, changing from one posture to another. Not only that, he was inwardly praising. Wonderful. I was getting sick of bare-handed training. Turns out there are weights available for me to use. His unique training style made everyone around stare in astonishment. But he paid them no mind, only thinking excitedly. My triceps are about to explode. This is a single dumbbell tricep workout. While everyone else was struggling with the new exercise using sandbags, Vo-chan was on his own. He had now switched to another posture to train, as if he never tired. Training with this is also very effective. Muscles at this age develop so fast. He is using the sandbag like a dumbbell for bodybuilding. With an extremely satisfied and refreshed expression, he continuously praised in his heart. This is it. Vo-chan's bizarre behavior made the other young monks turn to look. Everyone looked at him with disdain. What is that guy doing? But Pap Kwong looked at him with a completely different gaze. He stared at Vo-chan in front of him in disbelief. This is. After witnessing everything, Pap Kwong confirmed with certainty. It's qi circulation. Since when could this kid use chi circulation? The very next second, he approached the training Vo Chan. Vo Chan, come here for a moment. Hearing Phop Kwong call him, he quickly stopped what he was doing with surprise evident on his face. He just looked at Phop Kwong with annoyance. Senior brother, you called me. Hearing this, the man nodded. Yes, follow me. I have something to ask you. After seeing Vo Chan's state, Tu Tin also confirmed it in his heart. Senior brother Phop Kwong was not wrong. This is definitely the chi of chi circulation. When Phop Kwong called him over, Vo Chan quickly realized what he wanted to say and spoke first. Senior brother, you mean to ask since when I could use chi circulation, right? At this point, Vo Chan also realized, I must have mastered chi circulation during my wall-gazing meditation, but if I tell the truth, I'll be punished by being locked in the cave for getting sidetracked with personal matters, so seeing the serious expressions on Phop Kwong and Tua Tin Vo Chan could only mumble evasively. He replied vaguely, Yes, I just tried it a moment ago. To make them believe him more easily, Vo Chan awkwardly explained the details. My family places great importance on breathing. Today, after training, I got too excited, so I noticed that my family's breathing method is quite similar to the monastery's breathing technique, so I tried combining them, he said, putting on a proud look. After hearing those absurd yet convincing words, Phop Kwong and Tu Tin seemed to be swayed but were still astonished. What? Tu Tin, standing to the side, was now extremely skeptical of everything. Thoughts couldn't help but surface in his mind. Normally, chi circulation can only be comprehended after mastering the Buddha heart technique. The Buddha heart technique is a fundamental cultivation method that can be mastered with just a few years of hard training. Phop Kwong now had the same thought as Tu Tin. His face twisted into an ugly frown as he was lost in thought. However, the number of disciples who can currently use chi circulation can be counted on one hand. This is because after mastering the Buddha heart technique, people usually move on to practice higher-level cultivation methods. Instead of using chi circulation to circulate their qi for 24 hours, it is much more effective to focus on circulating qi with a high-level cultivation method for 2 hours. But Vo Chan has only learned the Buddha heart technique for a few days and can already use chi circulation. This means his speed of accumulating internal energy is much faster than other children's. And if he were to read an even more advanced internal energy cultivation method, his power would increase manifold. Tu Tin now revealed a cunning expression as he recalled Vo Chan's training and thought. Moreover, a child like him can use chi circulation so easily. Perhaps he will also quickly comprehend more profound cultivation methods. After regaining his normal composure, he coughed a few times and then spoke up. Ahem, so you mean. Hearing this, Vo Chan looked at him a little confused. Without waiting for him to remain confused, Tu Tin and Phop Kwong excitedly stepped forward and pressed him. Can you use chi circulation anytime and anywhere? But contrary to their expectations, Vo Chan casually replied, No, sir, only when I'm doing my family's exercises. Upon hearing these words, the two of them froze solid for 5 seconds. Seeing their expressions, Vo Chan spoke up. If you have no more questions, senior brother, I'd like to return to my training. My muscles. After hearing Vo Chan say this, the two of them snapped out of it and hurriedly nodded. As soon as he got Tu Tin's approval, Vo Chan quickly ran off, leaving the two lonely figures behind. At this point, they both realized what they had just done was somewhat improper. It seems I was too hasty. Amitabha Buddha. Just then, another voice was heard. You've worked hard, senior brother. Senior brother Vo Kin, are you still training like that today? Hearing this, Vo Kin replied, Yes, today is also all thanks to you. Vo Chan, who was standing aside listening to their conversation, was a bit confused. He approached with curiosity. Vo Luat, are you stretching with everyone? Vo Luat heard this and quickly replied, Since you left, I've been training diligently. And it seems those two were also interested, so I showed them. Hearing this, Vo Chan was a bit stunned. You taught them. Vo Kin quickly spoke up for him. Junior brother Vo Luat's instructions are very easy to understand, so after stretching I feel very relaxed. Although it hurts a little. At this point, he fell into deep thought. I've taught Vo Luat quite a few stretching exercises, and yet he can remember them all and even guide others. Vo Luat was never mentioned in Jia Qin's story, so I overlooked him. Thinking of this, he recalled the other characters from that story. But it seems this guy's martial arts are nothing to scoff at. The Vo Luat in the story was a bit simple-minded. Could it be? Was he just talented but unlucky, which is why he couldn't become a master? Thinking of this, Vo Chan's surprised expression turned grim. Then he continued to ponder. It's possible. After all, he doesn't even know where the acupoints are. Oh, well, I'll think about that later. He thought, and then turned to Vo Kung, who was standing nearby, and spoke up. But What about you? Hearing himself being mentioned, Vo Kung guiltily turned his face away. What? Seeing that reaction, Vo Chan pressed him even more, still pretending I'm talking to you. Why are you just standing there instead of training? Hearing Vo Chan's question, Vo Luat spoke up on Vo Kung's behalf. Senior brother Vo Kung. The last time we trained together, he said his body was as stiff as a log, so... Hearing Vo Luat spill everything, Vo Kung panicked and shouted. What, junior brother Vo Luat? Why did you say that? As for Vo Chan, he was a bit surprised after understanding everything. Huh? Stiff, huh? Is that why you're not stretching? He then turned to stare at Vo Kung. Seeing his intense gaze, Vo Kung became a little embarrassed. What? After mustering all his courage, he shouted out in embarrassment. That's right, I'm stiff. So what, you got a problem with that? Seeing his attitude, Vo Chan replied with some dissatisfaction. I haven't even said anything yet. At this moment, Wu Zhen placed a hand on his head and sighed. No, I mean there's nothing wrong with being stiff. The stiffer you are, the more you have to train. Right after hearing these words, Wu Gong couldn't believe his ears. What? Seeing that he became even more serious, I don't have time to mock hard-working people. Only jobless idlers do that. After hearing those words, Wu Gong was a bit stunned. He suddenly remembered scenes from the past when everyone was gossiping about him. Wow, look, it's senior brother Wu Gong. He's so big, I heard he comes from a very powerful martial arts family. I wish I was born into a family like that. With such a prestigious background, he must be a natural genius. He's better than others without any effort, right? Everyone said so, but they didn't know that every night Wu Gong practiced diligently alone. Everyone just assumed it was natural talent for sure. I really admire senior brother Wu Gong. Thinking about these things made Wu Gong even angrier. Returning to the present, he could only smile wryly. Effort, huh? Then he regained his confident demeanor and pointed at Wu Zhen. It's been a long time since you said something right. Don't laugh at hard-working people, got it? Hearing this, Wu Zhen just replied softly, right. So saying this, he moved behind Wu Gong. Let's do our best national exercise routine movement number 7. Bending over, Wu Gong's bones felt like they were about to fall apart piece by piece. He cried out with a pained expression. Ugh. Then came a torrent of horrified screams. It hurt so much, you guy. In contrast to Wu Gong's miserable and slightly angry look, Wu Zhen was completely calm. Not only that, but he also made a sarcastic remark. Hey, Wu Lu was right. You really are stiff, senior brother. Keep it up. He then looked over at Wu Lu and Wu Jing beside him and spoke. I just noticed, although not as bad as Wu Gong, Wu Jing is also a bit stiff, isn't he? After hearing his comment, Wu Jing stammered a little, that is. Ignoring the awkwardness, he was focused on his own thoughts. Didn't you say Wu Lu taught you how to train? Let me see how far you've come thinking this, he called out. Wu Lu, I want to do some stretching too. Wu Lu was a bit surprised, but quickly replied, Huh, okay. All right. Senior brother Wu Gong, you're doing great. Along with that praise, Wu Gong was trying extremely hard to stretch. Wu Lu looked at Wu Gong standing next to him and praised him cheerfully, just as Wu Zhen taught this is exactly the military exercise routine. As soon as Wu Gong heard Wu Lu's praise, he stammered, Junior brother, why does this move hurt my hip so much? Hearing this, Wu Lu explained even more happily, this move is supposed to hurt like that to be correct. Suddenly, the silence was broken by Wu Zhen's shout. Wu Gong, don't clench your fists, lower your body more, and Wu Jing, straighten your arms, your posture is wrong, senior brother Wu Lu. After being corrected, Wu Lu panicked a little. Is it wrong? Then he sighed in frustration. Wu Zhen then continued, all right, the last movement is breathing. He guided everyone's practice while counting rhythmically, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. At that moment, a voice praised Wu Gong, who was standing nearby. At least this move is easy, so he can do it. Wu Gong heard this, but just remained silent. Then he glanced at Wu Lu and thought to himself, Junior brother Wu Lu, you're always sticking to that Wu Zhen guy. Your martial arts have improved significantly. Saying that he recalled the image of Wu Lu training before Wu Gong was extremely surprised by those movements. Junior brother Wu Lu, doesn't that move hurt? Wu Jing standing nearby was equally surprised. Oh, how strange. Seeing their surprised expressions, Wu Lu replied Wu Zhen was just as surprised before. After coming out of the flashback, Wu Gong was still lost in thought, especially about that incredible flexibility. Saying that he looked over at the grumpy Wu Zhen, that Wu Zhen guy defeated me. Then he glanced at the slightly foolish Wu Lu, and then there's junior brother Wu Lu, who despite being a bit silly has a natural gift. Lastly, there was Vo Qin, who seemed somewhat timid, and yet he was the one who had easily defeated Vo Tai. Looking at the three of them, Wu Gong felt more motivated to continue training. I'm surrounded by monsters, but I won't lose either because I am the strongest. Thanks to the new sandbags, I can now train freely with all sorts of exercises. During my free time, I focus on practicing energy circulation thanks to the diligent training Wu Zhen has visibly grown stronger. My fists are also getting stronger day by day. I'm improving more and more, accumulating more internal energy thanks to the special breathing method. Oh, sometimes I also do stretching with these kids, none other than Wu Lu's group. He still diligently teaches them how to stretch. You have to straighten your back, don't slouch. Other people passing by were a bit surprised to see Wu Zhen's angry expression. They couldn't help but discuss among themselves, "Hey, junior brother Wu Zhen. It seems his shoulders have gotten broader, right?" Hearing that the person next to him nodded in agreement. "I think so. Is it because of that strange exercise he always does with those kids?" It was obvious that the kids they were talking about were the three of them, Wu Jing, Wu Lu, and Wu Gong. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Then, on the 10th day, the training schedule changed. During the morning training session, Tu Tin looked at the disciples before him and announced loudly, "Most of the disciples have mastered the Buddha's heart art, so we will move on to the next stage, learning how to utilize internal energy." Saying this, he ordered two disciples standing behind him, "You two come out and demonstrate for everyone." After being called, the two of them immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Tu Kiet then continued the first form of the mind-weight fist. First, concentrate your internal energy in your dantian, then guide the chi up through the chi hai zhongwan and juke points. After speaking, he turned to the second disciple standing beside him. Next, guide 70% of your internal power to the right qishe acupoint, passing through the jianyu acupoint, and guide the remaining 30% to the other arm. Do you all understand? After hearing the series of explanations, Wu Zhen, standing to the side, now silently understood and thought to himself, so you concentrate internal power in the dantian, and then split it in a 70-30 ratio. Thinking this, he quickly tried it out. He was now recalling what he had learned and slowly putting it into practice, and then what continuous fist. The first form, as it was unleashed, a current of energy was also quickly shot out. Wu Zhen was extremely shocked, unable to believe that he had caused the attack just now. He stared at his glowing palm with a look of astonishment. Well, what is this feeling? At this point, a thought appeared in Wu Zhen's mind. Is this using internal energy to stimulate acupoints to strengthen parts of the body? The reason for not pouring all the internal power into one hand but splitting it is to maintain the body's balance. So in the future, when my internal energy is stronger, my left hand won't be able to handle it, saying that he imagined himself channeling his power in a 70-30 ratio. I have to find a way to transmit more power to other parts, for example. Before he could finish his thought, a voice cut in. That train of thought to execute the first form of the continuous fist perfectly. You need to channel internal power down to your lower body. The one who had just spoken was Tu Tin. He looked coldly at the disciples before him. After hearing his words, Wu Zhen seemed to have an epiphany, so that's how it is. Suddenly, he realized something that made him pause. Wait a minute, if that's the case, I have to not only focus on my hands, but also channel internal power to my legs. In other words, I have to control my entire body. With that thought, Wu Zhen's whole body was enveloped in an incredibly powerful aura. He looked at one side of his body where an energy current seemed to be flowing and thought, oh my, the structure is more complex than I imagined. To use it fluently in actual combat, how much grueling training would that take, saying that he pictured a tense fight scene? The next second, he glanced meaningfully behind him, first things first. Then he slowly approached Wu Lu, who was practicing diligently. It's so confusing, how do I do it like this? Seeing Wu Lu's clueless expression, he couldn't help but feel helpless and put a hand to his forehead. I give up after thinking he spoke up to stop him. Senior brother Wu Lu, wait. Hearing him call Wu Lu stopped his actions in confusion. He then asked seriously, what are you doing, senior brother? He honestly replied, I'm trying to remember the order of the steps we just learned. Hearing this, a look of utter helplessness appeared on Wu Zhen's face. Then he told Wu Lu to recount what he remembered. Then just tell me what you remember. Hearing that, he tilted his head and stammered, Then he recounted the order he remembered, starting from the dantian then to the juke chi-hai and zhongwan points, right? Hearing this, Wu Zhen couldn't help but correct him. It's chi-hai, zhongwan, juke. At this moment, Wu Lu continued after that guide 70% of the internal power to the left qish and jianyu acupoints. Hearing this, his face turned black as soot, but he had to remain calm and remind him it's the right side you're right-handed. After being corrected 2 times, Vo Luat began to scratch his head awkwardly. Oh, that's right, leaving Vo Chan so helpless that he was at a loss for words. He snapped out of his helplessness and stopped himself from getting lost in his thoughts. Buddha, really, maybe that's why the story never mentioned Vo Luat. Thinking this, he quickly said to Vo Luat, let me explain it to you in a simpler way. Don't worry about the name of the acupoint. Can you guide your internal energy here? As he said this, he pointed to Vo Luat's abdomen. After receiving the instruction, Vo Luat began to nod. Let me give it a try. Following that was a stream of instructions from Vo-chan. Now guide it up here, then transfer it over here, Vo Luat replied after hearing this. After practicing it, Vo Luat's eyes lit up with excitement. This way is so much easier to understand, seeing that Vo-chan couldn't help but thank the heavens. What a relief. He finally let out a sigh of relief and said to Vo Luat, "If there's anything you don't get, just ask me. I figure you'll forget it soon enough." Hearing this, Vo Luat fell into thought. But... Then he pointed to his arm and asked foolishly, "From here, where do I channel it to this spot? Hearing this, Vo-chan became so angry, he bit his lip trying to hold back his rage so he wouldn't strangle Vo Luat. He cursed silently in his mind, this idiot. And so Vo-chan gradually became familiar with how to perform the continuous fist. Each day, Tu Tin and the other martial brothers would teach him a new form. Since it was a basic martial art, the number of forms was not large. Within just 10 days, Vo-chan had learned how to execute all of them. After that, the young monks were free to practice at their own pace. Some trained seriously, but some wanted to run away. And as of today, 71 days have passed. Not just Vo-chan and Vo-kung, but Vo-kin and Vo Luat too have mastered all 10 forms of the continuous fist. Vo-kung, seeing Vo-chan holding a single pose, spoke up to remind him, "Hey, it's been 20 minutes already," hearing that he was a bit surprised. What? He then stood up, rubbed his neck, and said, "All right then, from now on. We're going to do squats," he said with a look of excitement, but Vo-kung didn't understand and asked what's a squat, hearing that he could only say to move on. The scene changes to the morning training session. Fap Kwong was walking around observing everyone's practice and praised them silently. Everyone is working very hard today. Suddenly, something made Fap Kwong stop in surprise. Whose breathing is that powerful? Looking in that direction, Fap Kwong's eyes suddenly filled with disbelief. Over there was Vo-chan training earnestly. Fap Kwong found it hard to believe when he saw Vo-chan holding a pile of sandbags. How many sandbags is that kid Vo-chan wearing, moreover, to have such incredible strength and stamina at that age? As he thought this, his gaze shifted to Vo-chan's arm holding 3 sandbags at once as he marveled toned muscles brimming with stamina. He then compared his physique with the person standing next to him. His build was significantly larger than the previous new disciples. At this thought, Fap Kwong's expression gradually turned serious. He achieved all of that in just 2 months through his own hard work. Could Vo-chan have been right? Then he recalled the things Vo-chan had said before. If you train this way, it could affect you later. Training like that will hurt your knees. You should warm up thoroughly before practice. Even when he was brought back from the cave, he was so serious, "I will challenge myself with harder exercises." After recalling everything Vo-chan had said, Fap Kwong couldn't help but sit stunned in a corner. Thoughts constantly running through his head. Could our Shaolin's training methods really be wrong? Suddenly, a voice slowly approached. The training session ended a long time ago. Why are you still here, Fap Kwong? The person approaching was none other than Hien Tan. Upon seeing him, Fap Kwong spoke awkwardly. Greetings, Martial Uncle Hien." Tan, seeing his awkward demeanor, Hien Tan immediately noticed something was unusual about Fap Kwong. Ho, it seems you have something on your mind." He then used his words to encourage Fap Kwong to speak his mind. A person's worries, once they are spoken, often seem like nothing at all, so just say it. "What is it that's troubling you?" Hearing this, Fap Kwong's expression became even more somber. Then he hesitantly began to speak. It's about Vo-chan." Hearing his name, Hien Tan couldn't help but ask again, "Vo-chan?" At that moment, Vo-chan was standing with a look of disbelief, staring straight ahead and asking, "Did I hear you wrong, senior brother Fap Kwong?" Fap Kwong then coldly uttered 5 words that were enough to make Vo-chan tremble uncontrollably. "The Hall Master summons you." Vo Luat, standing behind, was just as surprised to hear the Hall Master had summoned him and blurted out, "Did you cause trouble again?" Hearing this, Vo-keen quickly warned him, fearing he'd cause more problems. "Just take the blame this time." Understand, while Vo-kung asked gloatingly, "Tisk, in trouble again?" Seeing everyone misunderstand him like this made Vo-chan resentful. He gritted his teeth and complained inwardly, "After I helped you all so kindly, you dare." Fap Kwong then turned to leave, but didn't forget to remind him, "The Hall Master is waiting. Hurry up." Being urged like that, he could only obey meekly. Yes, I'm going right now." Now at the Hall Master's room, everything around was very tidy, but Vo-chan's mind was a tangled mess, not understanding what was happening. Damn it, what trouble did I get into without even knowing it? Just then, a cup of tea was placed down, but the questions still lingered in Vo-chan's mind. Why? Looking at the man sitting in front of him, a teacup in hand, Vo-chan couldn't help but think, why would the Hall Master summon me? He is Hien Tan, the Hall Master of the Arhat Hall. The scene changes to the next morning. Looking at Vo-chan, Hien-tan recalled what Pop Kwong had told him and couldn't help thinking, I knew the boy had an exceptional nature and talent, but I never expected that strange training method to be so effective enough to make Pop Kwong worry. This reminded him of his conversation with Pop Kwong. Can you bring Vo-chan to see me? Hearing Hien-tan say that, Pop Kwong asked back in disbelief, you mean Vo-chan uncle? Hien-tan quickly explained his intention to Pop Kwong. This issue cannot be resolved through mere discussion alone. So it's better to meet Vo-chan in person and talk with him for a bit back in the present. Vo-chan was sitting in front of him with an extremely tense expression. Meanwhile, Hien-tan just stared intently, not opening his mouth to say even a single word. At that moment, Pop Kwong's voice echoed in Hien-tan's mind once more, yes, Marshal Uncle. But Vo-chan and Hien-tan remained silent, neither saying a word to the other. Seeing Hien-tan's serious expression, Vo-chan's heart began to pound in panic. What is it? Seeing Hien-tan's pensive expression as he stared at him, Vo-chan gradually lost patience and cursed inwardly. What's the deal with calling me here in a hurry, then just staring at me silently for several minutes? Not only that, but it seems like he's also checking out my body at this thought. A shiver ran down his spine, causing him to shudder. Immediately after, he quickly flexed to show off his muscles, but he couldn't help thinking to himself, looking me up and down, it's so embarrassing it must be, because my muscles aren't developed enough. Thinking this, Vo-chan's face turned red as a beet as he tried to strike a few poses to show off all the muscles he had. Seeing Vo-chan's antics, Hien-tan's face darkened like the bottom of a pot as he spoke. What are you doing, child? Hearing the hallmaster ask him this, he was startled and quickly explained, chest exercises. No, I was just trying out a few poses. Seeing his awkward posture made him chuckle, quickly dispelling the awkwardness. It's been a while since we've met, hasn't it? Hearing that, Vo-chan quickly replied, yes. It seems it's been since the last incident. His mind then recalled their last meeting, which was under very chaotic circumstances. Haha, that time was certainly not very pleasant. He then got straight to the point. Did you call me here because of that matter, Marshal Uncle? Hearing his question, Hien-tan denied it. No, it's just that I wanted to confirm something with my own eyes. And after observing you directly, I understand now at this moment, a powerful golden aura appeared on Vo-chan's body. After hearing the denial, he asked curiously, what is it you wanted to say, Uncle? Hearing this, he didn't hide anything and said it all. I heard that you have progressed much faster than the other new disciples, and it is indeed true. However, I didn't call you here just for that reason. Your exceptional progress, Vo-chan, is it due to your family's secret training method? Hearing this, his expression turned serious. At that moment, his mind was filled with the thought that the hallmaster would tell him to abandon that training method. His face darkened. It's obvious, abandon that training method and focus on the Shaolin exercises, right? Just as the thought formed, without waiting for the hallmaster to speak, he quickly spoke first. Is my training method really more effective than Shaolin's? Do you mean you want to test it, Marshal Uncle? Before he could finish his sentence, the hallmaster quickly denied it, not exactly. He then cheerfully explained, our Shaolin is not a stubborn or conservative place. I want to make you a proposal. Hearing this, an image of an annoyed Hui Jing frowning and refuting his arguments flashed through Wu Zhen's mind. This exercise will destroy your knees for the sake of all beings. I must do this. Thinking of this, countless questions arose in Wu Zhen's heart. Not a stubborn and conservative place. You say. He then asked Jian Cheng, what is it you propose, Marshal Uncle? Jian Cheng no longer concealed his thoughts and spoke his mind. The Shaolin Temple has survived for over 1,000 years thanks to its spirit of correcting mistakes, embracing the new, while preserving its core, being flexible yet firm and adapting to circumstances. After hearing this, Wu Zhen hesitated. I don't quite understand what you mean, Marshal Uncle. Hearing that he spoke directly without any more hesitation, what I mean is, if you can prove your family's training method is effective, I will consider implementing it. I mean, that strange training method of yours. Wu Zhen was completely stunned, a giant question mark practically appearing on his face. After fully grasping the meaning of Jian Cheng's words, Wu Zhen was even more astounded, so that means he accepts my method. Jian Cheng, the master of the Arhat Hall, is a practitioner who, even before becoming a martial arts expert, always believed in making wise decisions for the growth of Shaolin. Adopting Wu Zhen's training method was a risky gamble, but he wanted to test it first in the Arhat Hall, where the new young monks are trained. If it failed, he would face punishment from the Precepts Hall. But for the future of the Shaolin Temple, he was willing to take the risk at this moment. Jian Cheng looked at Wu Zhen with a glimmer of satisfaction, thinking, if that training method is truly effective, it will be a solid foundation for Shaolin for the next 1,000 years. Wu Zhen, now filled with curiosity, asked anxiously, why me? Upon hearing this, the hallmaster's calm expression disappeared. That naive question made his face turn as black as soot. He then yelled in anger, What, you don't expect me to do it, do you? Wu Zhen, still innocently scratching his head, replied. But Martial Uncle, you're the one who wants this. There are over 70 new disciples now, and I need to train as well. Besides, after everything that's happened, they all think I'm a lunatic. As he spoke, memories of the other disciples calling him eccentric and laughing behind his back flooded his mind. Ha ha, that mad dog, shush, speak softer. Remembering this, he voiced his fear. Would the kids even listen to a lunatic like me, seeing his lack of confidence? Xian Cheng couldn't help but reassure him. What are you talking about? You are not a lunatic. Although he said that Wu Zhen was thinking differently, actually, I do want to raise a group of excellent disciples so that later when my sect, the mighty Shaolin, is powerful, I can change the ending of that novel. It's just I don't want to waste my energy training these unruly brats who are they calling a madman. As he thought this, the image of the Shaolin disciples jeering at him resurfaced. After thinking it over, he turned to Xian Cheng and set a condition. If you truly want to test this martial uncle, then I have one condition. By this time, the sky had grown dark and the moon was already high overhead. The Shaolin disciples were all sleeping soundly. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them, taking a powerful, deep breath. The next second, a powerful shout echoed, "Get up now!" At that moment, all of them snapped their eyes open in terror. Everyone scrambled panikedly towards the door. One yelled, "Ouch, I bit my tongue." Another, while fixing his clothes, wondered aloud, what's going on? Is it time for training already? Why haven't we heard any bells? Despite their curiosity, everyone hastily and obediently exited their rooms to assemble. Just then, a sharp voice rang out again. "Did you come to the Shaolin Temple for a vacation? Wake up and get to the training grounds immediately." No one could understand what was happening. What is it really time for practice? Suddenly, everyone froze in surprise. What is that? Why is that? That lunatic standing there in the middle of the training grounds, another person chimed in. "You're right. That's him." With that question came the sight of three people, Fa Chang Hui Jing and Wu Zhen, standing imposingly before them. Seeing the noisy commotion, Hui Jing cleared his throat a few times and announced, the reason I've called you all here earlier than usual is to add a warm-up exercise before the main training session. And from today, Wu Zhen will be in charge of your morning training upon being introduced." Wu Zhen's expression became incredibly serious, his face turning cold as he snorted to himself. Looking at the crowd before him, Wu Zhen thought with disappointment, just as chaotic as I predicted, entrusting training to an unpopular kid of the same age. Of course, they'd be rowdy by now. Everyone's serious expressions had been replaced by mockery. But since I've taken on this task, I won't let them disrespect me with this thought. He tilted his head to the sky and took a deep breath. The next second, he roared with all his strength, "Attention, get serious. From this day forward, I will train you with my family's secret physical conditioning method." Seeing Wu Zhen's earnest expression, Fa Qiang couldn't take his eyes off him, staring intently. After seeing his serious and somewhat angry expression, the crowd became more compliant. Wu Zhen then continued, "During training sessions, you are to call me instructor." Unlike the fearful look on everyone else's faces, Wu Jing's group was all too familiar with this and could only let out a weary sigh. Hui Jing, standing nearby, couldn't help but stare at Wu Zhen's intimidating aura and think from a kid with such weak internal energy. But his eyes hold such a powerful spirit. Thinking this, he couldn't help but be drawn to the boy's cold, steely gaze. Suddenly, a laugh pierced the quiet atmosphere. That was followed by a barrage of mocking laughter aimed at Wu Zhen. Why should we listen to him? Who does he think he is? He's definitely insane. Seeing them mock him like that, Wu Zhen angrily gritted his teeth, Then he shot them a deathly glare. "You dare laugh at me? I will teach you what manners are hearing this." The crowd trembled and immediately fell silent. Without threatening anyone, he stood proudly and issued a serious challenge. "Anyone who is dissatisfied with me as the instructor, anyone confident in their own abilities, step forward now. That includes all of you who were just mocking me. I will take on all of you. If I lose by even a single move, I will step down as instructor and train with you." As soon as they heard that, a few people stepped forward with confident looks. Now 4 disciples were surrounding Wu Zhen with smug looks. Seeing this, he wasn't scared in the slightest and simply asked calmly, "Good, is that all of you?" After saying that, he turned to look at the 4 of them with disdain. "Come at me all at once? Well then, let the match begin." The moment the 2 words "match begin" were uttered, the 4 of them swarmed like angry bees, rushing frantically at Wu Zhen. But he was nowhere in sight. They only found themselves landing heavy blows on their own comrades' faces. After regaining his composure, one of them asked, where did he disappear to? What's going on? Right then, they saw Wu Zhen sitting calmly on the ground as if nothing happened. Seeing their foolish display of hitting each other, he couldn't help but scoff. "I've trained so hard here, there's no way I'd lose to a bunch of useless chickens like you." not even by a single move. With that thought, he moved nimbly behind one of them who only had a moment to register his surprise. A triumphant smirk appeared on Wu Zhen's face as he sneered softly. Impossible just then, one of the 4 attackers was slammed to the ground. He mercilessly put him in a chokehold, causing the boy to cry out, you bastard!" Then he yelled to his allies, "Quick, hold him down." Before they had a chance to counter, with a single series of continuous punches, 2 of them were knocked far away. Following that was another attack, the small circling fist, and as soon as the blow landed, another disciple was sent flying. After just a few basic fist techniques, the 3 who had been so smug moments ago were now piled on top of each other, unable to move. After defeating his challengers, Wu Zhen turned back to the crowd that had been sneering just moments before his gaze deadly. Anyone else want to give it a shot? Step up now. Now everyone avoided his deathly stare, no one daring to meet his eyes. Seeing this, he spoke again. "I always keep my promises. From now on, I will lead the training sessions," he said, pointing at the crowd as a reminder. "Don't forget to call me instructor every morning." Just then, a powerful command rang out, everyone on the ground. Wu Zhen then yelled to everyone, "If your stomach touches the ground, the punishment will be doubled." Then he immediately started counting for them 1. After hearing him count, everyone wrapped the sandbags around their bodies and counted along 1. Seeing that everyone was doing well, he continued to increase the difficulty and ordered 2, "Straighten your arms and lift your body up." 2. Seeing his serious demeanor while training everyone, Fap Kwong couldn't help but wonder, this legless brat, could it be that back in his clan? Has he taught others before? Within Vo Chan's serious demeanor, the image of an incredibly imposing man suddenly appeared. Vo Chan's training method went very smoothly. However, Vo Chan alone could not manage all 70 novice disciples. At this moment, Vo Luat, Vo Qin, and Vo Kung appeared with looks of disbelief. Unlike the astonishment of Vo Kung and Vo Qin, Vo Luat shouted excitedly, "Wonderful seeing this." Vo Chan spoke up. "You brothers have already been through this training once." Therefore, he assigned Vo Qin, Vo Kung, and Vo Luat, who had been tempered by the special training, to be his teaching assistants. Vo Kung was incredibly dedicated to his task, meticulously correcting everyone's form. "Tense your arms." Seeing his serious attitude, the others nodded in agreement, yes, to help him manage and guide the other disciples. Watching Vo Qin instructing everyone, Vo Chan couldn't help but think to himself, when taught by peers with familiar brothers guiding them, they will feel a bit more confident. Although Pop Kwong was a monk, his nature was more like that of a soldier. Thus he learned from Vo Chan a teaching method that suited him. Watching Vo Chan's instruction, Pop Kwong could only stand silently in a corner. Those kids who had just dared to secretly mess around were caught by Vo Chan. What followed was a harsh punishment for them, making Pop Kwong exclaim in admiration. So there is this way of doing things too. Pop Kwong watched from afar, thinking to himself, be lenient when needed, but punish severely when they cross the line. Vo Chan was still seriously instructing his students. Do you dare to slack off in your training again? Hearing his questioning, they all cried out, "My legs." At this point, Pop Kwong had also learned a few things and said to himself, I should also apply this method with the new junior brothers. The results of the training quickly became apparent in the novice disciples. Because they were young, the children's stamina and physiques developed very rapidly. Initially, the older masters were worried and skeptical about Vo Chan's training methods. He calmly explained to Pop Kwong, "It's not that we are being too hasty, but..." At this point, he inquired of Pop Kwong, "I wonder if the things I asked for are finished yet." But as they witnessed the clear results over time, they came to completely trust Vo Chan. Just then, Tu Tin answered his earlier question, "Those things are already finished." Hearing this, Pop Kwong quickly pointed in a direction and said, "Over there." The moment he saw them, Vo Chan's eyes lit up like car headlights. He couldn't contain his excitement. Oh, they're finally here. These were the things Vo Chan had asked Hien Tan to make when he took on the task of training the young monks. They included a weight rack, a barbell, and weight plates. At that moment, he couldn't help but think to himself, a squat rack and a bench press. Looking at the equipment before him, Vo Chan felt a little worried. Except for the barbell, everything was made of wood, which made him a bit anxious. But for now, the weights are still light, so it should be fine, right? I will have to combine sandbags and logs to use as dumbbells. In reality, even with 3 teaching assistants helping training over 70 children was still overwhelming for Vo Chan. Moreover, his own personal training time was becoming increasingly scarce. That is why he had asked for this equipment to be custom-made. Vo Chan looked at the equipment before him, unable to contain his excitement. No matter how many times he looked, the excitement remained as he thought to himself, amazing a gym in a wuxia world. Fop Kwong, standing beside him, asked skeptically, with these things the children will become even stronger. Hearing this, he replied firmly, that's right. Vo Chan was thrilled at the thought of weightlifting. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 4 months had passed. Thanks to his relentless training, Vo Chan's body had made remarkable progress, advancing at a divine speed. In just 4 months, Vo Chan's body had become strong and muscular. The total weight of the barbell and plates he was lifting was about 90 kilograms. Vo Chan, at only 13 years old, could already lift more than his own body weight, showing an astonishing rate of development. At this moment, Vo Chan seemed to not know the meaning of fatigue, continuing to train with enthusiasm. This was a perfect squat. He then gently placed the barbell and plates on the ground, saying in a relaxed tone, 12 reps completed. Then he turned to look at his muscles and thought to himself, my total for the 3 basic lifts must be at 230 kilograms by now. He looked at his hands with a hint of pride. For a 1-rep max, I could probably lift nearly 300 kilograms. Vo Chan felt extremely satisfied every day. He managed and trained the novice disciples without neglecting his own personal cultivation. Life went on like this. Autumn passed and winter came, and white snow covered the mountains and forests. Then the snow melted and the trees began to bud and sprout. 20 novice disciples left the Shaolin Temple. They were the children who had been unable to grasp martial arts within the past year. Each one of them left this place with sadness. After watching those disciples leave, Tu Tin turned to Hien Tan with a happy smile. Master, this year as many as 50 children passed the assessment. Hearing this, he quickly replied. Compared to last year, the number was only 1/3. At this point, he couldn't hide his delight and laughed out loud. It is all thanks to Vo Chan. By now, anyone who still dares to deny Vo Chan's training methods would be a fool. In fact, Hien Tan had become Vo Chan's most enthusiastic supporter. At this moment, Hien Tan laughed happily while thinking, I must quickly equip the Luohan Hall with more weight racks and benches. No, I mean bench presses. I must add more of that equipment for the Luohan Hall. Thanks to Vo Chan's training method, they had achieved remarkable results, so he was very eager to acquire more training equipment. But even for the Shaolin Temple, the budget was limited. They couldn't just purchase expensive items at will. Fortunately, there was still a way. Thinking of this, Hien Tan smiled meaningfully and then said, I have cultivated for over 50 years and should have let go of all desires. I hope the day of the novice examination comes soon. On the day of the novice examination, it is the final test for the novice disciples and also the test to select official disciples. If he could prove the effectiveness of Vo Chan's training methods through this test, equipping the Luohan Hall with more training equipment would no longer be a dream. Half a year later, Vo Chan was in his growth phase. In just 1 year, he had grown 10 centimeters taller, and his total for the 3 basic lifts had reached 400 kilograms for 12 reps. His physique had also become more robust. Some might say that reaching only 400 kilograms in 1 year and 9 months is too slow, but Vo Chan was not a bodybuilder, he was a martial artist. If his muscles were too large, it would interfere with his martial arts movements. Therefore, Vo Chan only trained to a level suitable for using his martial arts, like those celebrities on television said to have perfect bodies. At this thought, images of famous people with great physiques appeared, with everyone admiring them. Amazing, wow, look at those muscles, are they real or fake? As a result, instead of having bulging muscles like Coach Choi Kang-hyuk, his body had developed the muscles of a martial artist, with each muscle group firm and clearly defined. While Vo Chan was training diligently, Hien Tan went to another place, not the Luohan Hall. He smiled cheerfully and spoke respectfully, reporting to the abbot, this disciple is Hien Tan Hall, master of the Luohan Hall. I have come to report on the novice examination, which will take place in 5 days. Hearing this, a voice came from within. Please enter, Hall Master. Immediately after, Hien Tan pushed open the door and stepped inside. No figure could be seen inside, only a large statue placed in front. The voice spoke again. I have heard the news. Many children have passed the preliminary assessment and will participate in the novice examination. Hearing this, Hien Tan replied humbly, It is all thanks to the abbot's great virtue. At this moment, the image of a master sitting upright on a chair appeared from within. If junior brother Hien Tan says so, you must be very confident. Amitabha Buddha. Hearing this, Hien Tan replied, I am certain of it. Abbot, this year's novice examination will be very different from previous years. After speaking, he bowed respectfully to the person before him. The person sitting on the chair was Hien Tien, the abbot of the Shaolin Temple. He simply revealed a benevolent smile. I am looking forward to it, junior brother Hien Tan. Time passed, and the day of the novice examination arrived. High-ranking monks from the various halls and courtyards all gathered at the Luohan Hall. Normally, the novice examination would not attract so many people. But this year, thanks to Vo Chan, the number of disciples who passed the preliminary assessment reached 49. Excluding the children who became lay disciples, 42 remained. It was precisely because they wanted to witness this astonishing achievement with their own eyes that everyone had gathered here. Hien Tan revealed a satisfied smile and said, "How could we possibly hide such good news?" Tu Tin, standing beside him, quickly chimed in, "I think so too, senior brother." Of course, there were also dissenting opinions. Just then, a disciple appeared with a scornful look on his face and asked, "Master, did martial uncle Hien Tan let so many children pass the test out of pity?" Hearing this, the master immediately refuted him, "Not at all. Yesterday, martial uncle Hien Tan came to me and said that the children this year are exceptionally talented. The one who had just spoken was Tu Convice Hall Master of the Shaolin Outer Hall." He then glanced in a certain direction and told his disciple to follow his gaze. "Take a look over there. Those are the children participating in this year's entrance examination." Seeing the large builds of Vo Chan and the others made the disciple exclaim in shock, "What, those are the kids? Their physiques are no different from the second-generation disciples." Contrary to his disciple's disbelief, the Vice Hall Master cheerfully added, "Isn't that just clear proof of martial uncle Hien Tan's confidence?" At this moment, a foot slowly stepped forward. Then he shouted majestically, "Thank you all for taking your precious time to come here. As there are many candidates this year, I will keep it brief at these words." Everyone around waited in anticipation for what was next. Not keeping everyone waiting, the voice quickly announced, "The examination begins now." Vo Chan placed a hand on Vo Kung's large frame to reassure him. "Rottenwood don't tremble upon hearing this," Vo Kung retorted. I'm not Rottenwood," but Vo Chan ignored him, turning to comfort Vo Keen beside him. "Vo Kin, you shouldn't be too nervous either." After reassuring the other two, Vo Chan turned to Vo Luat. "As for you, Vo Luat." But before he could finish, he saw Vo Luat's clueless expression as he scratched his head, which disappointed him a little. So he swallowed his words and said, "Never mind, it's nothing." Vo Chan then stepped forward to take the lead, rolling his shoulders as he called to the others. "All right then." A smug expression appeared on his face as he looked straight ahead and said loudly, "Let's begin." Vo Chan felt that the Shaolin entrance exam was very simple. He threw many punches forward. From what Vo Chan knew, the novice disciples would spar with the second-generation disciples. Wherever Vo Chan threw a punch, this martial uncle would nimbly block it, his expression never changing, and the future masters from the various halls would observe the match, selecting children with the potential to become third-generation disciples. Martial Uncle Tu Tin and the other martial uncles watched their battle from above. Usually, the second-generation disciples would only use enough skill to let the novices display their abilities, but Vo Chan suddenly remembered. However, martial uncle Tu Tin exclaimed, "Ha ha, is that really a fight between a novice and a second-generation disciple?" From martial uncle Tu Tin's perspective, Vo Chan was fighting ferociously down below, looking like a fierce tiger snarling. He assessed it has been over 20 rounds, yet that child still has the strength to fight. Martial Uncle Tu Tin glanced at Martial Uncle Hien Van. He said, "The master of the Arhat Hall is indeed very confident the level of the children this year is very high." Martial Uncle Hien Van laughed and replied, "Ha ha, it is all thanks to the grace of the Buddha, but we have only seen half of it, Abbot." Then Tu Tan tilted his head and reminded, "Please do not be so quick to judge." At this moment, Tu Tan felt a certain warmth as he thought, I do not see Martial Brother Hien Tan looking worried at all. He must have great faith in the children's abilities. Tuatan told himself, let's just keep watching, and it will become clear. Tuatan looked into the distance, saw something, and then said, "The next disciple is ready." A shout rang out. Novice disciple Vo Luat stepped forward. Vo Chan, with a calm expression, rested his hands on his hips and reminded his opponent, "Brother Vo Luat, do you remember what I told you?" Vo Luat laughed heartily and replied, "You told me to just go all out." Vo Chan replied with confidence, "Just relax and fight." Vo Luat looked at him with expectant eyes and exclaimed, "All right." When Vo Luat entered the ring, he was determined to fight and said, "I ask for the master's permission, begin." When these two words rang out, Vo Luat was already on his way to face the martial uncle over there to fight. Noticing Vo Luat throwing a punch towards him, the martial uncle calmly remarked, "The 10th form of the continuous ring fist, the 14th form of the lesser Hong fist, it seems he has mastered them. I am well aware of the number of martial arts he has learned." This martial uncle bent his knees well then. Looking at Vo Luat with a challenging expression towards the martial uncle, this person thought, what about his ability to adapt and apply his martial arts? Vo Luat and the martial uncle fought all over the arena just like that. Voluat threw an elbow at him. He was startled and shouted, What? The martial uncle struggled to block Voluat's elbow. He was astonished a novice disciple is this agile. Without any more hesitation, he threw a punch at Voluat, he thought to himself in any case. I have got you now. However, with his agility, Voluat managed to dodge to the side. The martial uncle was surprised, what, slippery as an eel. The other martial uncles watching from above were also very surprised by this response from Voluat. Martial Uncle 2 can silently assess, he can move his body like that. He is moving instinctively like an animal. Watching Voluat's agile movements below, he thought moreover that instinctive judgment is supported by a supple and flexible body. Master 2 can reminded the person next to him, Fap Hien, you must watch closely. Fap Hien replied, yes, master. Martial Uncle 2 can spoke with overflowing confidence that child is your disciple and also my grand disciple. The background of this experienced martial uncle is Toucan, deputy master of the Shaolin Outer Hall, nicknamed Invincible Five Fists. He confidently affirmed that that child can definitely perfect the Shaolin Five Fists. The martial uncle outside, acting as the referee, shouted, stop the fight. He also silently assessed and admired Voluat's monstrous flexibility as surely innate. He must have thought a lot about how to maximize that ability. Recalling the past, remembering his daily efforts, Voluat was always clumsy with acupoints and the flow of internal energy, so I had him practice how to connect the forms while ignoring the circulation of internal energy. All the effort paid off. As a result, he has engraved the movements and the flow of internal energy into his body. If the mind is not flexible, then just let the body remember. Hien Thien turned to question Martial Uncle Hien. Van, what method did you use to raise the children's level so much? Could it be you secretly gave them soul-gathering pills? Tutan laughed heartily and replied, Abbot, do not be so surprised yet. A voice rang out from the arena. Novice disciple Vo Kung stepped forward. Vo Chan smirked and called out, Hey, Vo Kung! The person next to him trembled and replied fearfully. What now? Vo Chan reassured him. No, I mean, do not be nervous. This person was huge, with a muscular body that looked extremely brutish. Humph, who is nervous? The martial uncles were startled when they saw this person. They whispered, what is that right? Could it be he lied about his age? Is that kid really a novice disciple? The martial uncle jumped, looking with a stunned face at the enormous Vo Kung standing before him, a novice disciple this big. Vo Kung stood before the martial uncle, seemingly overwhelming his presence, as tall as 6 feet and 2 inches. However, Vo Kung was still scared, and trembling thoughts appeared in his mind for this day. I have endured harsh training for the past 2 years. Vo Kung resolved, I will not lose. Vo Kung did not hesitate any longer and shouted, let us begin. Outside, while Vo Chan was observing intently, another martial uncle whispered in his ear, Junior brother Vo Chan, how do you think Vo Kung will perform? Voluat pondered that name, Vo Kung. Vo Chan silently assessed that his large build is an advantage, but his body is very rigid. Remembering Vo Chan's training in the past, so I only had him practice minimal flexibility exercises and focus the rest on strength plus Vo Kung's extraordinary diligence and effort. Vo Chan turned his gaze to the battle before him. Vo Kung threw a rigid punch towards that martial uncle. The current Vo Kung is an extremely tough tank who also has offensive capabilities. In the fighting ring, the opposing martial uncle gritted his teeth. His body now seemed to be covered in flames, although this is a novice examination if I keep dodging without using internal energy. He decided I will be done for. I will enhance my internal energy. Before Vo Kung's eyes, a punch was heading his way. However, on this side, Vo Kung was also heading towards him. The two were now confronting each other, the martial uncle facing this attack. Vo Kung now seemed abnormally gigantic, making the martial uncle stand still breathless. The martial uncles watching from above were also left breathless. Watching Vo Kung's ultimate moves, a martial uncle up high assessed that child not only has extraordinary strength, but also knows how to incorporate feints. The other person immediately replied, it seems he is the only novice disciple who can fight on par with a second-generation disciple. Suddenly, a powerful figure spoke up, making these two martial uncles turn their heads not bad. The martial uncle who was speaking recognized him. Martial brother Tudam, this person is Tudam, the heir to the Vajra indestructible divine technique and the Tathagata's divine palm. So the martial uncle asked, Tudam martial brother, are you interested in that child? Tudam stated his thoughts. I can clearly see his effort in minimizing superfluous movements. Then he remarked he must have trained very hard. With his experience, Tudam realized with that level of skill, he has the potential to inherit the orthodox Shaolin lineage. Noticing the eyes focused on him, Vo Kung immediately knew, humph, everyone is paying attention to me. This increased Vo Kung's motivation to fight. He decided I must look really cool, really strong, really spectacular. However, in a moment of carelessness, he revealed an opening. A punch from his opponent almost knocked him off his feet. The martial uncles who had just praised him were startled. This awkward atmosphere was broken by Tu Dam's words ahem. Perhaps because he is still young, he still likes to show off. He ordered, "This child needs more education," he offered. "I will teach him personally." After leaving the arena, Vo Kung sulked with his face against the wall. How could this happen? Vo Chan next to him tried to motivate him. Hey, a small failure is nothing. Do not be sad anymore, but you did look pretty funny." Vo Kin beside them spoke his farewell. Next, it is my turn. Vo Chan, I am off." Vo Chan watched Vo Kin hurry away. Next is Vo Kin. Vo Chan's expression turned serious as he pondered. However, he has not completely overcome his past psychological trauma. But to avoid turning into a blood frenzy, he must learn to control his madness. Vo Chan was stunned. Vo Kin forced a smile and said, "I am going now." Looking at this face filled with pain, Vo Chan thought he is even more dangerous than Vo Luat and Vo Kung. In the arena, Vo Kin showed his effort trying to take down his opponent. The opponent assessed 6-yang hand, Vajra fist, immovable stepstone shattering finger. He continuously executed various martial arts techniques. The martial uncle was surprised as he observed Vo Kin's incoming movements. Just how many types of martial arts has he learned? No, it seems like he has learned everything. The martial uncle immediately assessed this child as a genius. Watching from the outside, Vo Chan was tense and worried for Vo Kin. That's right, keep going like that, Vo Kin. Watching Vo Kin's movements, Vo Chan considered that aside from some initial awkwardness, his brother was doing very well. Vo Chan noticed that defiant smile on Vo Kin's face, which made him worry. The problem was the match had gone on for quite a while, and Vo Kin was becoming increasingly frenzied. Would he lose control? Sensing the brewing danger, the martial uncle serving as the referee outside called for a halt. Stop the match!" Everyone shouted in surprise, "Stop the match." The man outside kept urging stop. At this moment, Vo Kin's punch did not stop. He felt, why is this so much fun? This moment is truly joyful. This smile became more horrifying than ever. Fun, so much fun. Outside, Vo Chan remembered a dangerous moment from the past. He gradually recalled, could that be it? Has his madness finally erupted? Vo Kin continued his relentless assault. Vo Chan panicked, no Vo Kin snap out of it. But they didn't know that high above someone was observing from below. This person tilted his head back, took a swig of wine, and said casually, "I thought the abbot and the senior masters were in high spirits and throwing a grand drinking party making all this noise." Looking at the crowd, this person spoke, so it turns out today is the day of the initiation assessment. This person watched Vo Luat's match. Ho, that kid dodges as nimbly as a loach. Then he noticed Vo Luat's punch to his opponent's stomach. This one would probably only suit senior brother Tu Dam. Coming to this match, the person turned his attention to Vo Kin, and that other one. He observed Vo Kin's demonically intense expression. I can tell just by looking at that face. He exclaimed with amusement, "Interesting, very interesting indeed." Without any hesitation after saying this, he dashed off. "That one is mine." Returning to the scene below, Vo Kin pinned his opponent down on the arena floor. Ha! Without stopping, Vo Kin continued with a new move, the 18 Arhat hands. Vo Chan shouted worriedly, "No, you can't." Hien Thien and Tuethan watched the situation below with worried attention. Below, Vo Kin showed no signs of stopping. Suddenly, his movement froze. A large hand grabbed Vo Kin's hand. The person who had been observing from the rooftop just now had leaped down. He firmly gripped Vo Kin's hand while taking a swig of wine. Everyone was surprised to recognize this person. Tu Martial Uncle Tu Quan. He paused and spoke. "What is it you called me for something?" Tu Dam, standing high above, exclaimed in alarm, Tu Quan, you dare to drink wine in the temple!" A shout came from above as Tu Quan faced Tu Dam. Tu Dam yelled, "Do you want to be locked in the penitent's cave?" Tu Quan hesitated and replied, "Senior brother, you exaggerate. How would I dare to drink wine?" Tu Quan tossed the flask in his hand to Tu Dam. He realized it was plain water. He spoke, "I know you work hard, but you must not overstep your bounds." Just like that, Tu Quan loudly announced to the martial uncles, brothers, and nephews watching the assessment, "I apologize for the interruption, but I think this child should be entrusted to me." The martial uncles above gritted their teeth. Although his abilities are very good, the martial uncles silently assessed this person, but to control the boy's madness, only martial uncle Tu Quan, captain of the demon-slaying squad, is the most suitable. A thought surfaced the place that gathers the only ones in Shaolin, permitted to break the precept of non-killing and walk the path of the Asura. Remembering Tu Quan's capabilities, they silently affirmed. Those who bear the heavy responsibility of eliminating cruel, incorrigible demons to protect all living beings, This man is Tu Quan, captain of the demon-slaying squad. He and Tien remembered this and felt relieved. Perhaps this is a good thing. Studying under Tu Quan, who specializes in dealing with demons, might help the boy control his madness. Vo Qin beside him had not yet calmed down. Tu Quan patted Vo Qin's head and praised him, "Kiddo, it seems you belong on my side now." Suddenly, Vo Qin unintentionally remembered a past where someone grabbed his head just like this. Vo Qin immediately flinched and uttered fearfully, "Huh?" Tu Quan stood there and laughed loudly. "I'm actually scaring myself. In my entire life, I never thought I'd take on a disciple crazier than I am." After that, Tu Quan left, leaving behind suspicious eyes. Laughing loudly after choosing Vo Qin as his disciple, he showed no more interest in the assessment and vanished behind a wall. The atmosphere among the seniors above also calmed down. Although there was some commotion because of Vo Qin and Tu Quan, everything quickly returned to normal and the assessment continued. Unlike the others, except for one person, the next one to step into the arena had a tense face. He recalled his own past, the Loach, the mountain-sized guy, the frenzied child. This was a second-generation disciple continuing to watch the assessment. He wondered suspiciously to himself, "I wonder what kind of kid will be next." The referee announced, "Initiation disciple Vo Chan, please step forward." This martial uncle was surprised as he watched Vo Chan enter. Another big healthy kid. The martial uncle assessed he looks normal on the outside. Up above, Tu Tan turned to Hien Tien and remarked, "If I had to choose the most outstanding disciple of this batch, I would not hesitate to choose that child abbot." Hien Tien asked in surprise that child. Looking down below, Hien Tien wondered why is that Tu Tan explained his thoughts. If Vo Qin is the child who can embody the essence of Shaolin martial arts, then Vo Chan is the child who can take Shaolin one step further. As for Vo Chan, he was extremely eager to face this fight. "I've also trained very hard." He recalled the memory of himself training diligently. "My training method is..." While he was training, Fap Kwong asked him, "Junior brother Vo Chan, are you here?" Vo Chan answered hesitantly, "Yes, senior brother, I'm having some trouble cultivating my internal energy, so I came out to practice external techniques to clear my head a bit." Understanding Vo Chan's thoughts, Fap Kwong questioned, "Haven't you already mastered the Autumn Wind Kick and the 9 Palaces Steps to the 10th level?" Vo Chan hesitated before this question and replied, "Actually, I'm having a problem with circulating my energy." Fap Kwong exclaimed in shock, "Could it be that you've already mastered the Buddha's heart technique?" Vo Chan calmly replied, "Yes, not to the 10th level yet, but I'm having a problem while circulating the Buddha's heart technique. Normally it's fine, but sometimes I can't circulate my chi." Fap Kwong asked suspiciously, "When is that?" He replied politely, "When I hold my breath and when I am sleeping." Fap Kwong stared intently at Vo Chan. Fap Kwong was dumbfounded with incomprehension, thinking it was obvious. Isn't that a matter of course? Seeing Fap Kwong's obvious confusion, Vo Chan continued to explain, "Sleeping is one thing, but I often have to hold my breath, for example, when eating or drinking." Fap Kwong somewhat understood. "You mean you're trying to find a way to accumulate internal energy even while holding your breath or sleeping?" The more Vo Chan spoke, the more confused Fap Kwong became. He told himself, even if he's a genius, he's still an eccentric worrying about such strange things. Suddenly an idea popped into his head. So Fap Kwong suddenly asked Vo Chan, "Have you ever heard of the iron shirt technique?" Vo Chan showed a disdainful expression thinking of them and replied, "Isn't that a low-class external art that mountain bandits practice?" He remembered how they would bully people while yelling, "You scoundrels, if you don't want a taste of my iron shirt fist, then hand over all your money now." Seeing that Vo Chan knew of it, Fap Kwong got straight to the point. The iron shirt technique was originally one of Shaolin's famous basic martial arts. It helps a practitioner harden their body to withstand attacks from techniques or weapons, but at some point it fell out of common use because... He then hesitated. Recalling its power, Fap Kwong explained in detail, it is ineffective against true martial arts masters. It cannot withstand sword chi or protective auras, so it was gradually forgotten. However, Vo Chan wondered, "But why did you bring up the iron shirt technique?" Senior brother Fap Kwong explained thoroughly now. "People commonly think it's a martial art that trains the body by enduring blows to make the skin as hard as iron, but that's only half the truth." Then he added, "The true iron shirt technique also includes the secret mantra for absorbing chi through the skin." Hearing him say this, Vo Chan became more intense. He pondered the phrase absorbing chi through the skin and flesh. Then, Phap Quang continued the iron shirt technique that spread among the common folk, was because a disciple who had not fully mastered it left Shaolin on his own and spread this martial art in an incomplete form. Vochan then pieced together what Phap Quang had said. So if I master the true iron shirt technique, I can absorb internal energy through my skin anytime, anywhere, even while sleeping or eating. He thought of all the activities he had tried so hard at. If successfully combined, the efficiency would increase manifold. Vochan's train of thought was interrupted when Phap Quang spoke up. But the iron shirt mantra only has the effect of absorbing qi to strengthen the skin and flesh. Vochan froze. Isn't that useless? But Vochan noticed something. No, that's not it. He thought about his own techniques. If I combine the iron shirt technique, a basic Shaolin martial art, with the modern physical training methods that I have learned, this gave Vochan a surge of motivation. He became determined perhaps I can create something useful. Vochan possessed an innate talent that allowed him to comprehend any kind of martial art with ease. To become one of the top 3 disciples, a martial artist must reach the 7th stage of mastery or higher in the 3 basic Shaolin martial arts within 1 year. Vochan had reached the 10th stage of mastery in all 3 martial arts. In other words, his proficiency in basic martial arts had already surpassed that of the elite disciples. Vochan suddenly remembered the times he lost his motivation. However, because he learned martial arts so quickly, the number of techniques he could study was limited. He sighed wearily. I'm running out of things to learn. The students around him stared in astonishment. What the hell is he even human? A series of thoughts ran through Vochan's mind. Moreover, although he had compensated for his shortcomings with physical training so far to prepare for the future, he needed to create a unique martial art of his own. From Phap Quang's perspective, he smirked with a sense of understanding toward Vochan. I know what you're thinking just by looking at you. That's right, Vochan will definitely find a way. Vochan exclaimed cheerfully. Senior brother, please teach me the iron shirt technique. A student over there pointed at Vochan and asked, Hey Voluat, what's with that guy again? Voluat was stunned. Over here, Vochan was repeatedly striking his own chest. The student asked Voluat in confusion, why is he torturing himself like that? Voluat replied nonchalantly, he's always like that. The student replied sympathetically, you're right, that guy's a madman. Vochan repeatedly slapped his own face. He thought I must get used to the feeling of physical pain. I have to master the iron shirt technique. Recalling the past, only by doing things this way can I now find a way to make the absorbed internal energy my own. Seeing Vochan standing there brimming with energy, the martial uncle was startled. Such internal energy from an entry-level disciple. On the other side, Vochan began to move. His abundant internal energy from circulating his qi combined with, at this moment, an immense power enveloped Vochan, the unique martial art I created. He smiled defiantly. Watch this. Hien Thien stood above, watching everything. He mused, Vochan is a child who can take Shaolin one step further. Take Shaolin one step further. That phrase sounds like... He pondered, he's talking about him. A voice called out, we have arrived at the Arhat Hall. Grand Marshal Uncle Huyen Quang was being carried on Phap Quang's back. He said weakly, I'm sorry, my boy. That phrase sounds like I wanted to witness this initiation assessment with my own eyes. The martial uncle replied politely, it's no trouble at all, Grandmaster. Seeing his fatigue, Grand Marshal Uncle Huyen Quang said worriedly, but you had to carry me such a long way to get here. Just think of it as me taking a little stroll. Grand Marshal Uncle Huyen Quang sighed and continued, perhaps we should go inside a bit. If we stand here, Phap Quang, you won't be able to see them. Phap Quang lowered him down and replied, my martial arts are still lacking. I cannot accurately assess the disciples' abilities. So instead of me, Grandmaster, please observe and decide for yourself. They turned their attention to the fight. Vochan stepped forward. Looking at Vochan's powerful aura, Grand Marshal Uncle Huyen Quang assessed to be able to maintain such perfect balance at such a young age. And that flow of qi, could it be that he succeeded? As the word rang out, the muscles in Vochan's legs felt like they would explode. Prepare. Before the opponent could react, Vochan lunged forward like a tiger. Begin. The opposing martial uncle hesitated nervously. What an explosive attack, he's using that technique. Vochan lunged forward. His hand curled into a fist. It's the ultimate move, Nine Palaces steps. As he attacked, Vochan shouted, I'm attacking. His eyes watched the opponent intently. Guanyin hand combined with the first form of the continuous fist. As the opponent's punch came forward, Vochan dodged with the Tam Trung Kuyen technique. The martial uncle gritted his teeth so hard a cracking sound was heard. Crack! Vo-chan controlled his movements, combining the essence of the Nine Palaces steps and the autumn wind kick to channel power to his lower body. He applied the essence of the sixth form of the Guanyin hand to solidify his center of gravity and increase his power. Brimming with power, he bent his knees and glared at his opponent. Finally, he combined it with the essence of the first form of the continuous fist to strengthen his shoulders. It truly is a martial art that combines the essence of many others, Vo-chan reminded himself. A hybrid martial art. He shouted powerfully next the second move. The opponent decided to use a different move. This martial uncle was bewildered. Even if I used 10 years of internal energy to block that, I could only defend that much. While he was lost in thought, Vo-chan had already closed in. He's attacking the second attack. Before he could retaliate, the martial uncle quickly dodged to the side. If I dodge this way? At first, Vo-chan's punch slid to the side, but he had this move down perfectly. The martial uncle realized a feint. The martial uncle put out his hand to brace himself against Vo-chan's punch. As their two forces clashed, he felt Vo-chan's power. This power. He tried to block it directly and by redirecting, but it was no use. I can't hold my ground against him. All of this was witnessed by martial uncle Huyen Kwang. He remarked, how can he generate such terrifying power with just that small amount of internal energy? He assessed the techniques Vo-chan was using one by one. Fist palm kick, finger hand, footwork. Except for the continuous fist, he's only using basic martial arts. He recalled the techniques of the Arhat Hall, combining autumn wind kick and Nine Palaces steps, which are introductory kicking and footwork techniques with Arhat palm Guanyin hand, and stone-shattering finger, which are upper body techniques. In other words, he is overwhelming his opponent using only basic martial arts. Grand Marshal Uncle Huyen Kwang became more intrigued when he realized, moreover, instead of learning more advanced martial arts, he combined basic techniques to create something new. He objectively assessed Vo-chan's ability. He truly has the bearing of a great grandmaster. A child like this is walking the same path as me. Grand Marshal Uncle Huyen Kwang spoke up. Pap Kwang. He replied, yes, Grandmaster. He made a request. Can you move to the center of the training ground? Observing that passionate face up close, he realized this is what the martial world is truly about. Vo-chan thought of the countless times he had practiced this technique. I've trained my body and my martial arts for nearly 2 years, but I've never had a chance to display my full strength. That's why Vo-chan was so passionate today. Now I can go all out without worrying about injuring my opponent. A real duel. Vo-chan could clearly feel his muscles. The tension of facing a strong opponent, the joy of unleashing his full power to test his skills. He enthusiastically attacked his opponent. In that moment, the world seemed to slow down. Vo-chan's feet moved swiftly forward. His eyes were focused solely on his opponent. However, when he saw his opponent move, he wondered, why is he backing away? He was confused. I've already found your weakness, so why are you stopping? Why? Vo-chan noticed the crowd over there, but why is everyone making such a fuss? Vo-chan suddenly realized. Could it be? He saw Fap Kwang carrying Grand Marshal Uncle Huyen Kwang. Why did he come here in person? Could that be? Vo-chan didn't know who this person was. Who is that? Why is everyone making way like that? From above, Hien Tien and Tue Tan looked down startled. Huyen. The two of them immediately flew down and paid their respects. Grand Marshal Uncle Huyen Kwang. This disciple pays respects to Grand Marshal Uncle Huyen Kwang. All the martial uncles from every generation clasped their hands and bowed. Greetings, eldest senior brother. Only Vo-chan stared, stunned at this person, and wondered silently, a figure who commands such silence and respect from everyone. Standing before Hien Tien, Pap Kwang spoke. My apologies for interrupting the initiation assessment, Abbot. Hien Tien nodded and replied, Senior brother must have a reason for coming here. Amitabha. At this moment, Grand Marshal Uncle Huyen Kwang spoke. Actually, I want to ask this child something. Vo-chan glanced this way with a confused look. Ask me. He politely requested if you would please take off your shirt for me. Vo-chan was startled. Grand Marshal Uncle, you want to see my body? Without hesitation, Vo-chan took off his robe. Although it's not perfect yet, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Everyone could easily see Vo-chan's rippling muscles. Oh, that child's body. With his chest tilted and arm flexed, it's truly a heavenly martial body. Author's explanation. Heavenly martial body. A body with balanced proportions and strong bones, the ideal physique for practicing martial arts. He then questioned Vo-chan. Just now during the match, you combined 6 basic martial arts. Did you train your body like this specifically to use that martial art? Vo-chan stared back startled and afraid. How did you know, Grand Marshal Uncle? Hien Tien also questioned him in astonishment. Our Shaolin Temple has many martial arts, Tuatan thought to himself. could it be this child is also following the Grand Marshal Uncle's path? Hien Thien continued to ask, "Why did you choose that path instead of practicing other martial arts? Can you explain it to me?" Vo-chan scratched his head shyly and replied, "My comprehension isn't very good. Comprehension, intelligence, the ability to grasp concepts." He explained his reason. "Therefore, instead of learning many complex martial arts, I wanted to combine the ones that are most suitable for myself." That was also the truth. The solution Vo-chan had found after a year and a half of struggling. This timid appearance reminded Vo-chan of his real-world self. He admitted to himself he was not Vo-chan, the main character of the novel. Vo-chan recalled the times he tried to cram difficult theories. He was not sure if he could easily comprehend advanced martial arts like the Vo-kin, not understanding any of it. That was also the reason for today. Therefore, he had devised a way to combine basic techniques to create a hybrid martial art. This was a very effective method. Only he truly understood himself. But to use internal energy, he had to distribute chi throughout his entire body in a specific ratio. Moreover, when combining multiple martial arts, the internal power would be amplified, making it difficult for the body to withstand. Now, Grand Marshal Uncle Huyen Kwang stared intently at Vo-chan. Therefore, Vo-chan had trained his body to be able to withstand that amplified power, Vo-chan affirmed. In other words, a healthy body leads to a clear mind. Grand Marshal Uncle Huyen Kwang suddenly spoke. "It seems you have also mastered the iron cloth shirt." Vo-chan was stunned. You notice, too, the old man continued controlling the fierce flow of internal energy with the strength of muscles and skin trained to their absolute limit. Grand Marshal Uncle Huyen Kwang then acknowledged, "Indeed, you have created a martial art of your own." Vo-chan was astonished. He was curious about this person's identity. Who on earth is this old man? He turned to Hien Thien and made a request. "Abbot, I want to take Vo-chan as my disciple." Hien Thien asked in confusion, "Senior brother, do you mean you want to personally teach Vo-chan?" Vo-chan did not understand the situation at all. What is this? What in the world is happening? That evening, Vo-chan entered a room. It was the room of the hall master of the Arhat Hall. Vo-chan immediately thought of Grand Marshal Uncle Huyen Kwang as that person really that formidable. Vo-chan remembered this man's frail body and noticed his trembling legs. He looked weak and sickly, his appearance unlike other Shaolin masters. This unfamiliar name made Vo-chan ponder. I've never heard that name in the world of Jiajing either. At that moment, Hien Thien entered. He cleared his throat. Ahem. Vo-chan quickly stood up and bowed. "Greetings, Abbot." Upon entering, he got straight to the point. "Grand Senior Brother Huyen Kwang, the man we met at the training grounds today, do you know who he is?" Vo-chan, understanding the situation, questioned. "You surely didn't come here just to talk about this." Seeing this, Hien Thien hesitated. "I came here not only because I have something to say to you, but also because I want you to know a few things." Thinking of that gaunt figure, Hien Thien said bluntly, "Grand Senior Brother, your future master." Seeing the confusion about this man on Vo-chan's face, Hien Thien decided, "Now I will tell you about your Grand Marshal Uncle Huyen Kwang." A powerful voice resounded. Grand Senior Brother Huyen Kwang was once known as a prodigy of the generation. Recalling the past, when I and my fellow disciples of the high-end generation were still second-generation disciples at that time, he was Hien Thien as a second-generation disciple. He continued. Grand Senior Brother Huyen Kwang had already achieved extraordinary accomplishments at the young age of 32. At that time, the power of Grand Marshal Uncle Huyen Kwang was dazzling back then. Grand Senior Brother had surpassed even the martial uncles of the Vo generation. In other words, he had reached a realm far beyond his own generation. Hien Thien said with great admiration. At that time, all of us in the Shaolin Temple believed that in 10 years, Grand Senior Brother Huyen Kwang would become the #1 under heaven. Vo-chan wondered. "Then why is he so injured?" Hien Thien stammered. The reason Grand Senior Brother was injured. Hien Thien's face darkened as he spoke in a grim tone, was because of an attack by the demonic cult. Hearing this, Vo-chan was stunned, his face covered in sweat as he stuttered the demonic cult. Hien Thien continued to recall the past and recounted, "That's right, when I was a second-generation disciple, the Central Plains were at peace when the demonic cult suddenly attacked. Remembering that time, their generation was very zealous with the ideal of saving all living beings. Our Shaolin Temple also joined the war against the demonic cult, but countless bodies piled up. However, war is a place where nothing can be predicted. At that time, Grand Marshal Uncle Huyen Kwang refused to back down. Growling in defiance, the high-ranking monks wanted to entrust the future of Shaolin to Grand Senior Brother Huyen Kwang, so they forbade him from joining the battle. Countless other martial uncles stopped Grand Martial Uncle Huyen Kwang. Instead, only the martial uncles of the Vo generation and the senior martial uncles of the Kim generation, who were first-generation disciples at the time, joined the battlefield. Hien Tian's voice choked with emotion. But that decision was the beginning of a tragedy. At that time, the demonic cult took advantage of Shaolin's main forces being away and sent a special detachment to attack the temple. The narrator explains a detachment is a unit separated from the main force for an independent mission. With his youthful pride, Grand Marshal Uncle Huyen Kwang confronted them. At that time, Grand Senior Brother was already named one of the 10 great masters under heaven, so the demonic cult's detachment should not have been able to harm him, recalling their weakness. But the second and third generation disciples at that time, meaning our Haiyan and two generations, were not yet strong enough to resist the demonic cult. They were returning from their studies when they saw this scene causing everyone's faces to pale. They attacked just like that, exploiting that weakness while fighting the demonic cult. Grand Marshal Uncle Huyen Kwang noticed them behind him as countless screams echoed no. Grand Marshal Uncle Huyen Kwang leaped into the air. He saw the demonic cult members attacking Hien Tian's group. The two sides began to clash. Blood flowed everywhere. Grand Marshal Uncle Huyen Kwang stood blocking their countless swords and daggers, cursing, "You wretched fiends of the demonic cult, how dare you invade this place," he roared. "I will not let a single one of you leave here alive." Recalling his blood-soaked figure then to protect young disciples like us, Grand Senior Brother did not spare himself, and more wounds appeared on his body, and each time he suffered another fatal injury. However, it did not quell his fury. Hien Tian felt guilty whenever he spoke of this. If only at that time, even if we had to die, but Grand Senior Brother had remained unharmed, things would have been different. Vo Chan understood, but asked, "So Grand Marshal Uncle Huyen Kwang's severe condition is due to the injuries from that year?" Hien Tian nodded. "That's right." Vo Chan suddenly remembered something and spoke up. "Then he just needs treatment, right? I think I might be able to help a little." Hien Tian exclaimed in surprise. "Ha, what you're saying you can treat him?" Even the great rejuvenation pill and famous physicians were helpless. Hien Tian looked at Vo Chan in disbelief. "And yet you say you can treat him?" Even Tuathan outside was stunned. Vo Chan explained, "First, I cannot help Grand Marshal Uncle completely recover his internal energy. Second, I cannot fully heal his old wounds." After a moment of hesitation, Vo Chan said confidently, "But at the very least, I can help him walk normally again." Vo Chan had long known someone was eavesdropping outside the door. He spoke up, "Marshal Uncle Hien. Tan also knows Marshal Uncle Pop Kwang was also injured in the knee, wasn't he?" Marshal Uncle Hien Tan appeared with a start, stammering, "The method you used to treat Marshal Uncle Pop Kwang, can it be applied to Grand Senior Brother Hien?" Tien asked in confusion, "What is it, Hallmaster?" This made Vo Chan recall, and in response to Hien Tian's question, Hien Tan began to recount everything that had happened. He remembered training with Pop Kwang, how Pop Kwang had recovered from his knee injury, and how Vo Chan's training method had helped improve the skill level of the introductory disciples. Hien Tian was astonished. "That is it true?" Vo Chan replied. "Doesn't today's introductory assessment prove everything?" Hien Tian questioned him. "So just by applying that training method, you can treat Grand Senior Brother?" Vo Chan's expression turned serious as he said, "However, Grand Marshal Uncle's condition is much more severe than Marshal Uncle Pop Kwang's, so my method alone is not enough." Vo Chan slapped his hand on the table and stated his demand. "I need one more condition." Hien Tian urged impatiently. "Whatever the condition is, just say it. As long as we can cure Grand Senior Brother, our Shaolin Temple will do anything." Vo Chan realized those were Hien Tian's sincere words. Vo Chan had his own ambitions. He thought, who under heaven wouldn't want to strengthen their constitution? Therefore, martial sects and clans have endlessly searched for methods to develop their muscles and bones at will. Explains the narrator constitution means muscles and bones. Vo Chan thought seriously, from basic methods like acupuncture and medicine to mysterious arts, and even cruel methods that force children to change their bone structure before they are fully developed. The Shaolin Temple has also tried many methods to treat Huyen Kwang. But in the end, all of them failed. They even caused severe side effects that worsened his condition. Vo Chan's methods, however, were different. It helps to steadily change the structure of the muscles and bones by investing time and effort. Anyone who witnessed the introductory assessment had to acknowledge the effectiveness of this method. Hien Tian had also witnessed the results with his own eyes, so he believed that this child could cure Grand Senior Brother Huyen Kwang. As Vo Chan prepared to state his condition, Hien Tian was ready. "If you need the great rejuvenation pill, I will give it to you. If a sacrifice is needed, I am willing." Hien Thien decided like the second patriarch Huike in the past, I am willing to sacrifice an arm. However, the condition that Vo-chan proposed was completely different from what Hien Thien had imagined. Vo-chan blurted out, I wonder if the Shaolin Temple has any martial art that can control lightning energy and one that uses ultimate yang energy. Martial Uncle Hien Thant and Hien Thien were stunned by this question. Everyone was confused. He wondered in confusion, why do you ask that? A moment later, 2 other masters arrived. Hien Thien spoke up. Please come in. Hien Thien said, head of the disciplinary hall, this is Hien Kong, the head of the disciplinary hall and the master of Fap Kwang. The person next to him is junior brother Tue Dam. Tue Dam, the successor to the Vajra unmovable mind Dharma and the Tathagata's divine palm. Vo-chan stood up and bowed. He didn't forget to size them up. That big guy must be the one who brought Vo-kung along. That person spoke, I heard everything on my way here. Vo-chan gradually realized the head of the disciplinary hall is senior brother Fap Kwang's master. Tue Dam requested, tell us what needs to be done. Hien Kong calmly added, as long as we can cure senior brother Huyen Kwang, I am willing to cooperate. Vo-chan rolled up his sleeves. Well then, first of all. He did not hesitate to ask Martial Uncle, could you please use the Thunder God palm at its weakest power to strike my arm? Hien Kong was confused. What are you talking about? He wondered why would he make such a bizarre request. He thought in confusion, I thought you wanted to ask junior brother Tue Dam, who controls the ultimate yang energy, and me, who controls the lightning energy, to help you unblock your meridians by burning away the stagnant impurities. Vo-chan stared at his own arm muscle and replied, can't you do it? I don't want my arm to be burned to a crisp or torn apart by the lightning energy. I just want a very small stream of it to run through my arm. Hien Kong walked over and took Vo-chan's hand. Let me try. A stream of power was transferred. Thunder God palm weak. He asked Vo-chan, is this level all right? Vo-chan snatched his hand back. He stammered, Grandmaster Huyen Kwang would be burned to death. Hien Kong was startled. Isn't this right? Vo-chan hesitantly raised his bicep and observed it intently. He said with power, this strong Grandmaster Huyen Kwang won't be able to withstand it. Martial Uncle, you must reduce the power by half. Tue Dam observed this strange behavior from Vo-chan. This kid. He spoke up, ahem, I can do it. Vo-chan tried to stop him. Martial Uncle, you don't have to force yourself. This concerns the Grandmaster's life and recovery. Tue Dam shouted, I can do it, I can do it! Vo-chan thought to himself, actually, to treat Huyen Kwang, I need specialized physical therapy equipment, but such things don't exist in this world. Moreover, Fap Kwang was young, so his treatment went smoothly, but Huyen Kwang is old and his body is weak, making the situation much more complicated. Therefore, Vo-chan had thought of a new, very simple method. Hien Kong continued to channel power into his hand. Extremely weakened Thunder God palm. He asked. Is this level all right? Vo-chan replied cheerfully, yes, this level is perfect. This was the task that Vo-chan assigned to Hien Kong. It was to use an indispensable device found in modern physical therapy clinics, which is electrical stimulation therapy. Hien Kong asked doubtfully, you mean channel lightning energy into the muscles? Vo-chan replied, yes. That's right. Vo-chan flexed his muscles and said seriously, when a very small amount of lightning energy is channeled into the muscles, it will help enhance metabolism and blood circulation, thereby increasing muscle contractility and fiber size. Hien Kong touched his arm and asked curiously, can such an effect be achieved just by channeling lightning energy into the muscles? How long will it take to see the effects of this method? Vo-chan answered immediately without hesitation. I need to directly examine Grandmaster Huyen Kwang's condition to give an accurate conclusion, but for now, after about 1 month, you will see positive changes. He pulled back his hand, rubbing his wrist, then turned his gaze to Tue Dam. Next, I will talk about Grand Marshal Uncle Tue Dam's task. Vo-chan held out his hand and requested of Tue Dam, just like the head of the disciplinary hall, please, Grand Marshal Uncle, channel your ultimate yang energy into me. Hearing this, Tue Dam couldn't help but feel skeptical. Can my martial arts really be useful for treatment? After hesitating for a moment, Tue Dam also extended his hand and followed Vo-chan's request. The ultimate yang energy of the Tathagata's divine palm. But the result was too strong, causing Vo-chan to get burned. He clutched his hand and screamed in pain. It's too hot, no, don't do it like that. Vo-chan advised Tue Dam to use less force, Grand Marshal Uncle. You don't need to touch my hand directly. Please reduce the power even further. He also explained in detail for Tue Dam to understand, Grand Marshal Uncle, please channel the ultimate yang energy, but just hold it close to your palm like the sun shining in the sky. Vochan once again held out his hand for Tuedam to try again and said, "Don't project it outwards, but hold it close to your palm." The second time was better. Vochan looked satisfied. This temperature is just right." Vochan thought after Hien Kong took on the role of an electrical stimulation machine, Tuedam was assigned the task of becoming. He compared Tuedam to an infrared machine for treating injuries, an infrared machine, or in other words, an infrared lamp. Just like the head of the disciplinary hall, please Grand Marshal Uncle maintain this state for a set period of time. Vochan spoke up to explain the effectiveness and use of this to Tuedam. "When the warm energy from Grand Marshal Uncle touches my skin, it will create a thermal effect that helps reduce muscle soreness and promote blood circulation. Furthermore, sunlight also has a disinfecting effect on muscles and joints." He concluded, therefore, shining a warm light similar to sunlight onto the injured area will be very helpful. At this moment, Tuedam spoke up again, asking rather timidly, "Is this method really effective?" Because his voice was too quiet, Vochan couldn't hear anything. He asked in confusion, "I couldn't quite hear you." Tuedam then repeated his earlier question. "I am asking if these techniques can cure our eldest senior brother." His expression was extremely grave and worried. Although the story of Phap Quang and the progress of the Arhat Hall disciples are astonishing, eldest senior brother's condition is completely different, so we must be cautious. Tuedam uttered words that made Vochan think, "And yet you want us to trust and follow techniques that only you know." Vochan fell into deep thought. They have a point. He sighed helplessly, his mind in turmoil. "But I am the expert, and I'm trying my best to help." Choi Kang-hyuk, when he was a fitness trainer, not only had a state-issued license in physical therapy, but also a certification in rehabilitation massage. Furthermore, while learning and practicing fitness yoga, he also studied nutrition. He learned all those things to understand and treat his own worn-out body. But as a result, those efforts greatly helped his rehabilitation and his life. Vochan recalled the memories of when he strived to learn everything related to healing, recalling the days of attending night school to get certified. "I was so young back then. With knowledge of fitness, nutrition, yoga, Pilates, rehabilitation techniques, and professional expertise in physical therapy, the only person in this era who could diagnose, evaluate, and treat Hu Yen Kwang could only be Vochan." His eyes shone with fierce determination, and he did not hesitate. Returning to the present, Vochan held his head and sighed wearily. Honestly, after a brief observation of the Grandmaster's weakened body, I was shocked because his condition is much more serious than I ever imagined. His voice was firm, without a hint of wavering as he asserted to them, "But as someone knowledgeable in the medical arts, I want to do my utmost to treat the Grandmaster. If you do not trust my methods, just say so directly, and I will find another way." Hearing this, the three monks sank into thought. "We have tried every method, but still couldn't help our eldest senior brother stand up. A completely new method that we have never tried before." They looked up at Vochan and placed all their hopes in him. If this child's medical skills could truly cure their eldest senior brother, even if it was just a sliver of hope. Tuedam hesitated for quite a while after that. Tuedam could not pass up this opportunity. At this moment, he spoke up and asked, "You said it would take 1 month," Vochan immediately replied. "Yes." Hearing that, Tuedam lowered his voice and agreed to Vochan's words. "For now, I will follow your instructions for 1 month. But if after 1 month our eldest senior brother shows no progress..." A second later, they glared as if to warn Vochan that if he failed, they would deal with him. "I will punish you accordingly for your crime of disrespecting the Grandmaster." Vochan nodded and replied, "I understand." A moment later, he laughed cheerfully and said, "Well then, first we need to improve the precision of the Thunder God Palm and the ultimate Yang energy, right? Let's try one more time. You two martial uncles, please demonstrate the power of your martial arts." The monks were taken aback after hearing this cough, cough, cough. Tuedam. He continued his task as Vochan had instructed, but his heart was still filled with doubt. Although I'm still a bit suspicious, I don't think his knowledge is completely baseless. Who knows what he says might be the truth. 2 hours later, Tuedam and Hien Kong were nearly exhausted after the practice. Hien Thien then saw Vochan off. "All right, Vochan, you should go back and rest. We will continue tomorrow." Vochan replied cheerfully, "Yes, I'll take my leave then." Hien Thien then turned to ask Hien Kong, "What do you think?" Hien Kong took off his glasses and replied, "Channeling a weak and stable stream of internal energy into the same spot is much harder than I imagined." He rubbed his eyes, still smiling as he spoke, but besides treatment, this method is also very useful for cultivation. Tuedam then exclaimed in admiration, "I never thought I would use the Noithon palm and the Tathagata's palm in this way." Hien Thien nodded and said, moreover, this method can be applied to most martial arts that use extreme yang energy. The martial arts a person cultivates will inherently affect their personality. Those who practice ice arts, a martial art heavy in yin energy, often have a cold appearance and personality. Conversely, those who practice martial arts using extreme yang energy or fire energy tend to have a hot-tempered appearance and personality. Shaolin martial arts use yang energy to vanquish evil demons, and to reach the highest realm, a practitioner must harmonize their fire and metal energies. However, to use fire energy, the practitioner must use metal energy to restrain it. In other words, they must use an iron will to suppress the burning flame within their hearts, harmonizing it forcefully. But the treatment method Vo Chan proposed helps them practice controlling powerful internal energy by maintaining a weak stream of it, thereby helping them achieve a state of peace. Tu Dam looked at his palm and sighed. With our level of martial arts, just a small mistake can cause a great disaster, so we always have to restrain ourselves by chanting sutras. I never expected that one could train patience by using internal energy like this. Tu Dam suggested I think we should continue practicing this method even when we return to our rooms. Hien Kong agreed. I will do so as well, Abbot. A night passed just like that, their conversation never ending. After we have mastered it, we can teach this method to the disciples. That's right, it will be very useful for cultivating martial arts that use fire energy. I will do so, senior brother. This was the beginning of the mass production of electrical stimulation and infrared machines made in the Shaolin Temple. The next day, outside Huyen Kuang's pentagonal pavilion, Pap Kuang came out to greet the arriving monks. You have all worked hard, Hien Tien replied. Pap Kuang. Pap Kuang asked, but what brings everyone here? Tu Dam answered, we came to visit eldest senior brother Huyen Kuang. At this moment, Hien Thien introduced Vo Chan. Actually, this child can help eldest senior brother recover to some extent. Inside, Huyen Kuang weakly heard the voices and exclaimed, Vo Chan. Hien Thien recounted to Huyen Kuang and Pap Kuang what had happened in the Arhat Hall and what Vo Chan had said. Vo Chan spoke up if that's the case. He cracked his wrists as if he was ready. First, I will check your condition, then I will begin the treatment. Everything is ready, now it's time to start the treatment. They went inside where Huyen Kuang was resting. Vo Chan's forehead broke out in a sweat, shocked at the sight before him. Damn it, seeing it with my own eyes, it's this serious. He looked both surprised and horrified. How long have you been bedridden? The leg muscles have almost completely atrophied, and the remaining muscles are also in very bad condition. Now Vo Chan placed his hand down to examine him. Grandmaster, if it hurts, you can cry out. Despite what was said, Huyen Kuang endured the pain without uttering a single word, only able to tremble. Seeing this, Vo Chan was speechless. Is this Shaolin temple full of people who like to endure pain? Martial Uncle Pap Kuang was the same way. Why does everyone hide their pain? He thought this to himself, but said aloud, in that case, I will begin the treatment. Vo Chan used a warm towel to wipe Huyen Kuang's body to warm it up, then used massage techniques to relieve muscle tension. Once his body was relaxed, Vo Chan began treatment using bone-setting methods. Huyen Kuang's body was so frail that just a little bit of strong force could break his bones like an ancient artifact about to shatter. Therefore, Vo Chan had to be extremely careful, delicately adjusting the force of his hands, which consumed a great deal of his mental energy. However, Vo Chan showed no signs of fatigue or discomfort. He remained highly focused for a full hour. Everyone was astonished by Vo Chan's perseverance. His gaze was firm and unwavering, focused solely on the treatment. But hidden within that gaze was an indescribable, earnest longing. In Vo Chan's eyes, the image of a grandfather and his grandson walking hand in hand on a road appeared. Memories flooded back, making Vo Chan even more determined. Grandfather, I will definitely heal you. Grandmaster Uncle Huyen Kuang was lying on his stomach, drenched in sweat. He glanced over without saying anything. Grandmaster Uncle Huyen Kuang looked at the young man skillfully applying pressure to the acupoints on his leg and thought to himself, what is on this child's mind that he looked at the young man's strained, sweaty face and thought has such a sad expression. A moment later, the young man let out a breath. Vo Chan turned to the two grandmasters behind him and said, I will stop the treatment here for today. Hien Kong calmly rolled up his sleeves and said, so it is our turn now. He replied, yes. Thus, only Grandmaster Uncle Huyen Kuang Tuadam and Hien Kong remained in the room. The two of them continuously circulated their energy to treat Huyen Kuang's legs. A thought surfaced thanks to last night's practice. The infrared and electrical stimulation treatment went smoothly. The scene shifts to that very evening. After becoming a disciple of Pop Kien Vo, Chan moved his belongings from the Arhat Hall to Huyen Kwang's pentagonal pavilion. Lying under the covers, Vo Chan thought with a serious face. I'm finally free from those stinky baldies. I'm so happy I could die, but he had to sleep with the others and thought with dissatisfaction, why do we have to sleep in the same room? Well, since I have to take care of Grandmaster Huyen Kwang, there's no other way. Vo Chan turned to one side and thought to himself, I want to sleep alone. Oh well, time to sleep. He said that, but he was still lost in thought. Grandmaster, your condition is truly terrible. Have you been enduring all that pain for so long? He chuckled softly and then sighed to himself. I'm thinking about the old days again. That familiar face has appeared in my mind once more. Vo Chan's eyes narrowed slightly. I want to see them again. A voice called out, Grandfather. The memories of Choi Kang-hyuk flooded back. At that time, his small hands were massaging his grandfather's legs. Kang-hyuk, with a worried expression, asked Grandfather, Are you feeling better? Hearing this, his grandfather gave a gentle smile and replied, Yes, thanks to your massage. He tried to move his toes in front of Kang-hyuk and said, All the pain is gone now. I'm all better, so you should go and rest. Hearing his grandfather's words, Kang-hyuk said excitedly, Leave it to me. I'll study hard in the future to cure your illness. His grandfather, overjoyed, said, Oh, my good grandson, yes, please study hard. He said affectionately so that your grandfather can rely on you. Just like that, the two of them lay together on the simple floor and gradually fell asleep. Another memory surfaced. This time, Kang-hyuk was helping his sick grandfather walk one step at a time. Before an incense burner with 3 smoking sticks, a heart-wrenching cry echoed grandfather. A portrait of his grandfather appeared. At that time, Choi Kang-hyuk sat next to his grandmother, his head bowed low silently, calling out in his heart, Grandpa. Tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. Choi Kang-hyuk thought in anguish, I could only help you walk and give you massages. Painful words tore through his heart. I'm sorry, Grandpa, I'm sorry, I'm so useless. Now, as a grown man, he spoke. Grandmother. The old woman asked, Which university are you planning to apply to? He replied coldly, I'm sorry, Grandma, I don't want to go to university, I want to do something else. The piles of overlapping books on his desk clearly showed his determination. At that moment, Kang-hyuk looked curiously at a picture of a soldier on the board. A soldier. His face lit up. That's so cool. It has to be the special forces to be truly cool. As soon as he became a soldier, he returned to his grandmother and exclaimed with joy, Grandma, I'm finally a soldier. I have a stable job now. His trembling hands tightly gripped his grandmother's frail ones as he said, From now on, I will protect you. He thought to himself on grandfather's behalf as well. At that moment, the sound from the television came on. A Mid-Autumn Festival special program. Is everyone enjoying the holiday with their families? The old woman sat alone in front of the TV screen, her voice sad as she spoke on the phone. Kang-hyuk, you're not coming home again today. On the other end of the line, Choi Kang-hyuk replied, I'm sorry I have training today, so I can't come back. On the battlefield, his thoughts surfaced one by one. From now on, I will. As he enthusiastically carried out his mission, he thought protect Grandma in grandfather's place. His eyes were determined. Grandma. Just then, having just finished changing, someone called out to him, You're Choi Kang-hyuk, right? Immediately after, the towel draped around his neck unconsciously fell to the ground. Kang-hyuk's face was filled with utter astonishment. Misfortune always strikes. A thought surfaced along with the portrait of his grandmother, suddenly and without warning. The other soldier's words echoed in his ears, even as he stood before his grandmother's portrait. I'm very sorry your grandmother has passed away, but there's nothing we can do. Along with his painful tears, the other man's voice still rang in his ears. You only get 2 days and 3 nights of leave. After all, it's just your grandparents, not your parents. He clenched his trembling fists. After you've handled the funeral, return to the unit as soon as possible. We have a top-secret mission, Kang-hyuk thought to himself. I tried my hardest. He recalled his time in the army and muttered resentfully, but in the end, I lost all my loved ones. His every step was heavy. He struggled to climb the steep cliffs with his comrades. I wanted to be good to my grandparents, but why was it so difficult? At that moment, a soldier behind him carelessly lost his footing. Then he lost his balance and plummeted down. Another memory surfaced of when his grandparents were still healthy and strong. The young boy back then, his face worried and trembling, blurted out, Grandpa, are you feeling more comfortable now? He carefully told his grandfather, I'll give you another massage. I'm sorry for not doing this for you sooner. Then his grandfather placed a hand on his head, stroking it gently, and said calmly, Kang-hyuk's hands are so skillful, my poor grandson, you can't even rest because of me. At these words, Kang-hyuk couldn't help but let 2 streams of tears fall. His voice trembled. It's okay being with you like this is enough to make me happy, Grandmaster Huyen Kwang said comfortingly. Look at him. Why is he suddenly crying back in his room that morning? Vo-chan's body was shaking in spasms. He began to talk in his sleep. Grandpa, I'm not crying. Seeing this, a nearby monk turned to ask Huyen Kwang Master, what should we do? His face looked a bit sad at this, but the boy just kept trembling and crying in his dream. He was lying with his back turned, muttering in his sleep. Grandmaster Huyen Kwang replied, It's fine, just let him be, he thought to himself. Could he be feeling guilty towards me? Remembering what Vo-chan had done for him, Huyen Kwang thought so. That's why he's trying so hard, I see now. His voice surfaced along with the boy's memory, Amitabha Buddha. Huyen Kwang lay back on the bed and said cheerfully, Vo-chan, from now on you can call me Grandpa, don't hesitate. Hearing this, he was surprised. Did I mishear? The two people beside him were also startled. Huyen Kwang continued, Go ahead and try calling me that. Vo-chan thought in confusion, what is this old man spouting nonsense for what's gotten into him? Looking at the old man's expectant face, he thought, why is he suddenly being so familiar with me? Well, I suppose I should just do what an elder tells me. Then he awkwardly scratched his head and replied, Yes, sir, Grandpa. Seeing this, Hien Kong and Tu Dam flushed red with anger, pointing at him and shouting, What did you just call him? How dare you? He said innocently, but he said it was okay. Grandmaster Huyen Kwang sat up and said calmly, It's fine, Vo-chan stammered. Grandpa, the other two were shaking with anger. Huyen Kwang said gently, It's not a big deal, right? He laughed heartily, and at that moment, an image of Kang Hyuk's grandfather appeared. Grandmaster Huyen Kwang said, It's been so long since I felt this happy. Vo-chan's eyes widened in astonishment. He pursed his lips and said, Shouldn't we be focusing on the treatment? Vo-chan thought, though he was flustered by Huyen Kwang's sudden request, he felt a strange warmth in his heart. Just then a voice rang out, Vo-chan, it seems to me. The person said, Your hair seems to be getting a bit long, carrying a large stack of books. Vo-chan quickly answered, Yes, sir. From a distance, Hien Tien glanced at him and said, While it's not as long as a commoner's, you should trim it to keep it tidy. His eyes immediately went blank. Hien Tien continued, I apologize for not giving you time to mind your appearance while you were busy treating Grandmaster Huyen Kwang and training. Now hand everything over to me and go rest. I will continue the Grandmaster's treatment with the old method, so don't worry. A thought popped into his head, damn it. Vo-chan burst into the library, frantically flipping through books and saying, There's no reason to refuse. He shouted in anger, There's no reason at all. Amidst the mess, he thought to himself, I've tried to cite every reason from Buddhist history to trivial matters to avoid a haircut like how things weren't this way in the past, but there's no convincing reason to save my hair. His body trembled involuntarily as he said, Damn it, I put so much effort into growing this hair and now I have to cut it off. A memory surfaced back then, and innocent Vo-chan had asked, But why do all the monks shave their heads? The monk replied, To cut one's hair is to sever ties with the secular world. He said, Cutting our hair regularly helps us remember that we have taken refuge in Buddhism. Vo-chan asked back, in other words, it's an act to show our separation from the secular world. The master replied, That is correct. Patriarch Bodhidharma did so, as did the Shakyamuni Buddha, so we follow in their footsteps. Back then, Hien Tien told him with a proud look on his face that is the first step to cleansing oneself of worldly dust and becoming a true cultivator. What a profound teaching. Back in the present, Vo-chan angrily tossed the books around and yelled, Profound teaching my butt, it's just an old-fashioned conservative rule. He said dejectedly, I never wanted to come to the Shaolin Temple. I was just reading a novel, fell asleep, and then I woke up here. An idea suddenly flashed in his head. Vo-chan said, Wait a minute, reading a novel, he wondered to himself, What did I do to get dragged into this world? He recalled his last memories and said, Let's see, I had a medical checkup, went to the gym and started a live stream, came home and spaced out for a bit, then scrolled on my phone, reading The Smiling Proud Wanderer before falling asleep. 2 words suddenly flashed in his mind. Medical checkup, he said out loud, a medical checkup. The doctor's sinister words echoed in his mind. This is stress-induced hair loss. Be careful or you'll end up a bald monk. You'll never get a girlfriend. At this thought, Vo-chan panicked, grabbing his head and screaming, No. He thrashed about, yelling that doctor's provocation made me incredibly sensitive about my hair. Just like a soldier about to be discharged protecting his hairdo, what kind of fool am I making of myself? His face darkened as he said, It's so frustrating having to cut my hair. Hien Tien's words rang in his ears. You must cut it off. It is an act of severing ties with the secular world. Vo-chan calmed down and said, Severing ties with the secular world, In that case, I don't necessarily have to shave my head completely bald. A light bulb lit up over his head. I've got an idea. He decisively threw the door open and said, That's right. Considering the era, they surely won't object to this hairstyle. Vo-chan ran off with thoughts racing in his mind. I just need to sever ties with the secular world of this era, right? I'm a true genius. The scene changes to the next day. A voice called out, I'm back from training. A nearby monk said cheerfully, you're back. We're counting on you for the treatment today as well. The monk suddenly stared blankly at something in front of them. Hien Tien exclaimed in shock, what the? Hien Tien immediately turned to the monk beside him and asked, Fap Kien, didn't you prepare a razor and scissors for him? He immediately turned and replied, yes, sir, I already gave them to him, Hien Tien stammered then. Looking at the patches of jet black hair before his eyes, Hien Tien asked why didn't he cut his hair. Just then, Vo-chan, with his unique hairstyle, said confidently, I have cut it, Master Grandmaster. Huyen Kwang shouted, You call that a haircut? Vo-chan said frankly, didn't you say, Master, that cutting one's hair is to sever worldly ties and show devotion to the Dharma? I think this is more effective than shaving my head bald. Hien Tien gave him an irritated look and said, You mean that hairstyle? Vo-chan replied enthusiastically, yes, sir, who could look at this hairstyle and dare say I'm still tied to worldly affairs. The design on his temple came into view. Vo-chan said not only that I also carved a swastika on my head to show my reverence for the Buddha. He laughed heartily and continued, what unwavering devotion, right? It's just the hairstyle of a punk. The other two were left speechless after hearing this. Huyen Kwang laughed loudly and said, That's an interesting idea, The meaning is what's important. Fap Kien shot him a dark look, a silent reminder, Grandmaster Huyen Kwang. Just then, Hien Kong entered and said, Hien Kong, with your permission, eldest senior brother, did you sleep well last night? He saw Vo-chan's new appearance and yelled in shock. What is that? What is with that freakish hairstyle? Didn't I send you to get a haircut yesterday? Vo-chan said proudly, I styled it to sever my worldly ties and to show my devotion to the Dharma. Grandpa agreed to it too. Hearing this, he shouted, You think that hairstyle is appropriate? Hien Kong's face darkened as he explained with a scowl, Hair is the grass of ignorance or the grass of affliction, symbolizing worldly desires, which is why cutting it is the act of taking refuge in Buddhism. Explanation, the grass of ignorance and grass of affliction liken hair to weeds growing on the body. Vo-chan looked up at his own hair and said, But I did cut my hair. This little bit that remains is just a symbol of my lingering worldly attachments. He lowered his head, his expression darkening and his body trembling as he spoke. From what I understand, the Shakyamuni Buddha didn't just cut his hair. His words instantly caused Hien Kong and Hien Tien to freeze in place if the purpose of cutting hair is to remove the affliction of caring about one's appearance. An image of the Buddha with his hair appeared with his words. Then we must shave all the hair on our faces, mustn't we? Eyebrows, mustaches, sideburns, everything must be shaved clean. Hien Kong's face darkened, if you put it that way. He suddenly cried out, making Hien Tien break out in a cold sweat. Vo-chan said worriedly, a lot of people will have to shave their beards. Then he let out a soft sigh and said in the painting of Patriarch Bodhidharma, he only shaved the hair on top of his head while his sideburns the hair at his nape. His eyebrows and his beard were all left long. His face lit up as Vo-chan continued in short, the important thing is to sever ties with the secular world. External appearances aren't important at all. Hien Kong and Hien Tien looked up at the painting of Patriarch Bodhidharma and wondered hesitantly, is that so? He really only shaved the hair on top of his head. He thought with a serious face, although it's not a clean shave, he has shortened his sideburns and the hair at his nape and carved a swastika on his head. That hairstyle is indeed very strange, as nothing like it existed in this era. Just then, Huyen Kwang, who was sitting at a distance, spoke up. Head of the disciplinary hall, what is your opinion? I have no opinion on the matter. Hien Kong then rubbed his own head and said, it does look neater, it's not bad at all. In that case, I grant permission. Hearing this, Vo-chan lowered his head and said smugly, yes, this disciple understands. He bowed respectfully to the masters. The narration appeared not wanting to give up his beard. Hien Kong had to reluctantly accept Vo-chan's hairstyle. The scene changes to the evening narration. After finishing Huyen Kwang's treatment, it was training time the next morning. Returning to the room, Fap Hui and the other brothers crowded around Vo-chan. Pap Hui yelled in his face, Vo-chan, what is with that hairstyle? He answered enthusiastically, yes, the head of the disciplinary hall permitted me to have this hairstyle. He stammered back. Ma Master gave permission. Fap Hui's face darkened. He pictured an angry Hien Kong and said, did he really give you permission? In his mind, an angry Hien Kong was yelling, what is with that hairstyle? Fap Hui thought to himself. He looks like he just narrowly escaped death. Then he turned away and said softly, if Master agreed, then I suppose it's fine. Now hurry up and get to training. Vo-chan immediately replied, "Yes, sir." The narration appeared along with the sparkling eyes of the surrounding disciples once Fop Kwang, the strictest of them all, had accepted it. The other disciples began to murmur amongst themselves. They stared at him intently, thinking, so there is another way. The narration appeared again. Although they had taken refuge in Buddhism, these boys were still young, so some were in their rebellious phase or simply liked to express themselves. Vo-chan walked around dazzlingly with his strange hairstyle. His unique haircut started a new trend in the Shaolin Temple. Just then, Vo-kung turned his head and called out, "Hey, Vo-chan." He ran a hand through his hair and said, "My hair is getting long too. What excuse did you use to get the master to approve that hairstyle? Tell me." He glanced at him and thought to himself, "Vo-kung, even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to pull it off." Vo-chan thought, because of your patriarch and grandmaster at this point, the scene shifts to Vo-kung enthusiastically making his case to Tu-dam and another person. With a confident expression, he said, "Therefore, as long as one shows reverence for the Dharma, it is not absolutely necessary to be bald." Hearing this, Tu-dam and Fop Hui simply stared at him in silence, oblivious to their reaction. Vo-kung chuckled inwardly, "Ha ha ha ha, what hairstyle should I get, I wonder?" At that moment, Tu-dam called out Fop Hui. He immediately answered, "Yes, master." His voice immediately turned furious. "Hold him down." Fop Hui's expression also grew angry. "Yes, sir." As Fop Hui restrained him, Vo-kung cried out in alarm, "Ma master." Tu-dam glared with fiery eyes and said, "Let me give you a haircut myself." Vo-kung screamed in terror, "Ah!" Blood-curdling screams followed the narration. Appeared Vo-kung's plan was easily thwarted. Although Vo-chan's hairstyle would later become a sensation in the Shaolin Temple, that was a matter for the future. Meanwhile, Vo-chan continued with the treatment. Huyen Kwang's extremely frail body required comprehensive therapy. An image of Huyen Kwang's ravaged body appears, but treating all parts of his body at the same time would be too overwhelming for him. Accordingly, his treatment plan is shown. Therefore, Vo-chan devised a treatment plan to divide the body into sections and treat them in phases. With his strong hands, Vo-chan constantly worked on the man's body today, from the calves to the feet tomorrow, from the knees to the thighs. Then his hands moved to the back. The next day would be the pelvic region and the lower back. Then came the hands, and the day after that the shoulders and arms. Of course, Vo-chan still combined this with electrotherapy and heat therapy with Hyen Kong and Tu-dam. The morning sun illuminated the door, casting its shadow on the floor. However, Vo-chan's primary role was not that of a physician, but as one of the three great disciples of the Shaolin Temple. Vo-chan turned and said, "Master Grandmaster, I am off to training now." Huyen Kwang, sitting frail in his chair, replied, Be careful now." Fap Kien beside him immediately chimed in, "You can leave the Grandmaster to me, rest assured." He then stepped outside into the summer sunlight. Besides the treatments, Vo-chan still had to go to the Arhat Hall daily. He scratched his head and thought, this feels like parents sending their son off to school. They even packed me a snack. The scene shifts to the office of the Arhat Hall Master Hien Tan. Inside the room, a voice says, "Thanks to the abbot's help, the Arhat Hall has been allocated more funds." Another voice immediately replied, "Is that true?" Inside the room, Vo-chan said to the man before him, "So does this mean we can buy more training equipment?" The man replied, "That's right. The reason the finance hall approved the extra budget is that they've acknowledged your training methods." The burly man stared intently at him and continued, "In other words, from now on, all physical conditioning at the Arhat Hall will be replaced with Vo-chan's training methods." Hearing this, images of being bullied as a child flashed in his mind. His face lit up with excitement as he said, "How the training method everyone mocked at first has finally been acknowledged." He thought with a solemn expression, "I'm so proud." Suddenly he paused, moved closer to the man and said, "Wait a minute, replaced by my method means I have to teach everyone in the Arhat Hall how to do it." The man quickly shook his head and waved his hands. "Ha ha, we can't possibly bother you all the time. You just need to instruct the second-generation disciples on how to use the equipment." At this, Vo-chan asked, "Oh, well, then I can help with that." Tu-tan immediately held out a stack of paper to him. Vo-chan thought in confusion, "Why is he suddenly giving me a stack of paper?" Tu-tan then spoke, "Please write down the details of the necessary equipment and their instructions for use here." Holding the papers, he replied, I understand." A series of images flashed through his mind. Vo-chan thought, "If we get new equipment, I can introduce more modern training styles. This is amazing." Suddenly, Vo-chan froze. He asked Tu-tan, "Could I possibly order some extra equipment for use in another place?" He asked confusedly, "Another place? What do you mean?" His following words surprised the man. "I want to order extra equipment for my grandmaster to use," Tu-tan said with a worried expression. "Are you talking about the great master Huyen Kwang?" Tu-tan spoke up. His body hasn't fully recovered. Strenuous exercise could worsen his injuries, seeing the worry on his face. Vo-chan explained it's not training equipment, it's therapeutic equipment. Their designs are completely different. Hearing this, he laughed in relief and said, "Is there really such a thing?" And the special exercise that Vo-chan had in mind for Huyen Kwang was... The exercise he was thinking of was Pilates. Nowadays, Pilates is known as an exercise to help women maintain their figure. An image of Huyen Kwang practicing this sport under Vo-chan's guidance appears, but Pilates was actually created to help prisoners of war and wounded soldiers restore their physical functions. At this, Tu Tan said again with concern, "If it's for Great Master Huyen Kwang, the finance hall won't say no, just go ahead." Putting pen to paper, Vo-chan celebrated, "Inwardly wonderful, I'll order the equipment, the equipment." At this point, he stopped. Wait a minute, is it even possible to make those things in this era? Modern equipment appeared one after another. An ab roller resistance bands, a yoga pole, a reformer machine. Most Pilates equipment is made of rubber foam and plastic. He imagined other materials, but those are rare in this era, so I'll have to improvise a little. Vo-chan thought springs can be made foam and plastic can be replaced with an iron frame wrapped in thick leather. Vo-chan began adapting the exercise equipment using materials from this era. A moment later, holding the paper, he wiped his nose and thought the problem is that with this much equipment, the cost will be enormous. Oh well, so long in his mind, a panicked Tue Tan yelled, Vo-chan, we're going bankrupt, Vo-chan." 2 hours later, Vo-chan finished his meeting with Hien Tan inside the room. Tu Tan exclaimed, "It's finally over." Just then, a few of his brothers rushed over and called out loudly, "Vo-chan." Vo-kung said to him, "Let's go eat." Fap Kien next to them also stammered, "Ju junior brother, you're back so late today." He also replied, "Greetings to you two senior brothers." Noticing Vo-kung's strange new appearance, he immediately asked, "Why is your hair like that?" Vo-kung instantly bowed his head, his body trembling slightly as he said, "That matter." Vo-chan said innocently, "Didn't you receive helpful information from me last time?" A thought flashed in his mind. Has this guy become a disciple of Master Tu Dam? Vo-kung clutched his darkened face and said with a tremble, "I feel so suffocated." Seeing this, he offered some comfort. Just hang in there." Just then, he looked down at the person hugging him and asked, "Senior brother Vo-luat, are you living well?" He immediately replied, "I am living very well." At this point, Vo-chan hesitated, but Vo-luat looked up and said to him, "For some reason, every time I practice, my master just sighs a long sigh." He thought with worry, could it be? Vo-luat continued, "Oh, and by the way, our senior brother said he would come see you today." Hearing this, he asked in astonishment, "See me for what?" Vo-luat replied, "I'm not sure either." At that moment in a room, a master sighed. He let out a sigh and thought, what should I do? He was Tu Can, the vice hall master of the Shaolin Five Animals Fist Hall. He thought to himself, I really thought I had found a talented disciple. Looking at the naive Vo-luat before him, he thought despondently, who would have thought he'd be so foolish? Vo-luat stared intently at the bug on his finger and then said with a silly grin, "This ant is so tasty." He recalled his lessons with him and sighed, "Teach him one thing and he forgets two, teach him two and he forgets 10. What a marvelous child indeed." Remembering the sight of Vo-luat, he silently resolved, "No, I cannot let this situation continue. If things go on like this, the Shaolin Five Animals Fist will be lost forever." Just then, something attracted Vo-luat's attention and he turned his head back. He gave a pure smile and called out, "Oh, master." Seeing this, Tu Can raised a hand to greet him back, but his face darkened. He thought to himself, his smile is so radiant, even though he's foolish, he is so well-behaved that I can't bring myself to speak harshly to him. He called out Vo-luat. The boy immediately responded, "Yes, master." He then asked, "How were you able to grasp martial arts back when you were an introductory disciple?" He smiled and replied, "Vo-chan helped me, sir." Tu Can was surprised, "Vo-chan." Vo-luat continued, "Yes, and senior brother Vo-kung and senior brother Vo-kin also helped me a bit." He recalled the sight of him fighting and thought to himself, Vo-chan is the child that Grandmaster Huyen Kwang adopted as a great-grandson, isn't he? He crossed his arms and walked down as thoughts raced through his mind. He helped this untalented child progress so much I must find out what his secret is. Tu Can said with a cold expression, "I intend to go see Vo-chan. Do you want to come along?" Vo-luat immediately answered, "Yes, I want to go." At that very moment, a voice called out from behind him, "Are you Vo-chan?" When Vo-kung saw him, he exclaimed in shock, Grand-Uncle Master Tu. Why have you come here?" He replied, "It is just as Vo-luat said." Tu Can continued, "I came here because I have a matter to ask of you and Grandmaster Huyen Kwang. After we finish our meal, let us go see the Grandmaster." Hearing these words, Vo-chan thought to himself, what is this he really has a favor to ask me? Grandfather is one thing, but In front of a house, his confused thoughts emerged. Why me? Toucan stood silently for a while. Suddenly, Voluat whipped around to look at Huyen Kwang and said, "Paying respects to Grandmaster Huyen Kwang, I am Voluat." Huyen Kwang heard this and replied with a smile. What a vibrant child. Vo Chan looked confusedly at Toucan in front of him, thinking, why is he staring at me so intently? Did I do something wrong? At this moment, Huyen Kwang spoke. I always welcome visitors, but there must be a reason you have come here, right? Hearing these words, Toucan coughed slightly and replied, Ahem, my apologies, your eminence, in fact. Toucan stood before Huyen Kwang and replied, I came here because I have a matter I'd like to ask of Vo Chan. Huyen Kwang sat down and said, ask of Vo Chan, you say? Toucan leaned close to him and said, actually, I am facing many difficulties in teaching this child. I heard that Vo Chan has helped Vo Luat a lot in the past, so I wanted to come here to learn from his experience. The scene cuts to Vo Chan and Vo Luat chatting happily as Toucan's voiceover plays. In truth, he cannot even comprehend the crane fist, the most basic form of the Shaolin Five Animals fist. So I want to ask for Vo Chan's help. At that moment, Vo Luat opened his hand, revealing an ant inside, and said to Vo Chan, I brought an ant for you, little brother. Do you want to eat it? He immediately waved his hands and said, ah, no. Huyen Kwang then said, in that case, first you should see for yourself why I accepted him as my great-grandson, Vo Chan. He immediately replied, yes, Grandpa. Instantly, Toucan turned to look at him in shock, thinking Grandpa. Huyen Kwang continued, can you spar with him for a little while? Vo Chan immediately replied, yes, sir. Back when we were introductory disciples, I sparred with him frequently. Vo Chan then turned to Vo Luat and said, sparring, huh? With you, Vo Luat, we just need to have some fun playing. That's all. Let's go out there. Just do exactly as I say, okay. He replied with a naive smile. Okay. Toucan exclaimed in confusion, have fun playing. He thought to himself, does he mean to practice joyfully? When the two of them reached the courtyard, Toucan was still lost in his own thoughts. What does he mean by fun? I don't understand. Vo Chan turned to look at Vo Luat and said, you understand, right? Just pretend we are playing like we always do. He immediately replied, all right. Looking at the two of them, Toucan thought in confusion, but what does he mean by having fun playing? He blurted out impatiently, well then. A voice rang out, just watch and you will understand. Vo Chan in a ready stance said, ready, senior brother. Vo Luat immediately replied, of course. The two of them charged forward simultaneously. In that case, let's... Finishing their words, the two of them dashed forward with swift feet. They rushed forward excitedly. Let's have a good match. Introducing the Shaolin Five Animals Fist, it is a martial art created by the patriarch Bodhidharma. It mimics the movements of 5 kinds of animals: dragon, tiger, leopard, snake, and crane. And it is one of the signature martial arts of the Shaolin Temple, while other Shaolin arts focus on patience and arduous training carrying a heavy feeling. The Shaolin Five Animals Fist, on the other hand, emphasizes unrestraint and freedom. Though it may seem more akin to Taoism than Buddhism, ultimately, upon reaching the perfect state of the Buddhist path, the practitioner escapes all afflictions and attachments to attain true freedom and ease. Therefore, all things considered, the Shaolin Five Animals Fist does not contradict the teachings of Buddhism. At that time, one person said with a sneer, hello, you weirdo. The other person let out an irritated sound. Humph. Even so, the Shaolin Five Animals Fist is on the verge of being lost to time. An image of Toucan appears. Toucan is the sole heir of the Shaolin Five Animals Fist, and he bears the responsibility of preserving this martial art. Huyen Kwang, seeing Toucan's demeanor, said, it seems you are very anxious. Pap Kwang, standing beside him, looked puzzled, sir. Watching the boy before him fluidly dodge one attack after another, Huyen Kwang said Vo Luat is a child with a natural aptitude that is very suited for the Shaolin Five Animals Fist. He said in time with each of Vo Luat's movements, but because of his peculiar personality and his uniquely unconventional impulses. Watching him excitedly confront Vo Chan, Huyen Kwang continued, that is why you are worried that you have chosen the wrong disciple, and whether the Shaolin Five Animals Fist will be lost, is that not so? 2 streaks of light flashed through the space. Just as the two were aiming their fists at one another, a voice called out, all right, that's enough for now. The two happily bumped fists. Vo Chan said, it's been a while since I got to move around a bit. It's really refreshing, isn't it? Vo Luat immediately replied, thank you, junior brother, it was very fun. At this moment, Huyen Kwang spoke up. Tu, can you may take Vo Chan with you? He immediately replied, thank you, Uncle Master. Huyen Kwang responded, solving problems for my disciples is my responsibility. He said kindly to Tue, can you shall teach the Shaolin Five Animals Fist to Vo Chan just as you are teaching it to Vo Luat. His words continued, I am entrusting Vo Chan to you. Toucan bowed his head and replied, yes, you Uncle Master. Vo Chan in the courtyard also answered with a serious face. Yes, sir. Vo Luat, on the other hand, said excitedly, Wow, are we going to be learning together? At this time, Tukan worriedly asked Huyen Kwang, but the Shaolin Five Animals Fist is different from other Shaolin martial arts. He replied, Do not worry, this training will also be very beneficial for Vo Chan. His words reached the boy Vo Chan. He said the external appearance is not as important as the inner essence. Hearing this, Vo Chan was so stunned he was speechless. Then he said to the person next to him, Let us go. Pop Kwang helped him up and replied, Yes, master. From behind, Vo Chan bowed respectfully and said, I will take your teachings to heart. The scene shifts to the next day as his grandfather had instructed. Vo Chan arrived at the training yard to learn the Shaolin Five Animals Fist. He flexed his arms and got started with his training. Vo Luat approached him from the side and said, This is the first time we've practiced together alone since the stretching exercises, huh? He replied in surprise, Oh, is that right? Over here, Tukan thought with a grim expression, feeling like he had just jumped out of the frying pan and into the fire. He could not understand why Grand Marshal Uncle Huyen Kwang wanted Vo Chan to learn the Five Fist style. Seeing his attitude, Vo Chan sighed to himself. I understand. Marshal Uncle too. You must be very confused suddenly being forced to teach a student from another class. He stared at him thoughtfully well. After all, grandfather was once a master of the martial world. A moment later, he turned back. Vo Chan thought to himself he must have some plan. A moment later, Tukan stood before the two and said, Very well, I will teach you. Vo Chan thought to himself, In that case, I'll give it a try. Immediately after, he made a few hand movements and said, The Shaolin Five-Form Fist was created by Patriarch Bodhidharma Vo Chan. Watch closely. Along with the image of a crane's hand, he said, First, I will teach you the simplest fist technique. The first form will be the crane fist. Having said that, he called a senior disciple nearby. Fap Huyen, come here and demonstrate. Fap Huyen immediately replied, Yes, master. Fap Huyen stepped forward with some simple joint warm-ups and said, I heard from master what happened yesterday. Vo Chan, watch carefully. He is Fap Huyen, a practitioner of the Shaolin Five-Form Fist and Vo Luat's senior martial brother. He exhaled a warm breath and said, Let's begin as always. We start by regulating the breath. Then Fap Huyen slightly opened one eye and every movement he demonstrated was very fluid and masterful. His hands moved rhythmically, but they were no less powerful and decisive. The two watched in amazement and said in unison, Vo Chan exclaimed, It's truly different from other Shaolin martial arts. The image of a crane appeared with his movements. Vo Chan continued, It must be because it imitates the movements of a crane that it feels so graceful and agile. The five-form fist is not just a fist technique, but also includes footwork and body movement. After a moment, Fap Huyen stopped and said, All right, I've finished the demonstration now. You try to follow along. Vo Chan immediately replied, Yes, sir. He glanced at Vo Luat with his strange movements and thought to himself, and then there's that stiff disciple, old habits die hard. He exclaimed in frustration. Master Tukan held his head and sighed. What should I do? Vo Chan's face darkened as he thought, I understand, Master Tukan. Looking at Vo Luat before him, Vo Chan wondered, He clearly has the flexibility and agility needed for the five-form fist, and his body control is also very good, so what's the problem? He spoke up and asked Vo Luat what's wrong. Brother Vo Luat turned back, laughed, and said, Hehe. I find it a bit strange. Vo Chan asked, Is this the crane fist stance? Vo Luat continued, It's either strange movements or strange stillness. Why is it so hard to combine them? He asked in surprise, Why are you like this, brother? Don't you remember anything? He thought to himself, but why can't he link the movements together? From behind, Tukan scratched his head and said, That's precisely why I came to find you yesterday. I heard that when Vo Luat was a novice disciple, he learned martial arts from you. Looking at Vo Luat making incomprehensible poses in front of him, he thought, I can't think of any solution right now. What on earth is the problem? Vo Chan quietly turned his face away and thought, And I don't know why grandfather brought me here either. It seems he has some plan, but what could it be for... Scene changes to the evening in the darkness. A voice rang out, So that is your own martial art. I understand. Another person replied, Yes, sir. I have combined the basic martial arts together. Huyen Kwang said that was a truly wonderful performance. Vo Chan, while practicing, said thank you for your praise. Huyen Kwang looked at him with a worried gaze and said, However, if you continue to increase its power, there will come a time when your external conditioning can no longer withstand it. Your limit will be reached sooner. A brief explanation: the martial art Vo Chan is using is called a hybrid martial art. Instead of learning high-level martial arts, he has combined the essence of many basic ones. However, continuously amplifying internal energy can overload the body, so Vo-chan has trained his body to withstand that powerful flow of internal energy. A healthy body leads to a clear mind. But just as Huyen Kwang said, a time will come when his body can no longer endure it, and his method will no longer be effective in this world. Vo-chan thought grimly. Grandfather's words are right. I can't keep relying on this method. I have to find another way. Huyen Kwang also calculated silently in his mind if I were Vo-chan. He smiled and said I would start practicing the Vajra Fist. Vo-chan asked back the Vajra Fist. Huyen Kwang immediately explained the Vajra Fist, like the Lesser Hong Fist you have learned, is based on the Diamond Sutra. Moreover, it contains the secret to controlling power, so you should focus on understanding the secrets of the 3rd, 6th, and 8th forms. He continued, for example, the 3rd form. All conditioned phenomena are like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, a shadow like dew, or a flash of lightning, thus we shall perceive them. Hearing this, Vo-chan thought to himself, why is he suddenly talking about that? The person next to him quickly interrupted. Master Huyen Kwang immediately stopped. Ahem. He continued in short. You should thoroughly understand the essence of things that will help you later. The outer appearance is not as important as the inner essence. Hearing this, Vo-chan thought to himself, it seems he has told me this before, that the essence is what's important. He paused. The essence. In that case, what is the essence of the crane fist? The image of Fap Huyen with his graceful movements appeared in his mind. The crane, the image of a crane spreading its wings and soaring in the sky, a martial art that imitates the movements of a crane. A thought flashed in his mind. That's right, just like a crane. Images appeared one after another in his mind. In a moment of reflecting on the essence of the crane fist, he thought, I think I understand now. An idea sparked in Vo-chan's mind. At that moment, Vo-chan pointed at the person in front of him and said, Brother Vo-luat, have you ever seen a crane? Vo-luat immediately turned back and replied, never. A thought formed in Vo-chan's mind. The Shaolin 5-form fist was created based on the forms of 5 animals. Vo-luat continued. But what is a crane? Can you eat it? He continued his train of thought. It is a martial art where the movements are naturally linked together. He looked at Vo-luat and gradually realized, I see no wonder Vo-luat, a kid as flexible as a monster, couldn't imitate it. At that moment, he exclaimed, so that's it, bingo. From a distance, Fap Huyen hesitated. Do you mean my movements are strange, and that's why Vo-luat finds it hard to imitate? Vo-chan quickly waved his hands and said, no, that's not what I mean. Basically, the crane fist is based on the movements of a crane, right? He looked at Vo-luat and said, but Vo-luat, at that moment, the boy was continuously drawing strange shapes on the ground and wondering, but what is a crane? Does it live in the water or on land? Vo-chan continued, he doesn't know what a crane is or what it looks like. He's just trying to imitate the form. He looked towards Vo-luat and said, the problem isn't with Martial Uncle Fap Huyen's movements. Please think about it again. Images appeared as he spoke. Everyone says an animal's movements are very natural, but that's a naturalness that fits their own forms. He closed his eyes slightly, and we are trying to imitate them with a human body. Vo-chan continued, Martial Uncle Fap Huyen has trained hard for many years, so he can use the techniques fluently, right? Hearing this, Fap Huyen stammered, that's right. He pointed at Vo-luat in the distance and shouted, but Vo-luat is not like that because he's an idiot. Hearing that, Vo-luat, still smiling, said, Am I being scolded? Vo-chan continued, you just need to guide him on the basics and then let him move freely according to his instincts. Hearing this, Fap Huyen asked again, let him move freely. He replied, yes, Vo-luat cannot learn the form and secrets of the crane fist. His words left the two stunned, but he can imitate the movements of a crane on his own, they exclaimed in unison, Vo-luat on his own. Toucan suddenly paused and realized, I see, this is why Martial Granduncle Huyen Kwang brought this child here. He looked intently at Vo-chan and thought to himself, he is a child unbound by any preconceived notions. Why have I been so obsessed with the forms and secrets of martial arts? Memories surfaced in his mind. I am the heir to the Shaolin 5-form fist, the most free-spirited martial art of the Shaolin Temple. So why haven't I pursued the essence of the 5-form fist, and instead only obsessed over the Shaolin 5-form fist created by Patriarch Bodhidharma? Then he spoke up, what you say makes sense. In that case, we must show Vo-luat a crane. His words left the other two bewildered. Let's go find a crane, Fap Huyen spoke up. I think there's a place nearby where cranes often come to nest. Scene changes to the next day in the middle of a forest. A voice rang out. But how can we bring a crane back here? Vo-chan opened the door to a room and said, Disciple Vo-chan requests permission to enter. I'm sorry for being late. The treatment for my grandfather Huyen Kwang took a little long. He stared blankly at the empty training ground and called out in confusion, Martial Granduncle Toucan. He kept calling for everyone, Martial Uncle Fap Huyen Vo-luat. Why is the training ground so deserted today? He thought to himself, where has everyone gone? Vo-chan called out loudly. Vo-luat, Marshal, Granduncle too. Can he then thought, could it be that there's no training today? Suddenly a voice rang out. Cock, now, Vo-luat, do you know what animal this is? Another voice said, What is this, master? Peeking his head out from behind the wall, he thought, why does your voice sound so strange? The voice rang out again. Look closely, Vo-luat, he guessed. Could it be? Another voice chimed in. It looks so strange. That's right, this is... A crane appeared. Toucan and Fap Huyen pointed at the bird in the lake and said in unison. A crane. Vo-luat's eyes lit up as he said, its magical cranes are the best. Taking a step forward. And this is the martial art created based on the movements of a crane. The two performed a crane-like pose and said in unison one of the Shaolin 5 animals' fists, the crane fist. Vo-luat immediately exclaimed, crane fist is the most amazing. Vo-chan approached and said, so are we not training today, sir? Seeing him, Vo-luat immediately said, oh, Vo-chan, you're here. Seeing him, the other two's faces darkened and they called out one by one, Vo-chan, Vo-chan. He also stared at the scene before him, bewildered. The faces of the two stiffened, they said in unison, Vo-chan, Vo-chan. At that moment, Vo-luat, with brightly shining eyes, exclaimed, Look, isn't it strange? A thought appeared, what a nuisance. And so the three of them performed the crane form together in front of Vo-luat. This is the crane fist, Vo-luat, he exclaimed excitedly. This is amazing. In the night, Vo-luat's voice rang out, long live the Shaolin 5 animals' fist. And from that day on, Vo-luat spent half a month observing the crane. He imitated its shape movements and characteristics. Watching Vo-luat practice, Vo-chan asked, but Grandmaster, where did you find a crane? Toucan replied, I caught it. He didn't ask further, just ah. The masters demonstrated the crane fist while explaining the crane's movements to Vo-luat. Fap Huyen slowly turned his head. The interesting thing is, with his body drenched in sweat, he gently asked, Vo-luat, are you following along? He stared blankly at Vo-luat, who was intently observing a crane. Vo-luat's crane fist. With an intrigued gaze, he focused on the crane in front of him, different from the crane fist of Toucan or Fap Huyen. He was imitating every movement of the bird. He had observed and felt the crane's movements for himself. Fap Huyen exclaimed in amazement that move is not in the form, and then adapted it into a movement of his own. Every single movement was imitated by him exactly with the instinct of an animal in a supple body. Just like that, every movement was captured by his eyes. Vo-luat had incorporated movements that surpassed human limits, with the movements of an animal, and the result was, watching him stand next to the crane, its spirit manifested within him. He had gotten closer to the essence of the crane. The three of them watched his movements with their mouths agape in astonishment, and Vo-chan himself was also pleased with this. Toucan approached and said, Vo-luat, wait a moment. Hearing this, he turned around. However, because it was newly created, Vo-luat's movements still lacked refinement and stability. But the masters will help fix it gradually. Toucan came forward and carefully guided him through each movement. He said, lower your hand a little and extend your leg a bit more and it will be perfect. Toucan, with gleaming eyes, said to him, you see, my child, the greatest advantage of the Shaolin 5 animals fist is that the techniques can be linked together freely. Therefore, I will help you perfect your crane fist. He continued, although it is a bit different from the form created by Patriarch Bodhidharma, the freedom of the 5 animals fist will never lead you down the wrong path. Toucan asked him, can you continue to learn? Vo-luat replied enthusiastically, yes, sir. At this moment, a skillful hand tightened a waist sash. A while later, Vo-chan spoke up, Master Fap Huyen, Grandmaster Toucan. He looked up with a determined gaze and said, I believe my task here is complete. Toucan then asked, you mean you won't be coming here from tomorrow onwards? He replied, yes, sir. Toucan looked at him and said, it seems you have learned something. You may go now. Hearing this, he bowed respectfully and said, yes, thank you both for your teachings during this time. Toucan then turned to him and said, Vo-luat, please see Vo-chan out. He immediately replied, yes, sir. Fap Huyen then said to Toucan, Master, is it all right to let him go like that? He replied, it's fine. Toucan held his head high and said from the very beginning what he needed to learn was not the crane fist. Vo-luat's voice rang out, yes, sir. Vo-chan realized that continuing to practice was meaningless because from the start what he wanted to learn was not the crane fist. Vo-luat ran over and said, see you later. Vo-chan turned his head and replied, ah, is that so? Images of Vo-chan's training appeared. Vo-chan had created his own martial art when he was still an entry-level disciple, and the wall he was facing was comprehending new martial arts and secrets, then seamlessly integrating them into his own. His determined eyes appeared, and he had found a way after observing Tu Can correcting the crane fist for Vo Luat. Lines of thought appeared in his mind, starting with the small Hong fist, then integrating the principles of the Vajra fist. If I can transition to the Guanyin hand and the Arhat palm, I can increase power while minimizing the dispersion of force. Vochan remembered Huyen Kuang and thought to himself, and Grandmaster said that the outer appearance is not as important as the inner essence. He must want me to understand the essence of the martial art I will create. In his mind, he continuously broke apart martial arts manuals. He thought to himself, what I need is not the crane fist, but the way to link principles and the method of combining martial arts together. Suddenly his voice faltered, but he thought of the dragon and the tiger. It seems the 5 animals representing the Shaolin 5 animals fist are crane, snake, leopard, tiger, and dragon. The tiger is one thing, but the dragon, this is a martial arts world, maybe it actually exists. That is a matter for Vo Luat's master and grandmaster, not for Vochan. He scratched his head in thought, but whatever. At this time, Tukan turned to leave and said, I'm heading back first. When Vo Luat is done, tell him to go rest. Vo Luat from behind immediately replied, yes, master. Suddenly, the two of them, Tukan and Vochan, stopped in their tracks. Surprisingly, they both said in unison, wait a minute. Vochan's face darkened. All of this was part of Huyen Kuang's plan. He thought to himself, could it be that Grandmaster foresaw everything? Remembering Huyen Kuang, he thought to himself, did Grandmaster Huyen Kuang plan all of this, and did that child Vochan understand his intention? Grandmaster Huyen Kuang appeared in the night sky, giving a thumbs up and smiling. One could only be in awe. Truly, he is extraordinary.